Chapter 2199. Outstanding Military Exploits. That's right. No matter what kind of light you have, you will always be beneath me. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword also said, and then raised his thumb, and then pointed it down. This provocative attitude was undoubtedly extremely obvious. The crowd immediately began to discuss. They could see that the 10 strongest scouts were rejecting Lin Ling and disdaining Lin Ling. Of course, they could understand Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword's feelings. After all, it would be strange if they were in a good mood when their military merits were stolen. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling, waiting to see how Lin Ling would refute. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at them. Instead, he was chatting with Fairy Danxia and the others. This type of disregard was clearly more infuriating than any rebuttal. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others were stunned. Veins popped out on their foreheads. That young man was too arrogant. Wait, your ranking will definitely be below mine. I'm waiting to see how you'll face me. That's right. At that time, I wonder if you'll still have the face to be arrogant. Even the chess boy could not help but speak up. He also felt that Lin Ling's silence was too arrogant. Lin Ling, on the other hand, remained indifferent. He was even chatting and laughing with Lu Qingfeng. Their laughter was extremely loud. In fact, Lin Ling didn't care about his ranking at all. Even if he was ranked 10th, he wouldn't feel any dissatisfaction because his goal was to enter the top 10, that was all. Lin Ling, the top 10 scouts are ostracizing you. They're suppressing your momentum. You've gone too far. You killed the Mirror King, so you deserved it. What right do they have to be so arrogant? I don't believe that you'll be ranked below them. Neither Fairy Danxia nor Lu Qingfeng were afraid of trouble, so they frowned. It doesn't matter. Scholarly honors won't last long. As long as I can get into the top 10, that's enough. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. His indifferent appearance made Fairy Danxia and the others secretly admire him. Lin Ling's heart was higher than the heavens. This undoubtedly made Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others furious again. They felt as if they had punched cotton, and they had nowhere to vent their anger. At least he knows his place. That's right. He entered the top 10 by luck. But in front of us, he doesn't dare to be arrogant. He directly admitted defeat. Trash. Soon after, the chess boy and the others laughed again. Although they were depressed, they also thought that Lin Ling had admitted defeat and did not dare to compete with them for the ranking. At the same time, 10 great commanders appeared in the distance. They strode over with majestic steps. The time to discuss merit had arrived. The entire square fell silent. Although the 10 commanders had solemn expressions on their faces, their hearts were filled with joy and excitement. They also wanted to see what level the scouts in the camp had reached. However, behind the commanders was a man with a gloomy expression who kept sighing softly. He was Commander Huang Qi. Don't sigh. Selecting soldiers is all about luck. This year, you, Huang Qi, are just unlucky. Next year, you'll definitely be able to do it all over again. An old man patted his shoulder and comforted him. Of course, you still have to treat us to the wine. Hearing this, Huang Qi's pupils constricted. Was this consolation? This was clearly ridicule. This was too much. Would he renege on the wine? He could only say that the soldiers in his camp had failed to live up to expectations. If he had arrived earlier and seen the scene in the square, he would probably have jumped up in excitement. That was because the scouts in his camp were not completely worthless. After the 10 commanders sat down, the square became even more solemn. A murderous aura quietly filled the air. This was the true strength of the strong, and also the true iron-blooded aura of the military camp. Some of the weaker geniuses seemed to have stopped breathing when they were hit by this aura. Their faces turned pale. You have all done well in this mission. Finally, an old man spoke with a deafening voice. He was the Heavenly South Grand Commander of the 10 Grand Commanders. Thank you, sir. Orderly voices rang out. Everyone stood in an orderly manner with solemn expressions. The geniuses from all over the world who were watching from afar revealed envy. If they had not run away, they would also be members of the martial gods camp. The martial gods camp was extremely famous in the vast Qingzhou. To be able to become a member was undoubtedly an honor. Not only did you complete this mission perfectly, but you also created a miracle by eliminating several commandery lords. The martial gods camp is proud of you. The old man spoke again. What he said next was nothing more than words of praise, which made all the scouts feel extremely proud. After the old man spoke, he took a sip of tea. The other commanders were also drinking tea. Seeing this, everyone became nervous. They knew that the main event was about to begin. Next would be the time to award the military merits. The top 10 scouts should have appeared. In fact, they were not the only ones who were nervous. Even the 10 commanders were extremely nervous. Rumble. At this moment, a black stone tablet emerged from the ground at the center of the square. This was the military merit tablet. It was used to record military merits, and it was extremely fair. Seeing this, everyone was even more expectant. The falling flowers flowing water sword in my camp will definitely rank first and obtain the highest military merit. That might not be the case. It's too early to say who will be the winner. The other commanders spoke in low voices. They all wanted to drink the wine of the other party. The falling flowers flowing water sword and the others were naturally the same. They wanted to see what their ranking was. Therefore, all of them gave tit for tat. Look, a name has appeared. It's Kuan Yun. At this moment, someone exclaimed. A name appeared on the black stone tablet. Moreover, a moment later, a large amount of military merits appeared. This fellow called Kuan Yun had actually killed 3 million enemy soldiers and 200 enemy generals. How amazing! Is he going to enter the top 10? As expected of the top 10 scouts. All the scouts looked up at the name. The scout called Kuan Yun puffed out his chest with a face full of pride. Good. Among the commanders, someone shouted loudly. Obviously, Kuan Yun was a scout in his camp, and he was very proud of him. He laughed heartily and said, "The reward is a dragon unicorn warhorse, 500 divine crystals, and the title of vice commander of the scouts." As soon as the announcement was made, Kuan Yun could not help but be overjoyed. He had become a vice commander. The crowd congratulated him one by one. However, the falling flowers flowing water sword and the others shook their heads with arrogance. Kuan Yun's military merits were less than theirs, but he was already so dazzling. What would happen when it was their turn? Loser. Dimo sneered directly. Buzz. Almost at the same time, the black stone tablet lit up again. Everyone's breathing quickened. Who was the 9th person? Found it. A moment later, a name appeared on the stone tablet. The young man called Tiondo was stunned. Then his fighting spirit rose and he looked at all the scouts with contempt. Unsurprisingly, the crowd cheered. Next, the 8th, the 7th, and the 6th. Chapter 2200. Who was the king of scouts? The grand commanders nodded in satisfaction. Of course, some were laughing proudly while others had gloomy expressions. Grand Commander Huang Qi was one of them. Next up should be the top 5. Someone said in a low voice, but it made the square even more silent. Countless people stared at falling flowers, flowing water, Wu Qingzi, Chess Boy, Dimo, and the rest. These people would definitely enter the top 5. The main thing was to see who would be ranked higher, because if one's ranking was high, they would be the superior of the other party in the future. And with the arrogance of those geniuses from various worlds, none of them wanted to be ranked behind others and have to look at the other party's face. And this was indeed the case. Falling flowers, flowing water, and sword were already looking at each other. Their eyes were filled with intense battle intent, hoping to eliminate each other. Buzz. At the same time, a name appeared on the stone monument. It was Chess Boy. 5th. The chess boy immediately felt extremely depressed. He was actually ranked 5th. This was too embarrassing. However, compared to his gloominess, the other scouts were all excited and congratulated Chess Boy. After all, to them, being able to enter the top 5 was something they could only look up to. Shut up, you bunch of trash. Facing the scouts' congratulations, the chess boy felt that it was extremely ironic and could not help but curse. Wherever his gaze passed, no one dared to laugh. They could only stand there in a daze. However, the chess boy still felt that his anger had not been vented. He swept his gaze over again and discovered that Lin Ling still had a calm expression on his face, completely ignoring his anger. This made him even more furious. "You piece of trash who doesn't even have any military merits, get the hell away from me." The chess boy was in a bad mood, so he subconsciously cursed. Moreover, although he was ranked 5th, he was definitely better than Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling had killed a commandery lord, the others had killed more enemies and might surpass Lin Ling in terms of military merit. Therefore, he thought that Lin Ling might not be able to enter the top 10. Otherwise, Lin Ling's name would have appeared on the military merit tablet earlier. Idiot! Lin Ling gave tit for tat. What did it have to do with the chess boy? You have guts. The chess boy muttered to himself. However, he did not dare to act rashly because many of the grand commanders were present. The 4th one has appeared. At this moment, the stone tablet flickered again. Countless people stared at the stone tablet, wanting to know who the next name was. Even the 10 great commanders were the same. Huang Qi, who was holding his teacup, was also staring. "Brother Huang Qi, you don't have to look. Your camp has no share in this military merit." However, the old man patted him on the shoulder again. Huang Qi's face darkened and he could only continue drinking his tea. Wu Qingzi. At the same time, a name appeared. This person had killed the lord of a commandery and killed 10 million enemy soldiers. His military exploits were extremely dazzling. Dong dong dong. Even the military camps were beating their war drums, their glory shaking the heavens. All of the scouts sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with reverence. However, just like the chess boy, Wu Qingzi's expression was ugly. He was actually weaker than Di Baimo and the rest. This was too embarrassing. The Grand Commander behind him also had a look of unwillingness on his face. On the contrary, his comrade next to him was laughing at his misfortune, which made him feel even more displeased. Grand Commander Huang Qi, drink your tea and stop staring at the military merit tablet. Perhaps the Grand Commander did not dare to be too arrogant because his military exploits were not as good as Di Baimo's. However, in front of Huang Qi, he could still be a little proud. "Old Kong, don't be too proud." Huang Qi was instantly enraged. I'm sorry. I don't know how to speak. I forgot that your camp is at the bottom. Sorry. The Grand Commander smiled apologetically. However, although his words were apologetic, he looked extremely proud. Seeing this, Huang Qi tolerated it. If not for his good relationship with his old comrade, he would have beaten him up. Of course, the most important thing was that in the military camp, military exploits were what mattered. If one's military exploits were not as good as others, he could only swallow his pride. Subconsciously, he looked at the scouts in his camp and sighed. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Ling. Previously, he had also seen the chess boy being proud in front of Lin Ling. At that moment, he felt a sense of sympathy for him. Lin Ling also saw Huang Qi's pitiful gaze. He shook his head and continued to watch calmly. This infuriated Huang Qi. He was much calmer than he was under such circumstances. Buzz. The stone tablet shone again, as if someone had written on it. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. Because there were only 2 people left. They were Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword and Di Baimo. Who was the first? Who was the Scout King? It must be me, Di Baimo said confidently. In fact, he was also very nervous. You have been fighting with me. Unfortunately, you have been defeated time and time again. This time, it will not be an accident. Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword pretended to be indifferent. However, in fact, he was more nervous than Di Baimo. Both of them stared at the stone tablet. The name on the stone tablet finally appeared. It was Di Baimo. The crowd was silent. After a moment, the war drums rose to the sky. The Scout King who ranked 2nd appeared. Amazing! You actually killed the lord of a commandery, as well as 30 million enemy soldiers. You even killed 1,000 of the enemy's generals. We are all geniuses. Why is there such a big gap? No one was not envious because in the future, Di Baimo would be their boss. Good. Among the commanders, a burly man also shouted happily. Obviously, D-Mo was from his camp. Although D-Mo was not as good as Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword, at least he had surpassed all the commanders. "My brethren, I'm going to drink your wine," he said. The commanders said with a smile. The other commanders' faces turned ugly, especially Huang Qi. His face was darker than the bottom of his nest because he was the one who lost the most wine. The first should be Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword. After the war drums sounded, someone said. D-Mo was ranked second, so the first was obvious. Among the 10 commanders, an old man stood up proudly. Although he knew that Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword would be the first, he was still very proud after seeing it with his own eyes. "Yes, from now on, you will be the scout commander." The old man's majestic voice floated out, making Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword tremble. He quickly shouted, "Yes, sir." Looking at his appearance, D-Mo and the others gritted their teeth. They were extremely unwilling. Even the chess boy almost wanted to shout out that the military achievement tablet did not show his name. It was too early to confirm everything now. In the end, he held back, because he also thought that Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword was the first. Sure enough, the military achievement tablet began to shine. A dazzling name appeared. It was Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword. Dong dong dong. After the name appeared, the sound of the drums was even more shocking. Even the neighing of war horses in the distance made many people's blood boil. Because this was the glory of the Scout King. The moment he sensed the brilliance, Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword also straightened his chest and looked around indifferently. Chapter 2201. The whole army was silent. Clap, clap, clap. Even the commanders and scouts were clapping. Lin Ling and the others were stunned. Lin Ling was surprised. Why wasn't his name on the military merit tablet? In fact, he didn't care about the ranking at all. He only needed to appear on the military merit tablet. But his name wasn't there. What happened? Could it be that Lin Ling didn't enter the military merit tablet? Lu Qingfeng was also very surprised. Impossible. Lin Ling should be in the top 10. Fairy Danxia also frowned. They were all puzzled. However, at that moment, the silent military achievement monument started glowing once again. Boom. This time, the whole army was in an uproar. Those who were clapping all stopped. Wasn't the top 10 military merit tablet finished? Why were there still names appearing? Even the 10 great commanders widened their eyes in shock. Only Commander Huang Qi was drinking tea and gloating. The military merit tablet is also stupid. It means that the military merit tablet is not accurate. Since no one in his camp entered the military merit tablet, he didn't have any glory. So he was gloating. Oh right, the previous scout tablet only gave out 9 people. Suddenly, someone recalled. Boom. The whole army was in an uproar again. Could it be that Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword wasn't first, but second? I counted before. There were indeed 9 people. Someone said in horror. His words made the whole army burst into a sound like waves. In fact, they couldn't be blamed for being wrong, because in everyone's mind, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and D-Mo were either first or second, and after they appeared, the awarding of military merits must have ended, so they didn't carefully count how many people had appeared. At this moment, the other Grand Commanders seemed to have come to their senses. They were all in disbelief. Only Grand Commander Huang Qi was still gloating. At this moment, the most dazzling name appeared on the military merit tablet. The new Scout King was born. Lin Ling. When the 2 dazzling names appeared, the whole army was silent. Not many people knew of this name. Many people even thought that there was a mistake in the rankings. They looked around for that so-called Lin Ling. Huang Qi was the only one who stood there in a daze. He was drinking tea, but the teacup in his hand was crushed by his grip. The tea spilled all over his hand, but he didn't seem to notice. It was as if he had been struck dumb. Ha ha ha. Finally, he laughed foolishly. He even danced with joy. He had never imagined that someone from their camp would finally enter the military merit rankings. Moreover, it was the dazzling number 1. Lin Ling, he's from my camp. He roared, causing the hearts of all the Grand Commanders to tremble. It couldn't be, right? Huang Qi was so unlucky. Every year, he would only draw ordinary recruits. Did he hit the jackpot this year? Brother Huang, are you sure you're not mistaken? An old man said in disbelief. He was the boss of Blossoming Flowing Water Sword. Ha! Commander Huang Qi could be said to be elated. He patted the old man's shoulder. Brother, this Lin Ling is indeed from my camp. This year, our camp finally got number 1. Brother, don't sigh. Next year, we'll make a comeback. Of course, I'll definitely drink that wine. These comforting words undoubtedly caused the old man to blow his beard. Huang Qi's words seemed to be comforting, but no matter how you looked at it, he was proud. He is Lin Ling from my camp. Then, Commander Huang Qi suddenly pointed at Lin Ling. Countless eyes immediately looked at Lin Ling. Then, their faces changed greatly. It was actually him. Obviously, everyone knew Lin Ling, but they didn't expect Lin Ling to be number 1. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword, D by Mo, and the others were all stunned. They naturally knew that Lin Ling had killed a commandery lord. But before, they thought that Lin Ling only had this military merit, so Lin Ling was surpassed by others. Who would have thought that Lin Ling didn't appear on the military merit list because he was the last to appear? He was number 1. Furthermore, he was the king that stood above all of the scouts. The king of scouts. In the future, he will also be a scout commander? Tang Yue, Qi Tong, and the others were all muttering to themselves. They even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Impossible, although he killed a commandery lord, we also killed him. How can he be ranked above us? Blossoming Flowing Water Sword was surprised and immediately shouted angrily. He stared at Lin Ling. Tell me, why are you ranked above us? In fact, his question was also in the minds of many people. Even the senior commanders were looking at Huang Qi. They wanted to ask Huang Qi why his scout was ranked first. However, Huang Qi obviously didn't know the inside story. He could only look at Lin Ling. I don't know, maybe the military merit tablet is wrong. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling shrugged. He still didn't care about being number 1 as long as he was in the top 10. However, his indifference undoubtedly made Blossoming Flowing Water Sword and the others furious. Even Huang Qi smiled bitterly. That guy was number 1, but he didn't care. This was really infuriating. However, at this time, Lin Ling's military merit finally appeared on the military merit tablet, and everyone was stunned. Lin Ling had killed 3,000 enemy soldiers and 1,200 generals. Amazing, we all underestimated him. With that, he's no weaker than any of the other scouts. Plus, he killed the Mirror King. No wonder he is number 1. All the scouts sucked in a breath of cold air. They never thought that the stubborn guy would have such a terrifying military merit. This time, Blossoming Flowing Water Sword and the others were speechless. However, the military merit tablet wasn't over yet. After Mirror King, a new name shot out like a dazzling sun, making everyone unable to open their eyes. 8 Gates Bandit King. Boom! The whole army was in an uproar again. No way, 2 commanderies? God, this guy is abnormal. So the 8 Gates Bandit King was killed by him. This guy has created 2 miracles in a row. The astonishment of the crowd was like a tidal wave, wave after wave. Even the soldiers around the square forgot to beat the drums due to their astonishment. 2 commanderies? Huang Qi was dumbfounded. How could his scouts be so powerful? Blossoming Flowing Water Sword and the others were all gaping. At this moment, what could they say? Obviously, they couldn't say anything. It was as if they had been slapped in the face. They were speechless. Hearing the shocked voices of the whole army, Lin Ling was finally relieved. He was finally sure that he was in the top 10. Lin Ling, congratulations. Fairy Danxia and the others seemed to be happier than Lin Ling. They all said excitedly. Lin Ling spread his hands and said, in fact, I just wanted to be in the top 10. Who knew that I would become number 1? If I had known, I wouldn't have killed the 2 commanderies. He killed the 2 commanderies for insurance. If he had known that he could enter the top 10 by killing one, he wouldn't have risked his life in the battle against Mirror King. Chapter 2202. Warm Yang Vital Jade in hand, this guy only wanted to enter the top 10, so he killed 2 Lords of Commanderies. What if he wanted to be first? Was he going to kill all the Lords of Commanderies? As for Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others, they were all furious. If it weren't for the presence of the Grand Commander, they would have killed Lin Ling. They risked their lives to be first, but in the end, they were ranked behind others. Lin Ling only wanted to enter the top 10, but he was above them. Was this guy deliberately trying to anger them? Then, Dbimo suddenly remembered that Lin Ling didn't care about his previous provocation. It turned out that it was true disdain. Just to enter the top 10, you killed 2 Lords of Commanderies? I'm speechless. Yes. Huang Qi naturally believed Lin Ling. If he remembered correctly, Lin Ling wanted to enter the top 10 because he wanted to save people. Good. Lin Ling, you've broken the record for this mission and created a miracle for the Martial Gods Battalion. The Martial Gods Battalion has appointed you as the commander of the Scouts and even the King of Scouts. You'll be rewarded with 1,000 divine crystals, and you'll be able to walk freely within the Martial Gods Battalion. Huang Qi said seriously. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hearing this, Lin Ling was delighted. In fact, he had the white flag, so he didn't care about the title of Scout Commander. Because he was the Grand Commander, he could summon all the Scout Commanders. Therefore, he cared about that one request. And that request was the Warm Yang Vital Jade. Under the sounds of congratulations, the awards ceremony finally came to an end. Huang Qi was clearly incomparably happy. His laughter soared into the sky as he left with Lin Ling. Of course, before he left, he did not forget to say, "My old comrades, you must remember that feast. Sigh, don't frown. You were just unlucky this year. Next year, you can start all over again." After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Good. As for the other Grand Commanders, they were disgusted as if they had eaten flies. Huang Qi, this fellow, was in high spirits right now. Looking at Lin Ling's back, many of the scouts' eyes were filled with worship. Only Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others had ugly expressions. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. In the battle of the Mirror Monarch, Lin Ling had stolen their military merits. Lin Ling had once again seized their glory, especially Falling Flowers' Flowing Water sword. Not only was he angry, but he was also embarrassed. This was because he had previously thought that he was the King of Scouts. Who would have thought that he was only the second? It doesn't matter to me. Anyway, the first place is not among us. That's good. That guy killed 2 Lords of the Commandery. I'm convinced. The chess boy and the others suddenly laughed. Anyway, their ranking was not high, so when they saw that the Falling Flowers' Flowing Water sword and Dbimo were not first, they naturally gloated. Even though he's the King of Scouts, he's merely the Commander of Scouts. His status is the same as ours. Let's see how formidable he is during the battle of the divine rankings. Dbimo snorted coldly and strode away. That guy is really pissed. Unfortunately, his words made the chess boy and the others laugh sarcastically. As for the Falling Flowers' Flowing Water sword, he looked deeply into the distance. He was also looking forward to the battle of the divine rankings. He wanted to wash away his previous humiliation. Of course, the chess boy and the others also narrowed their eyes. They also had the same idea. On the other side, Lin Ling followed Commander Huang Qi forward. Then Commander Huang Qi left. When he returned, he had a fist-sized square fire jade in his hand. This jade looked like a ball of fire. Take it. Even our commander is jealous of this treasure. Huang Qi handed the fire jade to Lin Ling with a smile. This was the Warm Yang Vital Jade. Lin Ling was overjoyed and hurriedly took it. Then he realized that the fire jade was warm to the touch. It wasn't hot at all. Instead, it felt warm. Try not to let others see this treasure. Otherwise, it will cause trouble. Huang Qi exhorted and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. The more he looked at him, the happier he was. Until now, he was still immersed in that moment of exhilaration. He had been recruiting soldiers for many years, and this was the first time he had surpassed his old comrade. Linling, thank you. Back then, you said that relying on yourself is better than relying on others. Today, I believe that sentence. You deserve the title of Scout Commander and Scout King. Huang Qi said again. It's all thanks to you, sir. Lin Ling bowed and said. He was wondering if he should announce the Bai Ling flag. He remembered that the powerful old man had said that the Bai Ling flag represented the commander and could summon all the commanders. However, after thinking about it, Lin Ling did not intend to announce it for the time being. He did not want to surprise Commander Huang Qi again. Moreover, it was useless to say it now. By the way, you have obtained a lot of divine crystals. Use them to cultivate. They can increase your cultivation and also be used to convert boundary essence. However, converting boundary essence will be much more difficult. Huang Qi explained. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. Back in his world, the ancient era's powerhouses had fought over divine crystals until their heads bled. The divine crystals were mostly used to increase one's cultivation. As for converting boundary essence, the divine crystals were not very effective. After all, boundary essence needed to be comprehended. Now that you are a commander, you can go to many places in the martial god barracks. However, it's better to increase your strength. Thank you, sir. I know that no matter where, strength is everything. Lin Ling nodded. Men, bring Commander Lin Ling to his residence. Huang Qi shouted. Immediately, a soldier walked over. After saluting Lin Ling and Huang Qi, the soldier led Lin Ling forward. Not long after, a camp appeared. This was Lin Ling's residence. Commander! There were many soldiers in the camp. At this moment, they looked at Lin Ling and greeted him. These soldiers were all scouts. However, they were not this year's scouts. No need to be so polite. Lin Ling smiled and said. He did not stop and entered the barracks. I heard that this sir is this year's king of scouts. He looks so young. Indeed, young people have great potential. Of course, I heard that this lord has killed 2 lords of the commandery. However, he seems to be very amiable. We will be lucky to follow him in the future. The scouts smiled and said. Not long after, a large number of scouts arrived. They were this year's scouts. A few of them were Lu Chengfeng and the others. Huang Qi knew that Lu Chengfeng and the others knew Lin Ling, so they were assigned to the same barracks. We will continue to follow boss. After Lu Chengfeng entered the camp, he could not help but laugh. Following Lin Ling was undoubtedly better than following other scout commanders. As for Pan Luyun and Huang Qi, they heaved a sigh of relief. With boss as their backer, they would not be bullied. After all, they knew that new recruits were not treated well in the martial god barracks. Do you know the new commander? As expected, the faces of the veterans changed and they immediately began to curry favor with them. Lin Ling naturally did not know what was happening outside the barracks. The fire jade appeared in his hand and he smiled faintly at this moment. His mission for this trip had finally been completed. Moreover, he could go back now. Chapter 2203. All-around improvement. Lin Ling had also gained a lot from this trip to the martial god barracks. In total, he had more than 2,000 deity crystals. No one would complain about having too many deity crystals. Next, Lin Ling was hesitating whether to increase his cultivation level or to comprehend the boundary essence. According to Commander Huang Qi, comprehending the boundary essence would be more difficult. Moreover, if the martial emperor realm could not convert all the boundary essence, then he would never be able to break through to the martial emperor realm. Boundary essence, extract the power of a world. Lin Ling thought of the general of the martial god barracks who could cut a world with a single slash and his blood boiled. Let's see what happens. In the end, Lin Ling did not plan to strengthen that aspect. Instead, he chose to improve all aspects: physical body, cultivation, boundary essence, soul power. Deity crystals had such benefits because they did not come from any world but the boundary essence of the universe. Then, Lin Ling began to refine the deity crystals. Immediately, he felt as if he had come to the universe and could see thousands of worlds. Those worlds were like mirror worlds. Each world was a world. If he could control a world, he would be a world king. In fact, Lin Ling could even see his own world. A world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. Suddenly, an ancient voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. It allowed him to see that a grain of sand was actually a world. His left eye emitted a mysterious light. In his pupil, those Tao talismans were swimming. 10,000 elephant demon eyes, one of the universal God eyes. It had no offensive power and only auxiliary power. This was a cultivation cheat. Boom. Lin Ling soon sensed that his godly devil body had improved and there were godly devils roaring behind him. His soul power had also increased, reaching level 550. Most importantly, his cultivation level had also improved. He had entered the 6th stage of the Martial Emperor realm and his laws had increased by 5 million. Moreover, his boundary essence had finally been converted to 20%. This shocking achievement caused huge waves to surge in Lin Ling's heart. The results of this cultivation were too great. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, a beam of green light shot out from his left eye. It was evil and bewitching, but it quickly returned to normal. When Lin Ling sensed the changes in his body, his jaw dropped. This was an all-round improvement. Could it be that with deity crystals, one's cultivation speed would be so fast? However, he noticed that all the divine crystals had been completely exhausted. The God-Devil body has actually reached the 8th grade of the divine rank immortal body, and the strength of the entire body has reached 1,000 U. Lin Ling was shocked again. The Fiend God body came from the Fiend God Overlord body of the Star-Picking Nation. It was something that he had been cultivating for a long time. He did not expect that he would go further and further on the path of cultivating his physical body. Now, it had reached a level that was beyond his imagination. After all, after the immortal body was the Xian body. Could it be that the Fiend God physique had reached the Xian physique? Lin Ling involuntarily shook his head. In this aspect of cultivation, nobody could guide him. He could only rely on himself to fumble about. As for soul force, that was Lin Ling's forte, and it had been slowly increasing. Most importantly, his realm essence had been converted to 20%. In the end, Lin Ling shook his head. Perhaps after obtaining the divine crystal, other people's cultivation speed would also be like this. He could only comfort himself in this way. After leaving the barracks, the sun shone brightly outside. Many experts were cultivating, and their realm essence constantly filled the air. The experts of the martial god realm were indeed powerful. Those people were probably existences that could not be underestimated in any realm. Lord Commander! When they saw Lin Ling, everyone stood up and saluted. Among them, Lu Chengfeng and the others were also present. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He knew that these scouts would listen to his orders in the future. You all continue to cultivate. If the Martial God Battalion has a mission, I will inform you all. After saying his goodbyes, Lin Ling left. In these 3 months, the Lord Commander has been cultivating diligently, as expected of this year's Scout King. Lord Commander! Although the Lord Commander is a newcomer, I don't know why I feel pressured when I see him. Could it be because of his position? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Maybe it's his strength that gives you a sense of oppression. Yes. After Lin Ling left, the scouts said one after another. Lu Chengfeng and the others smiled proudly. It seemed that the process of Lin Ling taking charge of this battalion of scouts was very smooth. Lin Ling walked along the Martial God Battalion and found that it was very big. There were many barracks, and each barracks was under the control of a commander. The Grand Commander's position was even higher, and he was in charge of all the other commanders. Greetings, Lord. Along the way, many soldiers saluted Lin Ling. After all, in the barracks, the most important thing was one's status. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. At the same time, he found that there were many female soldiers in the Martial God Battalion. It seemed that the Martial God Battalion did not discriminate between men and women. Is that the Scout King from 3 months ago? It seems that his realm is not high. It doesn't matter if his realm is high or not. At least he created a miracle and killed 2 lords of commanderies. I really envy him. After Lin Ling left, the soldiers discussed animatedly. Of course, it was no wonder that they were surprised. After all, there were many veterans here who had been cultivating for many years. However, Lin Ling was a newcomer who had just arrived and was already above them. They had no choice but to respect him. On the other hand, Lin Ling went to find Grand Commander Huang Qi. He wanted to bid farewell and prepare to return to his own world. Grand Commander Huang Qi's barracks were even bigger. There were soldiers cultivating all around. Moreover, these soldiers were not weak. Many of them were even stronger than Lin Ling. However, when they saw Lin Ling, they saluted respectfully. This was because the Martial God Battalion also valued potential. In the future, Lin Ling might not be weaker than them. Lord. After entering the barracks, Lin Ling immediately saluted. Grand Commander Huang Qi was holding a jug of wine and looking at the sand table. Oh, Lin Ling is here. After a while, Grand Commander Huang Qi said with a smile. However, he was still looking at the sand table. Lin Ling could see that Grand Commander Huang Qi was preparing for a mission. However, as he was not familiar with the Martial God realm, Lin Ling did not ask. Lord, I would like to leave the Martial God Battalion and go home. I hope you can approve. Lin Ling said, You have just become the scout commander. There must be many people who are dissatisfied with you behind your back. You should focus on improving your strength first. Let's talk about going home later. You have to at least reach the LV6 Martial Emperor realm to convince the others. Huang Qi frowned. He stopped working and looked at Lin Ling. However, in the next moment he spat out a mouthful of wine. You have reached the rank 6 Martial Emperor realm? A surprised voice came from the barracks. The soldiers outside were dumbfounded. They had not heard Huang Qi's strange voice for a long time. Did something terrifying happen? In fact, Huang Qi was terrified. If he remembered correctly, when he first met Lin Ling was a rank 4 Martial Emperor. Then, during the bandit suppression mission, Lin Ling was a rank 5 Martial Emperor realm. Now, in just 3 months, this guy had reached the rank 6 Martial Emperor realm. This cultivation speed was too fast. If Lin Ling was not in front of him, he would have slapped himself to see if he had seen a ghost. What about your boundary essence? Huang Qi asked in a trembling voice. Chapter 2204. Making Things Difficult. Bang. The wine jug in Huang Qi's hand exploded. Not only did his cultivation level increase, he even changed his boundary essence. This guy was really a freak. For many people, boundary essence could be improved more than one's cultivation level. Even if they succeeded, it would take decades or even thousands of years. You can go home now. Huang Qi said speechlessly. Lin Ling's strength had met his requirements. Lin Ling also noticed that not everyone improved as fast as him. It seemed like he had been overthinking things. However, before you go back, you'd better go to the Martial God Lake and find a suitable martial art for yourself. After all, the Martial God Barracks Divine List battle will begin when you return. The Divine List battle is also a battle between soldiers and commanders. If you lose, you might be trampled on by others. Huang Qi said. The barracks spoke based on strength. As a commander, it would be embarrassing if he was defeated by a soldier. Moreover, the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others would definitely want to trample on Lin Ling. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Lin Ling nodded. He was not a newbie and naturally knew that the competition in the barracks was even more intense. Go, Lin Ling. I have high hopes for you. Moreover, you can lead the troops to battle this time. Huang Qi wrote a military order and handed it to Lin Ling. It allowed Lin Ling to lead the troops to battle. However, Lin Ling had the white flag and could actually command all the scouts in the barracks. Even so, he still accepted it with a smile. In this way, Lin Ling could lead his men and leave the Martial God Barracks. Martial God Lake? After leaving the barracks, Lin Ling headed toward the Martial God Lake. Other than the commanders, no one else could get close to that place unless they had outstanding military achievements. Martial arts from all over the world were collected there. It was a place that every new commander had to go. You are Commander Lin Ling? At this moment, several figures suddenly blocked Lin Ling's path and smiled faintly. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He did not know these people. Yes. However, Lin Ling still smiled. I've heard that you're the king of scouts. Oh, you're young, but you've made outstanding military exploits. Tell me, did you do something to become a scout? I've heard that there are no outstanding figures in Commander Huang Qi's camp. Could it be that Commander Huang Qi is secretly helping you? Hee, it seems possible. Otherwise, how could he have killed the two lords of the commandery? The men in armor suddenly laughed, and their laughter was not soft. Immediately, many people started to gather around them. It was human nature to watch a show. Those are Commander Su Tian's men, they are all veterans. Is this the spark between a veteran and a new recruit? That must be the Scout King, Lin Ling. He looks even younger than I imagined. According to the rules of the army, no matter how dazzling the new recruits are, they still have to salute the veterans respectfully. Many voices rang out quietly. There were even many commanders watching from afar. They were the chess boy and the others. Naturally, they were here to watch a good show. Lin Ling frowned. He guessed that these people were here to make things difficult for him. However, he was puzzled. He did not provoke these people, so why were they making things difficult for him? If you have something to say, just say it. What kind of man are you to beat around the bush? Lin Ling did not hold back anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the men in armor turned ugly. Lin Ling was too arrogant. As a new recruit, shouldn't you have some awareness? One of the men said coldly. Awareness my ass. Lin Ling retorted. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. His big hand reached out to grab them. How dare you? The men did not expect Lin Ling to make a move. He was too arrogant. No matter what, they had been in the martial god barracks for 100 years. They were real veterans. However, Lin Ling did not use any law or realm essence. This made them laugh mockingly. It turned out that this guy was just putting on an act. At the same time, the man who had spoken at the beginning threw out a punch. He thought that Lin Ling, a new recruit, was only SOSO. That is Vice Commander Qin Chun from the Flame War world. He is a rank 7 martial emperor. He is not weak. The onlookers did not expect that the two sides would suddenly clash. However, in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling's palm, which seemed weak, blasted Vice Commander Qin Chun's fist away. Moreover, the palm landed on Vice Commander Qin Chun's chest, causing cracks to immediately appear on his armor. Then, a mouthful of blood, which was like a beautiful firework, scattered in the air. Next, the vice commander fell to the ground. As a soldier, you should be straightforward. What kind of hero are you to beat around the bush? After Lin Ling sent the vice commander flying, he took a big step forward and chased after him. You are rebelling. The vice commander was still shocked by Lin Ling's strength. This was because Lin Ling's palm did not have any law or realm essence. Why was it so strong? How could he know that Lin Ling's physical strength had greatly increased? With 1,000 universe force, he was comparable to a large number of law force attacks. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Ling arrived in front of the vice commander and stomped on him, shattering all of his armor with a single stomp. The entire process was overbearing and imposing. The crowd was silent. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling was more like an iron-blood warrior. If there was a disagreement, he would directly use his strength. This thunderous method was shocking. You are courting death. When the rest of the people came to their senses, they all rushed towards Lin Ling. How dare you, as soldiers, not only did you not bow when you saw me, a commander, but you actually dared to offend your superior. Lin Ling stared at them and shouted angrily. Dang dang dang. Hearing this, the soldiers all stopped in their tracks and did not dare to move again. Although Lin Ling was a recruit, it was undeniable that Lin Ling was also a commander. All of you kneel down and slap yourselves 3 times. Lin Ling shouted again. Bullshit, we are Commander Su Tian's men. We are not under your control. The vice commander's pupils constricted and he anxiously shouted. Unfortunately, Lin Ling sneered. Then are you going to kneel or not? If I remember correctly, in the martial god camp, if you offend your superior and refuse to repent, you will be beheaded and placed outside the martial god camp. So, those who do not obey kill. When the word kill, though, everyone's hearts jumped. Lin Ling was ruthless enough. Kneel, quickly kneel. The vice commander finally knew that although Lin Ling was a recruit, he was also someone who had seen the wind and waves. Moreover, he was a ruthless character. Lin Ling lifted the vice commander up with one hand and said with a smile, "Can you tell me now?" "Commander, in fact, we are just small soldiers. We were entrusted by someone. Please don't take it to heart." The vice commander's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he spoke. "Try spouting nonsense again." Lin Ling's smile became even more brilliant, but it was filled with a chill. I wouldn't dare. The vice commander hurriedly said, "It was Commander Su Tian who asked me to find you. He is inviting you over." The main character had finally appeared. Chapter 2205. Commander Su Tian is Lord Su's brother. However, the deputy commander's next sentence finally made Lin Ling understand the other party's intentions. Lord Su had been killed by Lin Ling, so Commander Su Tian would definitely not let him off. "Lead the way." Lin Ling threw the deputy commander aside and kicked the kneeling soldiers at the same time. Those people did not dare to say anything and quickly led the way. The onlookers also followed, looking forward to the clash between the new commander and the old commander. This guy seems low-key, but he's not someone to be trifled with. The chess boy and the others' faces changed drastically. All along, Lin Ling gave them the impression that he was a man of few words, as if he was a youth who had never left the house. But now, they felt that they were wrong. That guy's viciousness was obviously accumulated through many trials and tribulations. Not long after, Lin Ling came to a barracks, and there were even more soldiers here. Obviously, the commander called Su Tian had a deeper foundation than Lin Ling, and he had more soldiers under him. From afar, Lin Ling saw a man with long hair and red armor sitting there. There was a red sword beside him, and the red sword was like a giant ruler, majestic and awe-inspiring. "You must be Commander Su Tian. If you want to make things difficult for me, please send someone stronger. Don't embarrass yourself with trash like this." After Lin Ling arrived, he immediately shouted coldly and kicked the deputy commander and the others. Seeing that, the entire barracks fell silent. All of the soldiers were enraged, and they all grabbed their weapons. Too arrogant, he dared to be so arrogant in their barracks? Even the man in red armor was shocked. Without a doubt, he was completely enraged. He had specially sent someone to invite Lin Ling here. Who knew that Lin Ling would actually come? But he also gave him a show of strength. Most importantly, there were many people in the barracks watching, and there were also many commanders. If news of this spread, these people would definitely laugh at him. Because if he could not even deal with a recruit, he, Su Tian, would lose face. "How dare you, you know who I am." Su Tian kicked the giant sword at his feet and shouted coldly after holding it. "Stop pretending in front of me. You are a commander, and I am also a commander. What are you pretending for?" Lin Ling was not afraid at all. For trouble that came to his door, he would use his strength to fight. Over the years, he had long been used to this kind of challenge. "You want to avenge your brother, right? Sure, why don't we have a battle? Victory or defeat will be decided in 10 moves. Lin Ling spoke again. This was turning the tables. Hearing this, Su Tian was stunned. Shouldn't he be the one to say those words? Who was the master? The crowd was also dumbfounded. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. "Do you dare or not?" Lin Ling asked calmly. "Audacious. What qualifications do you have to speak in front of Commander Su Tian? You're just a new recruit." From their point of view, this Scout King was simply courting death. "Do you dare or not?" Lin Ling did not look at the soldiers and said calmly. Su Tian stared at Lin Ling and could not help but laugh. Although Lin Ling was this year's king of scouts, he had been training in the martial god barracks for 100 years. Lin Ling was just a recruit to him. Whether it was prestige or strength, he was much better than Lin Ling. "Commander Lin Ling, it's best if you don't act recklessly." An old commander looked at Lin Ling and advised him. He felt that Lin Ling was too impulsive. This was because they knew that Commander Su Tian was a rank 8 martial emperor. Moreover, he had converted 20% of his realm origin and cultivated the realm origin martial arts. He could explode 30% of his realm origin. No matter how outstanding Lin Ling was, he was no match for Commander Su Tian. Shut up, this is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. However, Lin Ling did not give the commanders any face at all. It has nothing to do with us? We tried to persuade him with good intentions, but this guy did not know how to appreciate it. He will suffer. Arrogant people will kick an iron plate sooner or later. The commanders were stunned for a moment before they reprimanded Lin Ling one after another. As for the chess boy and the others, they sneered. Even they did not dare to provoke the old commanders. Lin Ling, this recruit, was really brave. The upcoming show would definitely be exciting. Do you really want to fight with me? Su Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Ling. Some grudges, even if not settled now, will have to be settled in the future. Since that is the case, why not settle it directly? Lin Ling smiled and said, however, you're wasting my time as well. So, if we really want to fight, why don't we make a bet with 1,000 divine crystals? If I haven't lost after 10 moves, then you win, and vice versa. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire barracks fell silent. 1,000 divine crystals was a huge sum of money. After all, the martial god barracks had only rewarded Lin Ling with 1,000 divine crystals when he became the Scout King. This clearly showed how precious divine crystals were. Su Tian also sucked in a breath of cold air. The stakes were huge. He frowned and said, why should I bet? Actually, his entire wealth was only 1,000 divine crystals. Moreover, he had accumulated them for many years. So, it would definitely hurt his heart to bet with it. Didn't you understand what I said? Because you are wasting my time. So, do you think I will fight you without 1,000 divine crystals? However, you probably don't dare to fight me. Lin Ling shook his head and spoke with a tone filled with disdain. These words carried an element of provocation. As a commander, Su Tian was naturally experienced. How could he not understand the meaning behind those words? Unfortunately, so what if he understood it? Because if he did not gamble, it meant that he did not dare. An old commander being afraid of a new commander, if word got out, he would not be able to put down his face. Bet with him. We will also raise the stakes. At this moment, the old commanders on the side said coldly as they looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shrugged and said, sure, I will take as many divine crystals as you have. I was waiting for you to say that. The commanders laughed excitedly and took out their divine crystals in preparation for the next bet. At this moment, Su Tian clearly had no choice but to accept the challenge. He could only take out 1,000 divine crystals with heartache. Commander Su, you don't have to be afraid of him. He is only a rank 6 martial emperor. No matter how powerful he is, he can only convert 10% of his divine crystals. You have already converted 20% of your divine crystals. Moreover, your Red River Sword is not weak. It can erupt with 30% of your divine crystals. That's right, you will definitely win. I will bet 100 divine crystals on you. The old commanders seemed to be targeting Lin Ling, but in reality, they also wanted to win money. When the surrounding people heard the analysis, they were all moved. This was a chance for them to get some change. We will also bet 10 divine crystals. 50 divine crystals. The camp suddenly became lively. Even Su Tian was stunned. However, he laughed heartily and said, everyone, place your bets. This is a sure win. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd became even more excited. Everyone bet that Lin Ling would lose. Even the chess boy and the others did so. Although the bets were small, they added up to 3,000 divine crystals. This made Lin Ling chuckle to himself. I will bet 1 divine crystal on you winning. Chapter 2206. Unable to draw his sword, this beautiful girl was the little princess of Square Commandery, Tang Yue. Lin Ling was somewhat stunned as he said, you trust me so much? That's not the case. I can't wait for you to lose because you snatched my military merits. However, I bet on you to win because I'm rewarding you with a divine crystal so that a slave like you won't have to run around naked after losing. Tang Yue said proudly. It was actually because she pitied Lin Ling that she bet on Lin Ling to win. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. However, there was a great deal of laughter in the camp. Moreover, everyone was rubbing their hands as if they had already reaped a great harvest. Wait a moment. If I win, will you be able to give me that many divine crystals? You should know that we have 3,000 deity crystals now. That's a huge sum, said Su Tian indifferently. The crowd's eyes lit up. Su Tian was indeed an officer. He was very meticulous. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. With a wave of his right hand, a piece of fire jade appeared in his hand. If you're poor, then forget it. Don't treat me like you are. It's warm yang elemental jade. Looking at the fiery red jade, the old commanders narrowed their eyes. That treasure was extremely precious. On the other hand, Su Tian's face was a little ugly. He never thought that Lin Ling would be so rich and overbearing, directly giving him a ruthless slap. It was as if he was really down and out. Is that enough? Do you want to see if it's genuine? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. Those old commanders all said shamelessly, as if they were slaves. Alright, let's begin. Lin Ling didn't want to talk too much nonsense and said directly. Everyone made way for them as they stared nervously at Lin Ling and Su Tian. They did not know which of the two commanders was more powerful. Of course, they continuously analyzed, but they all believed that Commander Su Tian would definitely win. At the same time, Su Tian's long hair fluttered as he raised the red sword in his hand. The sword's scabbard was a fiery red color and was filled with a domineering aura. Before he even drew his sword, the entire camp was shaken. It was as if a world was pressing down from the sky. Lin Ling stared at Commander Su Tian and realized that the other party's aura, realm, and boundary essence were all not weak. His left eye quietly appeared and analyzed in secret. Su Tian's realm was higher than his, but Lin Ling was a triple cultivator of essence, qi, and spirit. Every major domain was extremely heaven-defying, and in terms of boundary essence, both of them had converted 20%, but Su Tian's sword was somewhat extraordinary. It seemed to be able to increase the power of boundary essence by 10%. Therefore, if Lin Ling lost, it would be because of that sword. Lin Ling was amazed as he analyzed. His left eye's analytical ability was too strong. In other words, as long as he could seal that sword, Lin Ling would win. You're the king of scouts, so you shouldn't be weak. However, compared to me, you're still far behind. At this moment, Su Tian said indifferently. Not bad. Lin Ling directly admitted. These words surprised Su Tian, because Lin Ling admitted defeat so quickly. However, don't think that I will underestimate you just because you admit defeat. I, Su Tian, have fought with the martial god camp and have never underestimated my opponent. Therefore I will use my full strength. Su Tian said again. As expected of Commander Su Tian, defeat him. Use the Red River sword. With one sword, the Red River will appear. Hearing Su Tian's words, a large number of cheers came from the camp. I also hope that you will use your full strength. Lin Ling slowly pulled out his sword, causing many people's eyes to light up. Because Lin Ling was also using a large sword. This was a large sword against a large sword. Even Su Tian's eyes flashed. This was an ingenious confrontation. In the martial god camp, only I, Su Tian, use an ancient sword as a weapon, and you are the second. However, in the martial god camp, only one person can use an ancient sword. Your sword, break for me. Su Tian's aura became more and more ferocious. Unparalleled boundary essence also erupted. This was 20% of boundary essence. Seeing this, the chess boy and the others immediately shook their heads. Lin Ling, how could they fight? As for the old commanders, they had cold smiles on their faces. 20% of boundary essence was just the beginning. The moment Su Tian drew his sword, it was 30% of boundary essence. Boom! Almost as soon as this thought appeared in their minds, the Red River sword began to tremble. The Red River realm's realm origin energy swept out in a mighty manner. Plop! Before the sword was drawn, the weak soldiers were directly shocked to the point of sitting on the ground. However, at this moment, Lin Ling moved. The 9 steps of celestial and demon appeared. His sword was also drawn. Of course, compared to the Red River sword, his tyrannical song sword was clearly much dimmer. However, just as Su Tian was about to draw his sword, a sword stabbed towards him. Weak strength, weak sword, I don't know how you became a commander. Su Tian smiled disdainfully. With a glance, he could tell that the sword was very ordinary. Then, he wanted to break Lin Ling's sword and even cut off Lin Ling's head. However, at this moment, a sword light flashed over. It was not piercing towards him, but towards his Red River sword. At this moment, Su Tian's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling was not aiming to defeat him, but to pierce his Red River sword? What a joke! His Red River sword was a 6-star immortal weapon. How could Lin Ling's broken sword pose a threat to his Red River sword? However, although that sword did not pose a threat, it was obvious that Su Tian could not draw his sword. If he wanted to draw his sword, then his right arm would be pierced by Lin Ling's sword. At the critical moment, he took a step back and his right hand reached for the Red River sword again. However, Lin Ling followed him like a shadow and stabbed his sword again. His goal was still his Red River sword. Bastard! Su Tian finally let out a roar. Lin Ling's attack was very fierce. He gave up on drawing his sword, and his right hand slapped out fiercely. 20% of his realm essence roared, and that power caused the entire camp to be swept away by a strong wind. In fact, the barracks were rolling in the sky like straw. However, Lin Ling still stabbed his sword. Rumble! The sword and palm collided, and the realm essence erupted, causing many people to be unable to open their eyes. Moreover, they frantically retreated. That power was too terrifying. 20% of realm essence. The first collision caused Su Tian's expression to change drastically. He never expected that Lin Ling also had 20% of realm essence. Moreover, Lin Ling's sword looked ordinary, but it was extremely powerful, as if it had the power of 1,000 caddies. This guy's physical strength is very terrifying. It makes up for the gap between his realm and mine. It seems that I have to use my sword to kill him. Su Tian's attack failed, and the coldness in his heart became stronger. No wonder Lin Ling dared to fight. It turned out that he had converted 20% of his realm essence. However, he had 30% of his realm essence. Lin Ling couldn't cause any waves in front of him. Go to hell, Red River Realm's song. His right hand quickly drew his sword, but he was fast, but Lin Ling was faster. Before he even drew his sword, Lin Ling had already stabbed his sword towards his Red River sword. As a result, Su Tian failed again. He frantically retreated, and his expression became more and more unsightly. Suddenly, his pupils trembled fiercely. He suddenly understood Lin Ling's intention. Because Lin Ling didn't let him use his sword. Yes, his sword was indeed more powerful, but if he couldn't use his sword, then what was the use? You! Su Tian couldn't help but shout angrily. He never expected that Lin Ling actually knew his weakness. Commander Su Tian, you don't have many moves left. Chapter 2207. Going back on his words. You're despicable. Su Tian was infuriated. The crowd watched the battle between the two with their mouths wide open. Lin Ling hadn't been defeated yet? What was going on? Heavens, he broke Su Tian's Red River sword. Not allowing Commander Su Tian to use his sword is equivalent to crippling one of Su Tian's arms. Those old commanders were indeed powerful. They gradually saw through Lin Ling's intentions. As soon as they finished speaking, the entire camp exploded, especially the chess boy and the others. Every one of them had their mouths wide open. They never expected that Lin Ling would have such a move to defeat the enemy. Indeed, they knew that Su Tian had 30% of his realm essence and only needed one sword to defeat Lin Ling. However, they missed the point. If the sword couldn't be used, then what was the use of a sharp sword? Of course, it was easy to say. In fact, if it was any one of them, they couldn't do it. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed relaxed, but in fact, it was extremely dangerous. Because as long as Su Tian used his sword, Lin Ling would die. One thought to hell, one thought to heaven. Lin Ling was dancing between heaven and hell. This guy is crazy enough. None of the onlookers didn't admire him. The eighth move. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. Su Tian's forehead was covered in cold sweat and his teeth were chattering. Obviously, he was furious. He could have won, but he just couldn't draw his sword. Every time he wanted to draw his sword, Lin Ling's sword would be one step faster than his. Unless he didn't want his right arm anymore and risked having it cut off by Lin Ling, he would continue to draw his sword. But he couldn't use his sword. This depressed feeling almost made him vomit blood. As a commander, you should know yourself and know your enemy. You can't sweep away your enemy just because you have a powerful method. Sometimes, an insignificant soldier can decide the outcome of the battle. Commander Su Tian, you have lost. 10th move. At this moment, an ear-piercing and low voice drifted out. Rumble. In the next moment, the two palms collided in the camp. Terrifying gales swept out, as if two worlds were colliding. Plop. A large number of people fell to the ground from the powerful impact, but they couldn't care less about the pain in their buttocks. Their eyes were fixed in front of them. Amidst the sharp wind, two figures stood there calmly. One of them slowly sheathed his sword, while the other finally drew his sword. The person who had sheathed the sword was Lin Ling. The person who pulled out the sword was Su Tian. He finally pulled out his sword, but 10 moves had already passed. He won. Lin Ling actually won. After a moment of silence, a horrified voice finally drifted out. However, it exploded and silenced the entire camp. Yes, Lin Ling won. Moreover, he had defeated the strong as the weak and won beautifully. The faces of the commanders and soldiers paled. They had lost a battle that they were sure to win. Their divine crystals had all been stolen by Lin Ling. They instinctively looked towards Commander Su Tian, and they noticed that the latter was holding his sword and gritting his teeth as he stood there. You finally drew your sword. Lin Ling spoke indifferently. This sentence was extremely sarcastic, and it made Commander Su Tian seem like a clown. He'd risked his life to draw his sword, and he'd only succeeded when he lost. This scene was like a play. Lin Ling shook his head and walked towards the other side. I'll say the same thing again. As a commander, you shouldn't underestimate any soldier on the battlefield. This time, it's just a spar. If a real battle arrives, then your carelessness will cause all your soldiers to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he arrived before the soldier who was in charge of guarding the divine crystals and stretched out his hand. The soldier had a reverent expression as he handed over all the divine crystals with both hands. Thank you. Lin Ling received it with a smile. He fished out 2 divine crystals and tossed them to Tang Yue. This is your reward. It's a pity that you bet too little on me. Otherwise, you could have made a huge profit. Tang Yue was stunned when she heard this. She'd only bet on Lin Ling because she pitied Lin Ling. Who knew that she'd become the only winner? She didn't want Lin Ling to win at all. As for the others, they all had bitter expressions and their bodies were trembling. Especially Commander Su Tian, he lost so much that he went bankrupt. Wait! As he watched Lin Ling leave in a carefree manner, Su Tian finally roared, "Those divine crystals are the blood and sweat of all our commanders. You can't take them away." That's right, let's drop this matter. Leave the divine crystals behind. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of the camp. Guards! The other old commanders all shouted angrily and waved their hands. Clap, clap, clap. A large number of footsteps were heard and the entire camp was surrounded. One had to know that each commander was in charge of a barrack. There were more than 10 of them here, so naturally, there would be a lot of soldiers. Those commanders didn't want Lin Ling to leave with the divine crystals. They weren't willing to accept this. With someone helping him, Commander Su Tian sneered, "You're still too inexperienced. Although you're a commander, you shouldn't have provoked so many commanders at the same time." Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He didn't expect the other party to go back on their words. One had to know that if he lost this bet, he'd have to hand over the Warm Sun Origin Jade. What if I don't hand it over? Lin Ling frowned and said. Then let's ask them. Commander Su Tian laughed loudly and spread his arms. Hundreds responded to his call. Then you won't be able to walk out of the camp. The entire camp erupted in a loud voice. All the soldiers were shouting loudly. This kind of shouting undoubtedly made Commander Su Tian and the others laugh excitedly. Obviously, they were bullying him with numbers. Lin Ling probably had no way out. He couldn't go against everyone's wishes unless he didn't want to stay in the martial god's barracks. Are you going to hand it over or not? Commander Su Tian stroked his chin and said amidst the loud cheers. The chess boy and the others shook their heads. Although Lin Ling was a commander, compared to Su Tian and the others, a recruit like Lin Ling didn't have much prestige. It seemed that Lin Ling could only hand over the divine crystals in a depressed manner. Under countless mocking gazes, Lin Ling nodded and slowly fished out something from his chest. Many people thought that Lin Ling had given in. It seemed that no matter how arrogant a recruit was, he would still have to obediently bow his head in front of a veteran. But in the next moment, a white banner appeared in Lin Ling's hand and was waved by Lin Ling. I asked you to hand over the divine crystals. What are you doing with a broken banner? That's a white banner. Are you surrendering? Su Tian was stunned for a moment before he suddenly burst into laughter. He thought that Lin Ling had gone mad from anger. Unfortunately, what's the use of surrendering? Stop waving it. No matter how you wave it, you still have to hand over the divine crystals. What a beautiful white flag. I bet a piece of divine crystal. I don't want that divine crystal. Give me that white flag. The crowd was also laughing loudly. There was even a soldier who wanted to gain the favor of the commander. He swaggered over to Lin Ling and snatched the banner from Lin Ling's hands. Yo, a small banner with good workmanship. You're waving it. Are you trying to call for reinforcements? Unfortunately, you should use a token instead of waving a white banner. You're so stupid. The soldier sized up the white banner and said with disdain, although the workmanship is good, it's a pity that the embroidery on it is too simple. A banner like this isn't worth much. Chapter 2208. By Ling Flag, the soldier continued to gain the favor of the commander. He placed the white flag on his back and smiled proudly. Sir, do I look like an infantry commander? The moment he said that, the entire barracks burst into laughter. However, no one noticed that the white flag was emitting a faint light. Unfortunately, the light was too weak. On the other hand, the jade tokens on the waists of the chess boy and the others started to flicker. Even the jade tokens of all the scouts started to flicker, except for those who were in seclusion and those who weren't in the martial god barracks. It felt as if something was ordering them around. The chess boy and the others were shocked. Could it be that a great figure was summoning them? However, they didn't think too much about it. It was just a summoning and there was no mission, so there was no rush. Commander Lin Ling, hand over the divine crystal. At this moment, Su Tian stepped forward and pointed his sword at Lin Ling. Hand over the divine crystal. Under his voice, all the commanders shouted loudly. Even the soldiers in the barracks shouted loudly. Their voices were like the roar of war drums. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. The Bai Ling flag didn't have any effect. This was beyond his imagination. Do you regret it now? His appearance undoubtedly made Su Tian think that Lin Ling was scared silly. Since you're so stubborn, then stay here. Su Tian finally drew his sword. 30% of his realm origin was roaring. Although Lin Ling wasn't weak, they had so many commanders on their side. Why would they fear Lin Ling? However, at this moment, a terrifying aura pressed down. It was as if millions of soldiers were roaring. A fierce wind blew in the barracks. Su Tian's expression changed. It was as if he had seen the realm master. He almost couldn't hold his sword firmly. Footsteps sounded. A burly figure walked in like a war god. His pace wasn't fast, but every step he took formed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was an illusion of thunder. What are all of you doing? Why are all of you indifferent when there is a mission from the barracks? The figure was an old man in black armor. His spine was straight, and his gaze was like lightning. He was like a thunder god. Commander Ling Hu. Everyone's expression changed drastically. That old man was the superior above Falling Flowers and Water Sword's head. It was said that he came from the Thunder World and could control the power of the Thunder World. Umph. Unfortunately, in the face of everyone's greetings, the old man coldly snorted. Previously, he had sensed that an order had been issued, and that order was actually to summon all the scouts. Therefore, he had rushed over to see what the mission was. However, who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, he would see a large army gathered here? He didn't know what they were doing. "Are you trying to rebel?" The old man shouted again, causing all the soldiers to tremble in fear. "Sir, it's not like that. That recruit cheated us of our divine crystals, so we called on our subordinates to stop him." Su Tian hurriedly saluted. No matter why this Grand Commander had come, he would definitely put a big hat on Lin Ling first. "Not bad, this recruit is really ruthless. Yes, all of us have been cheated of our divine crystals by that recruit." The other commanders also spoke respectfully. In their opinion, that old man definitely didn't come for Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications. Sure enough, the old man's roar was like a thunderclap. "Don't talk about such trivial matters. I'm asking you, who issued the mission?" Hearing that, Su Tian and the others relaxed. It seemed that this Grand Commander really didn't come for Lin Ling. "We don't know about that, but don't worry, Grand Commander. If there's a mission, we'll definitely be the first to go to the front lines." Su Tian flattered. The old man didn't pay attention to him at all. His gaze swept across the crowd, and then it fell on a soldier. That soldier was like a clown, and there was a flag on his body. Was he dancing? That flag looked familiar. It seemed to be the military command flag that only Lord Huangfuidao had. Was that the white command flag? However, why would such a flag appear on a clown? Where did the flag on your body come from? The old man's expression clearly turned solemn, and even his voice sounded nervous. However, the soldier was even more nervous than him. He couldn't have provoked the thunder god, right? He said nervously, "This flag isn't mine. I saw that it was exquisite, so I wore it for fun. This silly flag belongs to Lin Ling." Su Tian also sensed that something was wrong with the old man, so he hurriedly said. In his opinion, this flag must have violated a great taboo by provoking the old man, so he naturally distanced himself from it. "That's right, it belongs to that recruit. This guy is a man, but he actually embroidered the flag. However, the embroidery on the flag isn't bad. Unfortunately, the pattern is too simple, so it's not worth much. Grand Commander, if you don't like this flag, I'll destroy it for you." As a soldier, he embroidered the flag. How shameful. It looks like the owner of this flag is also a woman. The other commanders flattered one after another. The old man's eyes widened as he finally looked at Lin Ling. "You're saying that this flag belongs to him?" "That's right. Other than an idiot like him, who else in the army would play with flags?" Su Tian nodded immediately. "It's his." The old man's voice was trembling. Of course, he knew that this was the white command flag. It was personally issued by Lord Huangfu. In the entire military camp, not many people were qualified to own it. And to own a white command flag meant that one was a Grand Commander. Their status was the same as theirs. In fact, their status was even higher than that of ordinary Grand Commanders. "Grand Commander, if you don't like this flag, I'll destroy it for you." Su Tian saw the old man's body trembling, so he hurriedly flattered him. Furthermore, he came in front of the soldier, snatched the flag, and threw it on the ground. Most importantly, he stomped on it a few times. "All right." The other commanders all laughed. This action should be able to make the old man happy. "You stomped on this flag?" The old man's eyes widened as his body trembled even more. "That's right. For Grand Commander, I'm willing to go through fire and water without hesitation." Su Tian puffed out his chest and said. Unfortunately, he didn't know that what followed next was not to ask for praise, but to be greeted with anger. "I'll stomp on your whole family." The old man was like a furious thunder god. He took a big step forward, arrived in front of Su Tian, and slapped him. Rumble. The Thunder Realm energy exploded as if a world had exploded. Su Tian was directly smashed into the ground, leaving only his head outside. He kept vomiting blood. Seeing this, the entire barracks fell silent. What happened? However, in their eyes, The old man carefully picked up the white flag and wiped away the footprints on it. Only then did he turn around and walk toward Lin Ling. The entire process was done carefully, as if he was afraid of damaging the flag. Chapter 2209. Commander Lin Ling. He handed the flag to Lin Ling with both hands, his voice extremely polite. Because he knew that Lin Ling's status was actually higher than his. Because Lin Ling was personally awarded the military merit by General Huangfu. Everyone's eyes widened. Some even rubbed their eyes, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Was that stupid white flag worth the old man personally wiping it? From today onwards, we are allies. My name is Linghu Lei. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Linghu. The old man's next sentence almost caused everyone to vomit blood. What the hell was going on? The commander actually took the initiative to befriend Lin Ling? Unfortunately, what surprised them was yet to come. The old man smiled and bowed. In the future, I hope you can take care of me. In the old man's heart, Lin Ling was obviously valued by General Huangfu. He would be a fool if he did not curry favor with such a promising junior. Take care of him? All the soldiers felt that the world was in chaos. Many of them even bit their lips until they bled. Only then did they realize that this was not a dream. Sir, why? Su Tian was buried in the ground, leaving only his head exposed. At this moment he shouted unwillingly. However, the old man ignored him and continued to smile at Lin Ling. Brother Lin Ling, you don't know how to use the white flag, right? Try activating it with your boundary energy. In reality, Lin Ling did not know how to use it. Therefore, after hearing the old man's words, he immediately channeled his boundary energy into the flag. Suddenly, the white light shone brightly and the flag in Lin Ling's hand became huge. It made him look like a charging soldier, holding the flag with one hand and shouting. This was the king of the army. All scouts, listen to my orders. Come immediately. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Bang bang bang. In the military camp, some of the soldiers who were scouts felt their military badges vibrate at this moment. A voice that sounded like the mandate of heaven rang out. Even the chess boy was no exception. What was even more terrifying was that not only this camp, but all the scouts in the martial gods battalion rushed over. Other than those who were in seclusion or in the secret realm, all the other scouts rushed over. In just a short period of time, the barracks was surrounded. Upon closer inspection, there were more than 100,000 scouts. This terrifying scene made Su Tian and the rest of them were ashen. They still did not understand what was going on. However, being surrounded by people made them panicked. Lin Ling was also surprised by the power of the white flag. He quickly looked at the old man. The old man suddenly smiled. I don't know what happened before and I don't want to know. Brother Lin Ling, I won't help you with this. As soon as he said that, Lin was shocked. Lin Ling was is. Everyone was was. However, the old man suddenly said seriously, because you can solve it yourself. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally laughed. Yes, he could handle it himself because he was the great commander. He immediately said in a cold voice, Brothers, someone is trying to slander me. What do you think? Their loud and orderly shouts resounded outside the camp like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. It was like an army was pressing down on them. Su Tian's body was trembling while the other commanders were scared to the point they fell to the ground. Up until now, they still did not know what was going on. They only knew that Lin Ling was like the king of the army. Earlier, these commanders had joined forces and used the soldiers in the camp to force Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling had returned the favor and made even more soldiers surround the barracks. Lin Ling was telling them that they were not qualified to compete in numbers. Amidst the crowd, the chess boy Tang Yue and the others were flabbergasted because they had been summoned by the order as well. Their status was that of a commander. Even with this status, they were summoned. Did this mean that Lin Ling was a commander? Defying your superiors, refusing to mend your ways, and secretly gathering soldiers is a serious crime. However, since you have contributed meritorious service to the martial god camp, I'll spare you the death penalty today. However, you can't escape punishment. Every one of you will be whipped 3,000 times and stripped of your commander's position. Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out amidst the deafening noise. Thump. The hearts of the commanders pounded violently. One had to know that the position of commander was not something that could be obtained easily. Moreover, they had long been accustomed to the status of a superior. However, from today onwards, they would be reduced to a small soldier. This was more painful than being killed. Sir, I can't accept this. Lin Ling is just a new recruit. What right does he have to strip us of our positions? Su Tian roared loudly, causing the commander beside him to roar furiously as well. Ha! Lin Ling laughed and raised the flag in his hand. Based on everyone's voices. Strip us of our commander's position. Under his flag, all the scouts shouted loudly. In fact, they didn't know why they had to listen to Lin Ling's words. However, their military tokens told them that they had to listen to the orders of their superior. Otherwise, they would be punished according to the military rules. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Sometimes, they didn't need to understand why their superior was doing this. They only needed to know the order. As for the soldiers under Su Tian's banner, their faces were pale. They glanced at Su Tian, then stared at Lin Ling, and finally followed suit. Strip us of our commander's position. Now, Su Tian's soldiers had become Lin Ling's soldiers. Su Tian and the others were so angry that their eyes turned red. If you don't mend your ways, every one of you will be whipped 10,000 times and sent to raise horses. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. No! I can't accept this. Sir Linghu, please uphold justice for us. Su Tian and the others roared angrily again. They were going to raise horses? They were even inferior to small soldiers? Hearing those words, the old man shook his head. In fact, you have contributed to the martial god barracks, so the previous punishment was indeed a little heavy. As soon as he said this, hope rose in Su Tian and the others' hearts. However, he's not someone you can provoke. Even I can't provoke him. However, the old man's next sentence directly sent them to prison, never to be free. You are the commanders of the martial god barracks, so you don't know about the black flag, white flag, and so on. The white flag is a title personally conferred by Sir Huangfu. In the entire martial god barracks, only a few people are qualified, and the one who holds the flag is the Grand Commander. Boom. Following the old man's last sentence, the entire barracks exploded. Everyone finally knew how terrifying that flag was. The white flag was conferred by the general himself and represented the position of the Grand Commander. This meant that Lin Ling was the Grand Commander, yet they actually besieged the Grand Commander? Did they have a death wish? Plop. The chess boy and the others were stunned and fell to the ground in fright. No wonder they were also summoned. Lin Ling was their superior. Chapter 2210. Valkyrie Lake. This was especially true for the soldier who had stuck the white flag behind his back. He was so frightened that he sat down. Furthermore, the smell of urine wafted out from his pants. Had he been toying with Bai Lingqi? Did he just mock Bai Lingqi? This was a violation of military rules. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to kill him. Everyone involved in this matter will be whipped 5,000 times. Lin Ling issued another order. He would not show mercy to his enemies. In fact, if it wasn't for the old man beside him, he would have killed them long ago. He still had to give some face to that old man. However, to be stripped of their commander status and to raise horses, this punishment was actually more painful than killing them. After all, Su Tian and the rest must have offended a lot of people, and now that they were in dire straits, those soldiers who were bullied in the past would definitely become the masters. Plop. Following his voice, more people fell to the ground in fright. The other soldiers looked at Lin Ling with reverence, as if they were looking at the true king of scouts, the rising star of the Martial God Battalion. Many commanders in the other areas of the Martial Gods Battalion were flabbergasted as well. After all, not just anyone could summon so many soldiers. Lin Ling's harvest this time was quite good, so he didn't stay for long and left the barracks. That man by the name of Linghu Lei also followed with a smile on his face. Of course, while he appeared to be very amiable on the surface, his heart was still rumbling. Of course he recognized Lin Ling. He knew that he was one of Huang Qi's soldiers. Who would have thought that this Lin Ling would actually be valued by Lord Huangfu, and was now on equal footing with him? Congratulations. From today onwards, Brother Huang Qi will have to call you brother. After all, not just anyone can possess a white command flag. Ling Hu Lei said with a smile. There was no trace of arrogance in his tone. Thank you for your reminder, old brother Ling Hu. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to use this white flag. Lin Ling said politely. No, you're too polite. Ling Hu Lei hurriedly waved his hand. How could he dare to claim credit for himself? He smiled and said, Brother Lin Ling, you've soared to the heavens in one fell swoop. However, you still have to go to the Martial God Lake. That's where we should be going this time, right? Yes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Every new member of the Martial God Battalion will have the opportunity to go to the Martial God Lake. The Martial God Lake has a collection of martial arts from 10,000 worlds. It's vast, boundless, and profound. However, it's not easy to obtain the martial arts of the Martial God Lake. Ling Hu Lei narrowed his old eyes and said meaningfully. Lin Ling immediately sensed something and hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I hope elder brother can give me some pointers. There's no need to talk about pointers. That's because the Martial God Lake has accumulated too many boundary origin martial arts. Therefore, the boundary origin is extremely vast. Those who aren't strong can only obtain ordinary boundary origin martial arts. If you want better boundary origin martial arts, you'll need the help of the chief guard of the Martial God Lake. Ling Hu Lei laughed and said, What elder brother Ling Hu means is that if I take a fancy to a good boundary origin martial art, I only need the chief guard to help me. Lin Ling asked. However, Ling Hu Lei shook his head. That's not true. Others can do that, but old brother Lin Ling doesn't need to. This is because the white flag is able to withstand 5 world essence attacks at the Martial God Lake. This flag is extremely fierce. Lord Huangfu should have told you that this flag can withstand 3 world king attacks. Hearing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Elder brother Ling Hu, are you saying that as long as I take a fancy to a martial art, I can take it? Younger brother Lin Ling is truly intelligent. Ling Hu Lei smiled and nodded. Then he said, I hope that younger brother Lin Ling won't tell Lord Huangfu about what happened in the barracks. Before, Bai Lingqi had been ignored by everyone. If Huangfu Yidao were to learn of this, then Ling Hu Lei would be whipped. What happened before? What happened? I forgot. Lin Ling blinked his eyes and asked in confusion. Ling Hu Lei immediately laughed. This Lin Ling really knew how to conduct himself. This meant that Lin Ling wouldn't tell Lord Huangfu about what happened before. Ling Hu Lei couldn't help but sigh. This was because when he saw Lin Ling's youth, he thought that Lin Ling was frivolous and arrogant. But who knew that Lin Ling was also a shrewd person? This meant that Lin Ling had experienced many trials and tribulations. He was much calmer and more reserved than the geniuses of the various worlds. After the two exchanged a few words, Lin Ling headed towards the Martial God Lake. As long as he could find the boundary origin martial arts he needed, Lin Ling could return to his hometown. Lin Ling, are you also going to the Martial God Lake? On the way, Lin Ling met 3 familiar faces. They were Fairy Danxia and the others. After chatting for a while, they also moved forward together. After all, they were this year's new recruits. Going to the Martial God Lake was their primary goal. The Martial God Lake was at the center of the Martial God Barracks. Looking at it, the lake was extremely majestic. There was a huge black hole in the sky, and lake water was constantly flowing out, forming a mysterious secret realm. Being in the Martial God Lake was like being in a secret realm. At this moment, a large number of young people were standing around the Martial God Lake, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. These young people were clearly this year's new recruits. In addition to the scouts, there were also cavalry, spearmen, shieldmen, sword-shield soldiers, archers, and soldiers. If these soldiers were placed in any other world, they would be extremely powerful existences. However, in the Martial God world, they were merely fledgling cultivators. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect there to be so many people. Before our scout mission, the cavalry also had a mission, as did the archers and shieldmen. Fairy Danxia said from the side. It seems like the martial god lake's martial arts are really amazing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come. Lu Chengfeng stared at the huge ancient lake in front of him. At this moment, the ancient lake was extremely quiet. Only a large number of voices could be heard from the shore. However, in the next moment, the black hole in the sky seemed to have burst a dam, and a large amount of lake water flowed out. Moreover, in the lake water, an extremely dazzling light was flowing with the waves. "It's mine!" Someone shouted angrily and pounced towards the lake water. With a grab of his right hand, the light fell into his hand. First grade low-tier boundary origin martial art, Rushing Bull Realm's boundary origin bull palm. That person shouted excitedly. On the shore, some people were envious, some people were disdainful. A first-grade low-tier boundary origin martial art was obviously not something that everyone valued. What many people wanted was a higher-grade boundary origin martial art. At this moment, more lake water flowed down from the sky. Within it, there was a purple light that flowed like a pearl. Moreover, it was even more dazzling than the previous light. "It's mine!" Someone with sharp eyes immediately made a move. Rumble. However, before he could get close, he was hit by the lake water and spat out blood, smashing into the lake water. Ha! Instantly, a large number of mocking laughter came from the shore. How can this be? Pan Luyun was puzzled. Lin Ling explained with a smile. The higher the grade of the boundary origin martial art, the stronger the boundary origin of the lake water that activates the martial art. Therefore, without a certain level of strength, it is impossible to obtain the martial art. I see. Chapter 22:11. Lin Ling again. At this moment, the lake water in the sky gushed out again. Seeing this, Lu Chengfeng suddenly became excited. That martial art seems to be very suitable for me. His talent allowed him to detect that the martial art was of the wind attribute. It should be a martial art that came from Western Jia. After his voice, someone shouted, "It's the heavenly wind divine technique of the heavenly wind realm." Hearing this, many people were tempted, but they also knew that the stronger the martial arts, the harder it was to obtain. Therefore, those who were not strong could only watch helplessly. "I'll help you." At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly said something. After he finished speaking, he shot forward. "Lin Ling." Lu Chengfeng was startled, but soon after, he felt warmth in his heart. Meeting Lin Ling was his greatest fortune in the martial god realm. Pan Luyun and Fairy Danxia also showed a grateful expression. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would definitely be miserable right now. And Lin Ling had the opportunity to help them. Every time he helped them, he didn't ask for anything in return. This kind of friend was worth having. Who is that idiot? Seeing Lin Ling rush out, a large amount of mocking laughter came from the shore, thinking that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. "It's him." It was Luo Hua Lushui and the others. Then they sneered. Di Baimo shook his head in disdain. "Idiot, it's obvious that you don't know the rules of the martial god lake." "Let's wait and see," Wu Qingzi said. Not far away from them, the chess boy and the others had also arrived. When the chess boy saw the mocking smiles of Di Baimo and the others, he immediately wanted to tell them that the current Lin Ling was not simple. Why should we tell them? In any case, they don't know that Lin Ling is the great commander. It's good to let them suffer a little. However, Tang Yue, who was beside him, revealed a devilish smile. The chess boy was taken aback and immediately nodded with a smile. Previously, Lin Ling had summoned all the scouts, but the martial god lake was a secret realm, so falling flowers, flowing water, and the others had not received any orders. And Lin Ling was not a pushover. Letting falling flowers, flowing water sword, and the others provoke Lin Ling was not a bad idea. 200 deity crystals. At this moment, Wu Qingzi shouted. At this moment, boundary essence appeared around Lin Ling's body, blocking the impact of the lake's boundary essence. However, just as he was about to grab the light, an old hand was faster than him and snatched the light first. Then, the mysterious person held the light and floated above the lake. This time, Lin Ling was stunned. Did someone beat him to it and snatch his harvest? 200 deity crystals, and this heavenly wind divine technique is yours. Floating above the lake was an old man in brown armor. He did not even look at Lin Ling. After a faint smile, he threw the light at Wu Qingzi. Lin Ling frowned and looked at him. Ha, idiot. Lin Ling's reaction made the crowd burst into laughter. Lin Ling, I'm sorry, but I want this boundary essence martial art. After Wu Qingzi caught the light, he shook his finger at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes turned icy cold when he saw this, and he looked at the old man and said, I was the one who used this martial technique first. As the supervisor of the martial god lake, aren't you being too overbearing by forcefully taking it from me? Although you made the first move, you did not get the martial art, so it does not count. Moreover, there is an unwritten rule in the martial god lake. If someone makes a bid, I will snatch the martial art for him. You are a new recruit, so you don't know about this rule. The old man said flatly. Of course, Lin Ling knew about the rule. However, he thought that the old man would only snatch the martial art if others could not snatch it. Who knew that the old man would break the rule and snatch the martial art from others for the sake of deity crystals? Although it is an unwritten rule, it is better to keep a low profile. Lin Ling said coldly. Are you lecturing me? Get lost. The old man shouted angrily and his attitude was ferocious. Lin Ling, the martial art that I want belongs to me. When Wu Qingzi saw that Lin Ling was in dire straits, he shook his finger and said arrogantly. Ha! Falling flowers, flowing water, and the rest laughed crazily. Especially when they saw Lin Ling nodding his head and returning to the shore, they laughed even louder. Lin Ling, a new recruit, dared to be so arrogant? That new recruit is so stupid. He dared to go against the supervisor of the martial god lake. He might be killed by the supervisor. Who cares about him? Every year, there are some new recruits who are killed. However, after this incident, that new recruit should know the rules and won't dare to be arrogant anymore. The new recruits on the shore started to discuss. But at this moment, the lake water in the sky surged down again and an extremely cold light appeared. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the lake water froze in the sky for a long time. This meant that the martial art was not of a low grade. It is definitely a high-grade boundary origin martial art. The crowd was excited. However, that martial art was not something that an ordinary person could obtain. Only the supervisor could snatch it. 300 deity crystals. At this moment, someone shouted. It was Dimo. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to that martial art and was using the price to get the supervisor to snatch it. 320 deity crystals. However, he was not the only one who had taken a fancy to it. Tang Yue had also taken a fancy to it because she sensed that it was an ice-based boundary origin martial art. 350 deity crystals. Dimo continued to bid, causing Tang Yue to snort. In the end, she became silent. Obviously, she did not have so many deity crystals on her. At this moment, Lin Ling was also staring at the light and his eyes were flickering. Lin Ling, have you taken a fancy to that martial art? We have deity crystals here. Take as many as you want. Lu Qingfeng immediately said. Previously, because of him, Lin Ling had been ridiculed by others. Therefore, he felt very guilty. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and said, I have indeed taken a fancy to it. How many deity crystals do you want? Lu Qingfeng and Pan Liun both said. No need. I don't want a single deity crystal. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and his eyes became extremely cold. After saying this, he rushed forward. I have taken a fancy to this martial art. At this moment, the crowd was still bidding. In the end, the martial art was obtained by Dimo. However, Lin Ling's voice drifted out like thunder, causing the ancient lake to become silent. Him again? Is he crazy? He wants to snatch the martial art again. He is courting death. Humph, do you think he can get such a martial art? The crowd did not expect Lin Ling to dare to come out. They immediately laughed at him. However, Dimo, Wu Qingzi, and the rest sneered. Lin Ling was infuriated. Therefore, he had overestimated himself and wanted to snatch the martial art. Even the general manager of the martial god lake did not make a move. In his opinion, there was no need for him to make a move. The boundary essence in the lake was enough to tear Lin Ling apart. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Ling's body shone brightly as if he was protected by a water curtain. He reached out his hand and grabbed the martial art from the lake. He had prepared this martial art for Yuer because it was very suitable for Yuer's talent. When the martial art was in his hand, the ancient lake was in complete silence. Chapter 22:12. Earth-shattering, how is this possible? Unless you have converted 40% of your boundary essence, it is impossible to withstand the impact of the lake water. The manager looked as if he had seen a ghost. He even rubbed his eyes to see what cultivation level Lin Ling was at. However, the truth was that Lin Ling was only at rank 6 Martial Emperor realm. He did not know that Lin Ling had the white token flag and could withstand the impact of the ancient lake 5 times. It could be said that while others needed to use divine crystals to purchase martial arts, Lin Ling did not need to do so. If he wanted any martial arts, he could just take it. At that moment, Di Baimo and the others were also staring at Lin Ling. They were roaring furiously in their hearts. However, at that moment, they realized that Lin Ling was also looking at them. This guy is courting death. Di Baimo shouted. He wanted to see what Lin Ling was going to say. Could it be that he was going to apologize? However, Lin Ling was expressionless. He slowly stretched out his right hand. This action confused many people. However, in the next moment, they finally knew what Lin Ling was going to do. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and shook his finger. I'm sorry, but I'm interested in this martial art. Yes. Wasn't that shaking action what Wu Qingzi had done earlier? Instantly, Wu Qingzi and the others were so angry that their bodies trembled. They still did not understand how Lin Ling had succeeded. Hence, they thought that Lin Ling was just lucky. As for the others, their mouths were wide open. This guy was crazy. Everyone's attention was attracted by Lin Ling. Lin Ling also turned around and looked at the manager. Sorry, I did not spend a single cent. This martial arts is mine. Yes. After saying that, he flew back to the shore. The manager's old face turned green with anger. Lin Ling had obtained the martial arts without spending a single cent. If he had taken action earlier, he would have gotten close to 400 divine crystals. This young man was so hateful. If he did not have to continue hosting, he would have killed Lin Ling. Wow, amazing. Yes. You are indeed the boss. After Lin Ling's return, Lu Chengfeng and the rest started cheering loudly. Their excited voices made the people who were gloating on the shore feel like ducks that had been grabbed by their necks. They couldn't say a word. Crash. After that, the lake water continued to flow down from the sky. However, most of them were first-grade low-tier martial arts, so many people tried to snatch them. Even Pan Luyun made a move. As for the manager, he didn't make a move because a martial art that was too cheap couldn't be sold for much. Moreover, he was secretly collecting money. This was against the rules, so it was impossible for him to collect money for any martial art, unless it was a high-level martial art. Not long after, the black hole in the sky suddenly fell silent. This silence lasted for a full 15 minutes. On the shore, everyone stopped breathing. The reason for that was because they sensed that the following world origin martial arts were likely to be extremely extraordinary. Mine. I must get this martial art. Let's see who has more money. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others were also extremely nervous. Boom. At this moment, the lake water erupted from the black hole. The lake water was directly blasted out. In the lake water, a white light shot out like a shooting star. This light was currently the most dazzling. The martial art in the light was likely to be a second-grade world origin martial art. In that short moment, everyone's eyes turned red. If they could get that martial art, then they could shine in the upcoming divine list battle. 500 divine crystals. Wu Qing roared directly. His voice was very fast, as if he was afraid that the martial art would be snatched away by others. 600 divine crystals. However, Mo followed closely behind. 1000. Falling Flowers' flowing water sword was unwilling to give up. The manager smiled as he listened to their bids. For the time being, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move because if he wanted to get that martial art, unless he was a world king, ordinary people couldn't resist the world origin in the lake water. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. 1500. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy. In the end, Falling Flowers' flowing water sword roared and shouted out the final price with a red face. 1,500 divine crystals. This Falling Flowers' flowing water sword is really rich. He is the successor of the 10 great sword immortals of Qingzhou. His foundation must be rich. What a pity that martial art. Sigh. Alas, we can only look up. Sigh. Many people shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't shout such a price. Moreover, they couldn't afford to offend the successor of the 10 great sword immortals of Qingzhou. This martial art is the sword world's profound sword record. 30,000 years ago, the Sword Emperor practiced it and shook the sword world. Later, the Sword Emperor fell, and this world origin martial art was passed down. The manager said lightly. His voice directly made everyone's breathing quicken, especially Falling Flowers' flowing water sword. He was so excited that his body trembled. Moreover, he stared at Lin Ling mockingly. Lin Ling was lucky to get a martial art before, but that was just luck. The profound sword record was obviously not something that Lin Ling could get. Moreover, in the divine list battle, he had to rely on the profound sword record to defeat Lin Ling. Your complacency has come to an end. Sigh. Falling Flowers' flowing water sword directly shook his finger at Lin Ling previously. Lin Ling shook his finger at him. Now, he was returning the favor. At the same time, the manager made his move. As if he was moving forward in a monstrous wave, his big hand grabbed at the profound sword record. But at this time, Lin Ling also moved, following closely behind the manager. The manager didn't know that someone dared to snatch the martial art. Just as his hand was about to grab the light, an arm was faster than him and grabbed the light. This martial art belongs to me. In the next moment, a voice that shocked the martial god lake floated out. Under countless gazes, the blue-robed youth held the profound sword record in his hand and looked at the crowd with a faint smile. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, and it was like an earth-shattering earthquake, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Him again? One had to know that the lake water that enveloped the profound sword record, the power of the boundary essence had probably reached 80%. However, Lin Ling had succeeded again. It's you again. The manager was stunned, but soon he hysterically roared, I was the one who sold this profound sword record first. You snatched the martial art from me, aren't you too overbearing? Everyone could hear that he seemed to have gone crazy. Of course, no one would be in a good mood because the martial art was sold for 15 million divine crystals. Now that the shining silver had disappeared, who wouldn't be angry? Although you sold it first, it doesn't count if you don't get it. Lin Ling smiled and said faintly. This was what the general manager had said before, and now he was returning the words back to him. The previous manager didn't care about the rules, so why should he, Lin Ling, care about the rules? After saying that, Lin Ling turned around and left. However, on the way, he paused, stretched out his right hand again, and shook it in an extremely arrogant manner. No one can snatch the martial art that I want. His voice and actions were undoubtedly enough to drive people mad, because this was the second time he shook his finger. Sure enough, the flowing water sword and the others on the shore were all stunned, and veins appeared on their foreheads. Chapter 22:13. The steward makes a move. You've got guts. All right, I'll play with you. Let's see if you can shake your finger a third time. That's a very arrogant move, but you can't do it more than 3 times. Try shaking it again. The Falling Flowers' flowing water sword, Mo, and Wu Qingzi all shouted coldly. A bone-chilling aura was emitted from their bodies, causing the crowd to squint their eyes. The 3 of them had powerful backgrounds. One of them was the descendant of the 10-sword celestials in Qingzhou, the other was the son of Taizu, and Wu Qingzi was said to be from a certain dynasty. He was also extremely powerful. Lin Ling actually provoked such people, and 3 of them at once. Lin Ling's guts were not small. Don't do it more than 3 times, I agree. If not for the fact that auctioning martial arts was against the rules, he would have already killed Lin Ling. However, he would endure it one last time. Of course, while he was furious, he was also puzzled. Why was Lin Ling not afraid of the martial god lake's boundary essence? This was too strange. Crush. The lake water gushed out again, but this time, it was clearly not a powerful martial art. However, the crowd subconsciously wanted to see if Lin Ling was interested. If Lin Ling made a move, they wouldn't want that martial art anymore. However, Lin Ling had a calm look on his face. He was clearly not interested in that martial art. This guy actually made all the rookies respect him. On the shore, the chess boy was speechless. Moreover, he was very jealous. They were both recruits, so why was Lin Ling so much more dazzling than him? It's just temporary arrogance, Tang Yue said with extreme dissatisfaction. Crush. And at this moment, the black hole in the sky spewed out lake water. The pressure of the boundary essence was extremely strong, but what was surprising was that the lake water flowed out continuously, but no martial arts could be seen flowing out. This was another anomaly. The martial arts brought by this wave of lake water were definitely not weak. This martial art we wanted. That's right. It can only be taken by the 3 of us. Anyone who dares to take it is going against the 3 of us. At this time, a low voice floated out. It was falling flowers, flowing water, and sword talking. They were threatening everyone. In fact, their words were more for Lin Ling to hear. They were telling Lin Ling to come and snatch it. Let's see how you snatch it. They're at each other's throats. However, this time, Manager Lin Ling will definitely pay attention to Lin Ling. He definitely won't let Lin Ling succeed. That must be it. Without a doubt, everyone wanted to see if Lin Ling could still be so arrogant. You're Lin Ling, right? I can tell you that it's the Wui Divine Tree art from the Tree World. It's a 5 elements origin martial art. However, this martial art now belongs to the 3 of them. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The general manager also coldly said. His tone was filled with an extremely thick murderous aura. In reality, he also wanted to see if Lin Ling would dare to attack. He definitely wouldn't dare. I've said before that anyone can only wag their fingers twice in front of us. It's impossible for them to do it a 3rd time. Falling Blossom Flowing Water sneered as he shook his head. After he finished speaking, he looked at DBIMO and the other man. That martial art, I'll bid 1,000. 1,200 divine gems. 1,500 divine gems. The 3 of them started bidding arrogantly. They looked extremely rampant. Suddenly, there was a lot of laughter from the shore. The crowd seemed to know that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to attack again, so they all started laughing at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's face was still calm. After Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others started bidding, he finally said lightly, "I'm interested in this martial art." His words undoubtedly made all the laughter disappear. "Oh, I wonder how much you'll bid?" Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the other 2 immediately looked at Lin Ling and smiled. "I won't pay a single cent." Lin Ling also smiled. His smile was a little cold. "Then you can try it." The other 3 people on the other side also revealed cold smiles. Their gazes collided in midair, and intense sparks bloomed. Boom! At that moment, the lake water finally erupted. A colorful ancient tree surged out along with the waves. Seeing this, countless people sucked in cold air. This was definitely a 2nd-grade boundary origin martial art. Wui Divine Tree Technique. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He moved and rushed forward. This set of boundary origin martial art was prepared for Yu Yu because it was very suitable for Yu Yu's talent. This guy is really courting death. Everyone stared at Lin Ling. They never thought that Lin Ling would really dare to attack. The corner of the general manager's mouth suddenly curled into a cold smile. His hands were behind his back. There was already 50% boundary origin there. It was enough to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, just as he was about to move, the jade pendant on his waist rang. "Old he, Did a great commander called Lin Ling come to your place? The voice from the jade pendant came from Great Commander Ling Hu. In terms of status, Great Commander Ling Hu was obviously higher than the general manager. It's old brother Ling Hu. However, I only have new recruits here. Where did the great commander come from? The general manager said suspiciously. It's a new recruit. His name is Lin Ling. Pay more attention to him. If you see him, take care of him. Let me remind you, don't provoke him. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you. The voice from the jade pendant became serious. The general manager's heart trembled. To be able to make Great Commander Ling Hu say this, that guy called Lin Ling obviously had a powerful background. However, who was Lin Ling? Why had he never heard of this great commander? Old he, are you there? However, at that moment, the voice from the jade pendant came again. It was Great Commander Huang Qi. The general manager was stunned. Why were there so many senior commanders looking for him today? It made him feel like his face had been enhanced. I have a brother here called Lin Ling. Help him. This will only benefit you. There are no disadvantages. Don't provoke him. Otherwise, prepare to lose your head. Great Commander Huang Qi's voice was polite at first, but it became threatening later on. Cold sweat broke out on the general manager's forehead. For Lin Ling again? His eyes wandered and suddenly fixed on Lin Ling. He seemed to have heard that the arrogant new recruit was called Lin Ling. Boom! His heart instantly exploded. Without another word, he pounced on Lin Ling. The general manager finally made a move. That new recruit is dead meat. Many people who had been staring at the general manager all this time finally laughed. As for Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword, they were also shaking their heads. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so stupid. He knew it was a dead end, but he still dared to charge in. They could even imagine the scene of Lin Ling being obliterated alive. Do you think he will be dismembered by 5 horses? Although the general manager's position isn't high, he is guarding the martial god lake. His strength can't be underestimated. Lin Ling is just a new recruit. How can he block the general manager's attack? I think he can kill Lin Ling in one move. However, before killing Lin Ling, the general manager will definitely teach him a lesson. The three of them spoke in a carefree manner. Chapter 22:14. The 4th time, the 5th time. Although it was Lin Ling who made the first move, the manager seemed to have sped up. Before Lin Ling could get his hands on the martial arts, the manager had already taken the martial arts in his hands. What happened next didn't need to be guessed. As for Lin Ling, he frowned. Why did this old man have to go against him? However, what happened next made everyone confused. The manager smiled respectfully and handed the martial arts to Lin Ling with both hands. How could I trouble you to take the martial arts personally? If you have any martial arts that you like, you can just ask me for help. After he said that, the ancient lake was once again shaken. It even had the power to shake the mountains. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and Sword were stunned. The surrounding soldiers were also stunned. They wanted to see the scene of Lin Ling being taught a lesson. Who knew that the manager would personally hand over the martial arts? Moreover, his attitude was extremely respectful. Of course, it wasn't just them. Even Lin Ling was a little surprised. However, after thinking about it, he knew that the manager had guessed his identity. Thank you so much. Lin Ling waved his hand and kept the martial arts without hesitation. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Although Lin Ling's attitude was very cold, the manager had a smile on his face. At this point, if people still couldn't detect a trace of strangeness, then they would be fools. Could it be that Lin Ling's identity was extraordinary? Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and Sword stared at Lin Ling. They were also guessing Lin Ling's identity. However, at this moment, Lin Ling had already turned around. Moreover, he extended his right hand and pointed his finger at the sky. He shook it lightly. The martial arts that I like, it belongs to me. This action of shaking his finger caused the ancient lake to become silent. Previously, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and Sword had said that Lin Ling wouldn't shake his finger a 3rd time. However, now Lin Ling told them that nothing was impossible. Are you guys angry? I shook my finger again. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. However, his eyes were extremely cold as he said, "Let alone the third time, even if it's the fourth or fifth time, I will still shake it." After he finished speaking, he strode forward, but his finger was still wagging. He didn't even look at falling flowers, flowing water, and the others. His carefree and unrestrained appearance was undoubtedly extremely shocking. Of course, to Falling Flowers Flowing Water Swords group, this was incomparably hateful. The more they threatened Lin Ling, the more Lin Ling shook his finger. His finger was like a silent mockery, challenging their bottom line. He even shook his finger until they cried. Lin Ling's principle was to treat others how they treated him. It was Wu Qingzi and the rest who provoked Lin Ling first. In that case, Lin Ling would play along with them. Die. The three of them were furious. They flew out from the shore and attacked Lin Ling. They are crazy. How dare they attack at the Martial God Lake? They have a strong background, and that Lin Ling recruit seems to have a strong background as well. However, he shouldn't be comparable to Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the rest. Seeing this, many people were looking forward to seeing who was more powerful among this year's genius scouts. However, their gazes wandered. In the sky, the youth in the blue robe was still strolling forward with the ancient sword on his back. His long hair was fluttering, and his finger was still wagging gently. The most terrifying thing was that he didn't even look at Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the rest. What an arrogant scout. I heard that Lin Ling is the king of scouts. Today, I see that in terms of boldness and calmness, he is indeed much more powerful than Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the rest. Many soldiers couldn't help but admire him. At this moment, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky and slammed down on Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the rest. It was the director who had attacked. "Director, I am the successor of the Qingzhou Top 10 Sword Celestials. You dare to touch the people of the great ancestor?" Sensing the terrifying aura, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the rest shouted coldly. They were obviously using their status to oppress the director. They didn't believe that a mere Lin Ling could be more noble than the three of them. Sure enough, the hand in the sky paused slightly, as if it was afraid. This made Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the rest sneer. However, their smiles didn't last long. "In my territory, even if the martial god is here, you will still have to kneel down." Rumble. The huge hand slammed down again. "You're crazy." Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the rest's faces were distorted, and they were so angry that they lost their minds. For the sake of Lin Ling, the general manager actually attacked them? Boom. Unfortunately, the answer they got was a huge hand that directly suppressed them into the Martial God Lake, and all of them became drowned rats. Looking at the director in the sky again, at this moment, his body was emitting a dazzling light. Above his head, an ancient huge tower also appeared. His talent seemed to be that tower. "Wake up and get out of here. If you continue to be arrogant, don't blame me for killing you." A voice filled with murderous intent drifted out. In the Martial God Lake, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the rest's faces were ashen. They had lost face today, and they had lost face in front of all the new recruits. As for the people on the shore, their faces were pale. They vaguely knew that Lin Ling's background was more ferocious than the three of them. "Lin Ling, if you like any martial arts, I'll get it for you. Let's see who dares to snatch it from you." Then, the director shouted domineeringly. At this moment, he was openly standing on Lin Ling's side. "Thanks," Lin Ling said calmly. Originally, he was angry with the director, but this guy knew how to behave, so he let him go. Then Lin Ling looked at Lu Chengfeng and the rest and said, "If you like any martial arts, just take it. Let's see who dares to snatch it from you." Lu Chengfeng and the rest were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so fierce. But soon, they all smiled and nodded. I envy them. Many of the new recruits stared at Lu Chengfeng and the others. Some even licked their lips. With the help of the head steward, Lin Ling was now the ruler of the Martial God Lake. Moreover, he didn't need to pay a single cent to obtain the martial arts. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. As for Qi Tong and Tang Yue, although they looked at Lin Ling with disdain, they were extremely envious. Of course, they were also a little excited because it felt good to see D by Mo and the rest being humiliated. In fact, they already knew that if they dared to provoke a ruthless person like Lin Ling, the consequences would be obvious. Lin Ling, see you at the divine list. At this moment, falling flowers, flowing water soared, and the rest climbed out from the shore and roared unwillingly. Stray dogs? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. Let's see who's the stray dog then. After saying this, the three of them snorted and left. Regardless of Lin Ling's identity, they firmly believed that they were definitely stronger than Lin Ling in terms of strength. The divine list, huh? Lin Ling was looking forward to it, but the most important thing now was to return to his hometown. Chapter 22:15. He could get wind and rain whenever he wanted. Then, Lin Ling found Commander Huang Qi and gave him some instructions before heading back to his hometown. He had benefited a lot from this trip to the Martial God Barracks. There was indeed a reason why the mysterious young man had guided him here. I got the Warm Sun Origin Jade. Xin Yuanga and the others can be saved. However, I don't know what happened in my world. Lin Ling was excited as he set foot on his journey again. He recalled his journey to the Martial God Barracks and the competition in the Martial God Barracks. Then he became a commander. All of this was extremely rare. A day later, Lin Ling arrived at the place where he had first arrived. The two mysterious guardians were still sitting on top of the two mountains. When they saw Lin Ling, they were shocked. Did you succeed in going to the Martial God Barracks? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Lin Ling came from the North Territory like him. Therefore, he had a deep impression of Lin Ling. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I have become a member of the Martial God Barracks. Lin Ling quickly bowed. The two of them treated him with sincerity, so he was very polite. Hee, that's good. I thought you would fail. I wanted to guide you to the South Territory to gain experience before going to the Martial God Barracks. I didn't expect you to exceed our expectations. The other old man stroked his beard and said, however, you seem to have gained a lot in the Martial God Barracks. I remember that you were a rank 4 Martial Emperor. Now, you have reached rank 6 Martial Emperor. Not bad, not bad. Since you've already become a member of the Martial God Battalion, then spread out your divine Qi concealment art. I'll see if I can give you some pointers and improve your boundary essence. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling kindly and said. Lin Ling immediately nodded. The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction and said, because you have improved by 2 ranks, if you have someone to guide you, it is possible for your boundary essence to be converted to 20%. It turned out that he saw that Lin Ling's cultivation had improved, so he wanted to help Lin Ling improve his boundary essence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the two of them narrowed their eyes. They sensed that Lin Ling had converted 20% of his boundary essence. This guy. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes were filled with shock. His cultivation had improved and his boundary essence was it not enough? They didn't know how that guy cultivated. Looks like you don't need our guidance. However, you want to return to your hometown, right? Before that, you must cultivate the realm search technique because the myriad of worlds is vast, and it won't be easy to find your hometown. A jade slip appeared in the old man's right hand, and he tossed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was Lin Ling. However, he still Lin's Lin quickly in. In the chaos of the universe, boundary essence is everywhere. You have to be able to travel the universe and use the boundary essence in your body to find your hometown. However, when you become a true boundary lord, you won't have to go through so much trouble. Because when you become a boundary lord, you can call the wind and summon the rain in such a weak world. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling meaningfully. He pointed with his right hand and the scene of a world appeared in front of him. He didn't know which world it was, but compared to Lin Ling world, the strength of the cultivators in that world was obviously stronger. I want wind, so there is wind. The middle-aged man's face became serious and domineering. In that world, the wind was raging. Seeing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. What terrifying strength! I want rain, so there is rain. The middle-aged man waved his hand indifferently. In that world, a torrential downpour was falling, causing the cultivators of that world to tremble in fear. This was the power of a boundary lord. I want wind, so there is wind. I want rain, so there is rain. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His left eye kept flashing. Faintly, he suddenly understood what a boundary lord was. A boundary lord controlled the boundary essence and could summon all the laws of heaven and earth. He could even change the laws. He could call for wind and rain. Not bad. You have already comprehended it. Now, try practicing the world-searching technique. The old man reminded him. Thank you, seniors, for your reminder. Lin Ling was grateful. This was a kind of guidance on the martial arts realm. The guidance seemed simple, but it was broad and profound. If he understood it, he understood it. If he didn't, he would never understand it. Don't thank us. This is your opportunity. The two seniors looked at him with admiration. Lin Ling hurriedly practiced the world-searching technique. After a full 2 hours, he raised his head and his eyes lit up. Seniors, I have found my home. That's fast. It seems that we have underestimated your comprehension. The two seniors narrowed their eyes. The first time they had practiced the world-searching technique, they had spent a full year. The fastest they had seen had taken 3 days. However, Lin Ling had taken 2 hours. This meant that Lin Ling's comprehension of the universe had surpassed everyone. It seems that we have underestimated you again. However, you must be in a hurry to go home. Go on. Then, the two of them waved their hands at Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the black hole behind him and strode in. He began to comprehend in his heart. He was searching for the way home in the myriad of worlds. The comprehension ability of the myriad elephant demonic eyes is really abnormal. Lin Ling knew that his original comprehension ability was definitely not that strong. It was the effect of the myriad elephant demonic eyes. Myriad elephant demonic eyes could see through everything and even the origin of the universe. Let's try practicing the Black Sword Record. A book appeared in Lin Ling demonic eyes. He was reading the book as he strolled along the path of the martial god. The Black Sword Record was a world origin martial art from the sword world. It was an extremely famous sword technique in the sword world. It had been used by the Sword Emperor and had become famous for a while. Why can I only see the first stage? Then, Lin Ling demonic eyes was puzzled. The first stage of the Black Sword Record was called 10 years to sharpen a sword. This was the most basic world origin martial art. Its purpose was to allow the cultivator to be more familiar with their own world origin. The only effect of this move was to block the attacks of experts and increase the cultivator's world origin by 10%. Lin Ling demonic eyes currently had 20% world origin. However, with this move, his world origin sword could reach 30%. On the path of the martial god, the young man cultivated as he walked. It was as if he was strolling in the universe. When he appeared in a new world, the aura on his body changed. Sometimes it was sharp, sometimes it was calm, sometimes it was like an ordinary person. However, if there was an expert here, they would definitely notice that the young man's body was filled with an aura. That was the power of a world. The young man seemed to be engrossed in the book. He held the book and walked along the yellow road step by step. Shockingly, this was the border of Xianping region. The passers-by looked at the young man in surprise. They did not expect the young man to be so engrossed in reading. The world is chaotic now. If someone like him reads a book while walking, he will be unlucky if he meets an expert. Many people secretly shook their heads. However, at this time, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard on the road. A wedding procession was moving along the road. It was extremely lively. However, if one looked carefully, the wedding procession looked like a group of ordinary people getting married. However, everyone there had unfathomable strength. Chapter 22:16. A sudden change. Last time, I heard that someone was going to marry a bride, and took her around the black origin, black yellow, and even the ghost realm and devil realm. Is it to let the whole world know about that marriage? Who is the bridegroom? What a bold move. I don't know. I heard that he's from the nation of God. As for the bride, I heard that she's a beauty from Xianping province. Her name is Lu Susu. I've heard that Lu Susu is the disciple of the 7 emperors and one of the top 10 beauties in Xianpeng province. However, she seems to be very close to Lin Ling. Could it be that the groom is Lin Ling? Dream on. I heard even Lin Ling is in favor of this marriage. He's very close with the people from the nation of God. That's just a rumor. Lin Ling is the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. How could he be a dog of the nation of God? The people on the roadside started to talk about it. Some people who didn't know anything were listening to others curiously. At this moment, the handsome young man finally put away his book and looked ahead with a frown. The profiteer is getting married? I actually agreed? What's going on? The young man mumbled to himself. He was Lin Ling. What happened while I was away? Lin Ling's face became slightly solemn. He sensed that something seemed to have happened to the 3 mysteries of the mortal world. However, he had spent an entire year cultivating in the martial gods barracks, and he had spent close to half a year cultivating in the other areas. This meant that the battle of creation had yet to begin. The battle of creation had yet to begin, but the world was already in chaos. Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Furthermore, when Lin Ling left in the past, the extreme Yang God Monarch, Fire Cloud God Monarch, the Devil Kingdom Crystal Master, and the 400 million Great Demon Monarchs, these ancient giants had all disappeared without a trace like stray dogs. Now they had resurfaced? However, even if they came out of the water, the mortal world had Grandma Wen Dao, the little saint, and his 3 disciples. Those enemies would not dare to be arrogant. Could it be that the strength of those ancient giants had greatly increased with the help of the stone sculptures left behind by Li Xiaoyao? Shaking his head, Lin Ling wasn't anxious for the time being because he sensed that there must be some secret hidden within. What's more, he was already back. A day earlier or a day later wouldn't change anything. He simply walked along the yellow path. Not long after, an ancient city appeared in front of him. Although the city was grand, Lin Ling had traveled extensively all these years, so he was used to it. On the contrary, stepping on the soil of his hometown made Lin Ling feel nostalgic. This was his hometown, and also his territory. After entering the city, it was extremely lively. What surprised Lin Ling was that in this spacious city, there were actually experts of the Devil clan everywhere. Moreover, there were ghostly winds blowing from time to time. There were even many experts of the Ghost Clan. One had to know that when Lin Ling left, the Ghost Clan, the Devil Clan, and the Divine Clan were all enemies with the Human Clan. That Lu Susu is about to get married. She just passed by this city. Now that she has finally finished exploring the mortal world, it's really impressive. Indeed, it's just a marriage, but the news has spread throughout the various clans. Lu Susu's reputation is really big. The city was still talking about the marriage that caused a sensation in the entire world. Lin Ling smiled and casually found a group of people. He leaned forward and asked, "Who is the groom?" To be able to marry a beauty like Lu Susu, the groom should not be simple. It is said that he is the 13th prince of the Fire Cloud Empire of the Nation of God. His origin is not simple. As for the others, a man of about 40 years old looked at Lin Ling and laughed. The others also laughed, which made Lin Ling even more puzzled. That 13th prince is an idiot. Out of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, only one of them is left. Finally, the man laughed and said. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. If it was an ordinary idiot with the strength of the Fire Cloud Empire, they would definitely be able to cure him. However, with the incomplete soul, there was no way. However, Lu Susu was actually married to an idiot? This was a great humiliation for Lu Susu. Lu Susu's origin is not small either. That Fire Cloud Empire's divine king doesn't seem to have the ability to let Lu Susu marry, right? Lin Ling asked again, and took out a wine and threw it to the man beside him. The man sniffed and saw that the wine was extremely fragrant. He quickly drank it in a big gulp, and after feeling carefree, he laughed and said, "Of course, Lu Susu is Lin Ling's woman. Who in the entire mortal world doesn't know that?" However, this matter was personally agreed to by Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned. He agreed? In the great battle a year ago, Lin Ling shook hands and made peace with the Sun God King and unified the world with them. The man looked into the distance and said, recalling the earth-shattering battle. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked again. He sensed that this matter hid a secret that no one knew. He frowned and asked, "It is said that Lin Ling and the Sun God King are not on good terms. How can they shake hands and make peace? This matter must be fake." Moreover, even if Lin Ling agreed, his disciples and friends wouldn't agree. That's for sure. However, Lin Ling was stubborn. Those who opposed were all punished by him. Even his grandfather had an arm cut off by him. Yes, half a year ago, that battle alarmed the three realms. It can only be said that Lin Ling has changed. In order to become stronger, he has already lost his principles. Pitiful. Those who followed Lin Ling in the past are now either killed or imprisoned. The people all around sighed. In the past, Lin Ling was the most worshipped king in the human world. But now Lin Ling had changed. He had become cruel and ruthless. He didn't even recognize his own family. I heard that the Sun God King and the others reached an agreement with Lin Ling. There is a way to let Lin Ling enter the martial god world. That's why Lin Ling did this. Someone said. At this moment, Lin Ling stood there quietly. However, his face became colder and colder. A chill that penetrated into the heart spread out from his body. His subordinates were dead? Even if they weren't dead, they were in prison. And his grandfather's arm was cut off. Most importantly, that person was himself? What the hell happened? Who was controlling all of this behind the scenes? Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body, causing everyone on the street to suck in a breath of cold air. When they looked at Lin Ling had already disappeared. So strong. I thought he was just an ordinary martial artist. Sigh. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at the sky and suddenly had a feeling that something big was going to happen among the three mysterious of the human world. Earlier, after he heard about Lin Ling's actions, he released a terrifying aura. Could it be that he wants to go against the world's carelessness and take action? Sigh. But this handsome young man looks very familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Sigh. I have the same feeling. I almost asked because I felt that he was the legendary #1 genius of the human world, Lin Ling. Sigh. Chapter 22:17. The whirlpool hidden in the dark at this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. His face was as cold as ice. His mind was in a mess. This was because one of his grandfather's arms had been cut off. Who was so bold? Moreover, his three disciples, Taoist came, martial god Tianyue, and the others were all there. The other party could still cause a huge commotion. This meant that the enemy's background was not small. Most importantly, Grandma Wendao was also there. That senior was someone Lin Ling could not see through. However, Grandma Wendao did not do anything about this. This was too strange. Lin Ling believed that if there was really a fake Lin Ling, Grandma Wendao would definitely be able to see through it and she would stop it. Therefore, there was only one reason why Grandma Wendao did not stop it. She was not here. As for the reason, Lin Ling had already guessed it. An existence that even Grandma Wendao was afraid of must have appeared, so she left. And this kind of existence usually only appeared in the martial god realm. This meant that an expert from the martial god realm had arrived. One had to know that the path of the martial god realm could not be entered without a world origin realm expert, but an expert from the martial god realm could easily enter. I don't care who you are, but since you dare to behave atrociously in my territory, you will stay here forever. Lin Ling's body was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. He had not had such a murderous aura for a long time, because the other party had touched his reverse scale. At this moment, the rainforest's sacred ground was extremely lively. Looking around, other than the human race, there were also experts from the demon race, ghost race, and even the deity race. It was as if they lived here, talking and laughing. A huge stone statue sat on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Ling's stone statue. However, a large number of people were kneeling around the stone statue, and those people were Lin Ling's subordinates. Their faces were pale and their bodies were covered in blood, but their eyes were filled with determination. They had been kneeling for half a year. They were punished by Lin Ling. Half a year ago, Lin Ling planned to join forces with the Sun God King and other experts, but these people were all against it. Even Lin Ling's grandfather and the others were against it. Unfortunately, any opposition was stopped, and those who disagreed were killed. The legendary Lin Ling had even chopped off his grandfather's arm in front of everyone. This action was extremely shocking, because in the hearts of some people, they knew that Lin Ling seemed to have left this world. Although they didn't know where he went, his temperament had changed greatly after he returned. He was cruel, merciless, and proud and complacent. Unfortunately, even though Lin Ling had changed, Lin Ling was still their benefactor. Therefore, they did not dare to attack Lin Ling. They could only kneel here forever until they died. Idiots, Lin Ling is still your benefactor, but you don't listen to his orders. However, these idiots are still loyal. Even if they oppose Lin Ling, they don't dare to overthrow Lin Ling. They can only kneel to make Lin Ling change his mind. Unfortunately, who can change Lin Ling's decision? A large number of people jeered in the distance. On the ground, the former Starry left court palace, Flame left court palace, and Lord Watermist were all kneeling there. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. They didn't believe that Lin Ling had changed. The youth of the past had risen step by step, leading them to roam the world, creating endless glory and pride. It had made them follow Lin Ling for their entire lives. But now they had been abandoned by Lin Ling. It was impossible for them to guess what Lin Ling was thinking. Lin Ling had even told them that they were too weak and weren't qualified to be Lin Ling's subordinates. How had their king become like this? Rumble. At this moment, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a wedding procession. Lu Susu and the others are back. Starting from the rainforest's sacred land, they went to the three mysteries, Ghost Realm, Demon Realm, and the Nation of Gods. They have finally returned to the starting point. Now, I'm afraid everyone knows about the marriage. I heard that the 13th prince of the Fire Cloud Empire has arrived and is ready to pick up the bride. Many people stared at the sky and said with respect. Those who were kneeling on the ground raised their heads at this moment, but there was a strong sense of sarcasm in their eyes. Although this was a marriage that Lin Ling had personally agreed to, it was a joke to bring Lu Susu to various regions for a marriage. Moreover, the person Lu Susu was going to marry was an idiot. If this wasn't a joke, then what was? Hall Master Lu, it's been hard on you, Lord Watermist and the others said in a low voice. They knew that Lu Susu was marrying that idiot for their sake. Because Lin Ling had said that if Lu Susu didn't marry him, then Lord Watermist and the others would die. Congratulations! Congratulations! After the procession landed on the ground, a large number of people in luxurious clothes came out from the imperial city behind the huge stone statue. Their auras were unfathomable, and they were all martial emperors. One of the men who was dressed as a prince smiled and said, "You've worked hard." Ironically, there was a young man who was dressed in a red groom's robe beside him. However, his eyes were lifeless and he was smiling foolishly. His saliva was flowing like a stream, causing the robe to be covered in saliva. This young man was the 13th prince of the Fire Cloud Empire. Many people looked at the idiot and couldn't help but shake their heads. They secretly sympathized with Lu Susu. This was a flower that was stuck in cow dung. Prepare to bring the bride back to the Fire Cloud Empire. The prince said with a smile as he looked at the bridal sedan in front of him. The people around the bridal sedan also had joyous expressions on their faces. If one were to take a closer look, one would see that the two great war kings from the Shenhuang region were actually personally escorting the bridal sedan. Right now, they were also wearing flattering smiles on their faces, which made one feel extremely disgusted. As for the bridal sedan, a woman was sitting quietly. She was wearing a wind crown, but her beautiful eyes were extremely lifeless. She was Lu Susu. When she knew that Lin Ling had ordered her to marry the 13th prince of the Fire Cloud Empire, she was also shocked. She even thought that Lin Ling was fake. Unfortunately, after a series of earth-shattering battles, many people were certain that Lin Ling was the real deal. However, she and Lin Ling had been friends for life and death many times. Why would Lin Ling betray her? Could it be that Lin Ling didn't know her heart? Unfortunately, after Lin Ling had issued the order, she had personally asked Lin Ling why he did this. However, Lin Ling's answer was that she wasn't worthy. This meant that she, Lu Susu, wasn't worthy of Lin Ling. This made Lu Susu's heart turn to ashes. She recalled the first time she met the young man. At that time, the young man was still very weak. Out of curiosity, she helped the young man. Even back then, when the law overlord of the 7 emperors almost killed Lin Ling, it was she who risked her life to ask her master for help and save Lin Ling. But now, she realized that she was wrong. When a person reaches the apex of the world, they would be able to call for the wind and rain for the rain. They're just women and they're just to be used. She had comforted herself many times that Lin Ling hadn't changed. He still valued relationships and was still firm in his principles. Chapter 22:18. The real and fake Lin Ling, is that really you? Lu Susu's beautiful eyes looked through the window of the palanquin. Her Hong Yen fingernails had scratched her palm. However, beside the magnificent stone statue outside, a large number of people were kneeling there, proving that Lin Ling had changed. People change. Lu Susu revealed a sad but beautiful smile. Her dream had been shattered like a bubble today. Return to the godly kingdom. At this moment, a majestic voice came from outside the palanquin. The wedding procession beat the drums and gongs again and flew towards the sky. However, at this moment, a ray of light shot over like an arrow. Then, under countless gazes, it actually pierced through the stone statue that represented glory and pride. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on the stone statue, and soon after, it collapsed. Seeing this, the entire city went silent. That stone statue represented Lin Ling. Someone destroyed Lin Ling's pride? Crazy. That person must be crazy. Lin Ling was cooperating with the Sun God King and other ancient giants. His identity was already at the Realm Lord level. How dare you destroy our king's statue? After a short moment of silence, angry roars came one after another. Other than Lord Shui Wu and the others who were kneeling, a large number of warriors rushed out from around the imperial city. These people were also Lin Ling's subordinates. Some were new, some had followed him for many years. At this moment, they were undoubtedly furious. As for the king representing the Fire Cloud Empire, he also frowned. Although he didn't know who came, today was a joyous day for the Fire Cloud Empire. The person who came was so arrogant. This was a slap to the Fire Cloud Empire's face. Moreover, the human realm was now under their control. How dare a traitor be so arrogant? Kill. The king waved his hand coldly. Kill. Tear him into pieces. At the imperial city, a large number of warriors flew over. Shui Wu and the others were extremely shocked. Now, no one dared to resist Lin Ling, but that mysterious person dared to. Who was he? However, when they saw the martial artists pouncing over, their faces immediately dimmed. Many of those people were their allies, but after the nation of God gave them huge benefits, they all went against their principles. They had attacked their own people. They had committed all kinds of crimes. Of course, they couldn't be blamed for this. Since their king, Lin Ling, had done this, their subordinates would naturally follow suit. I don't know why this place is so foul, but you still have one more chance. Don't lose your principles and your heart. At this moment, a cold and indifferent voice came from the front. The voice carried a sigh and sympathy. You're about to die, yet you still dare to speak such arrogant words. Unfortunately, those who had already lost their principles couldn't care less. They only wanted to kill the intruder. I've seen many of you before, and there are also some I haven't. However, we fought under the same banner in the past, so we're brothers. However, brothers are brothers. If you violate your principles and go against your conscience, then you still have to be punished. Although I don't want to see the blood of my brothers, I'm sorry. You've been blinded. Therefore, as your brothers, I can only send you to hell. Under everyone's gaze, a figure finally flew over from the sky. This person floated in the distance and looked down at the ground like a god of death. His face was filled with regret, anger, and indifference. He slowly put on a black robe and took out a black handkerchief to tie around his eyes. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. Everyone heard this sentence, but they also sensed a terrifying murderous intent erupting. Unfortunately, those powerhouses who pounced over had ferocious expressions. They used to be Lin Ling's men, but now that the world was peaceful, they were also founding fathers of the nation. They also fought for themselves. Anyone who dared to infringe on their interests would be killed without mercy. Rumble. Like a swarm of locusts, the crowd swarmed toward the mysterious person in the distance. How terrifying. Rumor has it that Lin Ling's men are powerful. His subordinates are all unafraid of death. Today, I see that they live up to their reputation. Unfortunately, these people can't differentiate between good and bad. They're cruel and heartless. You can only blame Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling's fault for indulging them. Many people thought to themselves, then sighed softly. They knew that the mysterious person was already dead. This was because today's incident was not uncommon. Unfortunately, everyone who dared to resist was all dead. Let's go. As for the Marquis from the nation of God, he waved his hand lightly, thinking that the ant in front of him had been torn to pieces. However, just as he took a step forward, the tide of people in front of him erupted with a thunderous rumble. Laws seemed to gush out endlessly. Boom. It was like the explosion of the beginning of the world. The crowd was blown apart, and blood rained down from the sky. Almost 100,000 people there were wiped out in an instant. A black-robed figure walked out coldly. His eyes were still covered by a black cloth, but the black cloth was also dyed red with blood. This caused the mysterious black-robed man to have a pained expression on his face. It was as if killing those people was something he didn't want to see. However, the sky was filled with smoke. Sometimes, even if he didn't want to, he still had to use his hands to wipe it away. On the path of a warrior's growth, there were still some things that he had to face. Only in this way could he truly grow. How dare you? You actually killed them. Everyone was shocked, but soon even more furious roars erupted from below the imperial city. The rainforest's sacred land has been through countless storms. What haven't we seen before? Today, it's not your turn to behave atrociously. In the past, we followed King Lin Ling and fought all over the world. So, even if you're a god, you'll fall here today. More powerful people rushed over, their faces ferocious, and their murderous auras were monstrous. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. Don't force me. At this moment, the young man shouted again and stepped into the void, allowing more people to see his appearance clearly. Suddenly, the entire rainforest's sacred land exploded like thunder. Because that person was very familiar. Because that person was the #1 genius of the human world. Because that person had created countless miracles, and was the pride of the human race. He was Lin Ling. On the ground, those who knelt down all widened their eyes. Below the imperial city, the prince of the nation of God frowned slightly. As for Lu Susu, who was in the sedan chair, she was stunned. Was that Lin Ling? Where did this rascal come from? How dare he impersonate me, Lin Ling? He's got guts. Kill him. However, at this moment, an extremely majestic voice rang out from within the imperial city. However, everyone could tell that the voice came from Lin Ling. There were 2 Lin Ling in front of them. One was in the imperial city, and the other was in the sky ahead. Was this a dream? Chapter 22:19. The mysterious blue-robe young man kill. The martial artists who were charging forward roared angrily again. They did not believe that the person who had come was Lin Ling. They had seen the real Lin Ling before. His strength was at the peak of the ancient era. Rumble. The martial artists charged forward again and unleashed their terrifying strength. Many of them were at rank 1 martial emperor realm. Be careful. Lu Susu shouted when she saw the terrifying scene. Although she did not believe that the person who had come was Lin Ling, she hoped that Lin Ling had not changed. She hoped that the man she loved was still an indomitable expert. Even if his body was crushed, he would not give up his principles and would not abandon his family and friends. Sir, don't worry about us. Please leave this place as soon as possible. Lord Shui Wu and the others shouted from the ground. In their hearts, the young man in the past was bright and sunny. No matter how strong he became, he would never look down on his friends. He would never change. Therefore, when they looked at the person who had come, they felt like they were looking at the weak young man of the past. They felt like they were looking at a young man who would fight for his family and friends. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. At that moment, the deep voice came from the sky again. The killing intent on the black-robed young man's face was even more intense. He slowly put on the black cloth and covered his eyes. In fact, he already knew that even if he came back, not many people would believe him. That was because the person behind this should have made sufficient preparations. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to use his blood to wake these people up. Heaven's way. He waved his right hand and white flames shot out. They turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation and floated in the sky. Brother, I don't care who you are, and I don't care how close we are. We were brothers in the past, and we will always be brothers today. Have a safe journey. Lin Ling said coldly. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky began to clean up the smoky sky. The martial artists who had charged at Lin Ling could not control themselves and flew toward the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky. Seeing this, the entire land fell silent. In just a few breaths of time, another 100,000 people disappeared from the sky, forever entering the cycle of reincarnation, dying in the rainforest's sacred land. The rainforest's sacred land had weathered countless storms, but it had never fallen. Today, with the fall of the stone statue, the rainforest's sacred land's glory was no longer there. But, under the gazes of countless people, the young man whose black robe was dyed red with blood had finally appeared on the ground. He was very quiet. Not a single word was spoken. However, everyone's heart was extremely oppressed. Especially the prince of the Fire Cloud Empire. His brows were tightly knitted as he finally spat out a sentence coldly, "Who are you?" However, the young man didn't say anything. He didn't seem to be walking fast, but in just a few steps, he arrived in front of the prince. "I am Lin Ling." The young man reached out with one hand. It looked like an ordinary move, but it carried the aura of the universe. The Marquis was at the 7th level Martial Emperor realm. However, he could not fight back at all. His neck was grabbed in an instant. "Who are you?" The prince was alarmed. How could this person be so strong? "I said I am Lin Ling." The young man's voice was extremely cold. Without waiting for the Marquis to speak, his hands slightly tightened and the Marquis' neck was crushed. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that there were many experts standing beside the Marquis. However, at this moment, they were all motionless. They felt that they couldn't move, as if they had met the will of heaven, causing them to be unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. The young man took another step forward and arrived in front of the idiotic 13th Marquis. "You want to marry Lu Susu?" The young man said indifferently. The 13th Marquis was still smiling foolishly, unaware of the danger that was about to befall him. "Although you are innocent, you shouldn't have come here because the water is deep. Therefore, I will send you to reincarnation." The young man's eyes became even colder. "How dare you? Do you know who he is? He is the son of the Fire Cloud Supreme Being." The surrounding people finally spoke. Could it be that the young man dared to kill the 13th Marquis? The Sun Supreme Being and the Fire Cloud Supreme Being are only doing this to humiliate me, Lin Ling. However, their methods are too despicable. If they really want to kill me, Lin Ling, they can just attack me. Why implicate my people? The young man coldly spat out a sentence. With a wave of his sleeve, the 13th Marquis collapsed. His only soul seemed to have been shattered. However, everyone could see that the 13th Marquis died with a smile on his face. Perhaps he was born an idiot, so he died with a smile. Or perhaps he didn't want to be used as a tool, so he died. He felt relieved. Dead? The son of the Fire Cloud Supreme Being is dead. The crowd's heart trembled violently. They didn't expect the mysterious young man to be so decisive in killing. Interesting. In order to impersonate me, he even used the Yellow Springs flame. However, there is only one real Lin Ling. At this moment, a gigantic samsara circle suddenly appeared in the sky. It collided with another samsara circle and devoured the first samsara circle. Then, a young man in a long white robe walked out of the imperial city with proud steps. His long hair fluttered and he carried an ancient sword on his back. He had delicate features and an indifferent smile hung on his face. He was none other than Lin Ling. The reason why the surrounding people did not recognize the black-robed Lin Ling was because of the blue-robed Lin Ling. As such, two Lin Ling appeared. It was hard to tell which was the real one. As for the blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky, he looked down at the young man on the ground from above. Because I'm too dazzling, you want to impersonate me? Unfortunately, your martial arts are not up to par. The cultivation of the Yellow Springs flame is too weak. I wonder if your nomological laws have reached 150 million? However, since you impersonated me, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. His voice seemed to command the wind and clouds, looking down on the world. My lord! Cheers erupted from all around. Everyone was in high spirits because they had all witnessed the blue-robed Lin Ling's strength. They all believed that the blue-robed Lin Ling was the real deal. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the blue-robed young man in the sky. His left eye quietly appeared and he was shocked. This was because this impersonator was not weak. He actually had a realm origin seed. Most importantly, Lin Ling saw through his origin and discovered that he was only one of his avatars. This person must have come from the martial god realm. However, as for why he was impersonating him, he would only know after fighting him. You said that you are the real Lin Ling. Then you should know what Lin Ling's reverse scale is? Lin Ling said indifferently. This I don't know. May I ask what it is? The blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky shrugged. I don't know why you're here and I don't know what your goal is, but you've done something wrong. You've touched my reverse scale. Because my reverse scale is my family, friends, and brothers, even if you're a martial god from the martial god realm, as long as you dare to touch them, I'll kill you. Whoosh! Lin Ling drew the ancient sword on his back and pointed it at the sky. Chapter 2220. No one believed it. So, this is the reverse scale. But so what if I touched it? The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled. In fact, you're just a stray dog to me. However, I'm surprised that you seem to think of yourself as Lin Ling. He waved his right hand, and a majestic ancient sword appeared in his hand. You dare to impersonate me? Do you think others will believe you just because of your mouth? I, Lin Ling, am the realm lord of this world. Boom! Accompanied by his cold shout, a turbulent aura surged out like a tsunami. The godly demon body had descended. Left god, right demon. Lord Lin Ling. Looking at the god-devil body, everyone shouted excitedly. Great creation! The blue-robed youth shouted again, and the space around the ancient sword shattered. Seeing this, Lin Ling was shocked. This person actually knew all of his martial arts. This guy's methods were indeed powerful. However, the anger in his heart burned even more. The other party forced Lu Susu to marry an idiot, and made Lu Susu sit in a sedan chair and wander around the world. This undoubtedly made everyone laugh at Lu Susu. The other party killed many of his subordinates. The other party even cut off one of his grandfather's arms. In this world I, Lin Ling, have spilled countless blood and my countless footprints. You say you're Lin Ling and you're Lin Ling? Lin Ling took a step and shot into the sky. With the tyrant song in his hand, he slashed fiercely. Oh, you're angry with just a few words. The real Lin Ling won't be so reckless. You're still too inexperienced. The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and also rushed towards Lin Ling. Two swords, two figures, one black and one blue, with the same silhouette and the same face. Under countless gazes, they finally clashed crazily. Rumble! The swords collided, and a terrifying spatial law swept out, forming a turbulent spatial storm. Those who had not reached the martial emperor realm and were close to it were directly torn to pieces. This was the battle of the human realm's #1 sovereign. So powerful that black-robed Lin Ling also knows spatial law. The crowd in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lord Shui Wu and the others on the ground narrowed their eyes. They suddenly had a feeling that the black-robed Lin Ling might be the real one. Although the blue-robed Lin Ling had already proven himself and was very similar to Lin Ling in every aspect, there was one thing that was different. Lin Ling was a sentimental person. The real Lin Ling was someone who would kill for his family and friends. The blue-robed Lin Ling obviously couldn't do that. Could it be that he's the real Lin Ling? Lu Susu also walked out of the bridal sedan. Her eyes were moist. Perhaps she had always believed that the man had never changed. Even if he had returned from hell, even if he had turned into a killing god, there would always be a peaceful place in his heart. That was the place he wanted to protect. You're quite capable. However, Lin Ling, have dominated this world, defeated countless experts, and won endless glory. That pride is not something that you can take away with just a few words. After the swords collided, the blue-robed Lin Ling let out a cold voice. The abominable thing was that he had taken everything from Lin Ling, but in his words, it was Lin Ling who coveted all his glory. On the other side, Lin Ling looked through the tyrannical song sword and looked at the mysterious man in front of him at a close distance. Very similar, everything was very similar. However, the real him was not as despicable as him. If you want to prove yourself, then ask the world. The blue-robed Lin Ling activated the underworld flames, causing the number of laws to reach 100 million, and swept towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression changed. He was unable to react in time and was immediately hit by the powerful laws. If his godly demon body had not been greatly improved, he would have been injured by the sword. From the sky, Lin Ling was suppressed. His body flew back flat on the ground. In the end, his sword stabbed into the ground to stop the terrifying momentum. Sure enough, the blue-robed Lin Ling is the real master. That fake can't even withstand a single blow. Trash, you actually deceived us. Many people seem to have figured out who the real Lin Ling was and immediately shouted sarcastically. The blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky seemed to enjoy the sounds of worship around him. He tilted his head and said with a smile, "Trash. Trash." Following his words, there were even more noises coming from the surroundings. You're pretending to be Master Lin Ling. You want to die. If I were you, I would have killed myself already. You can pretend to be anyone, but pretending to be Lin Ling is your conscience eaten by a dog. Where are your teachers and your parents? Why did they teach you to be so shameless? Many familiar faces from the past also walked out at this moment. The two people at the front were surprisingly the matchless Sun and Moon Battle Kings from Champion University. The matchless Sun and Moon Battle Kings used to be one of the three legends of the human world. They were as famous as the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the Seven Emperors. Later on, Lin Ling had risen, and they had immediately followed Lin Ling's lead. Lin Ling looked at them and burst into laughter. He didn't have any feelings for those people, but he had never thought that they would be the first ones to rebel against him. Nobody, do you believe me? Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spat out a sentence. After that, the world became silent, but very quickly, more people started laughing. Why should we believe you? Because of you. Nobody believed Lin Ling. In fact, in this world, strength was everything. Even if it was really Lin Ling, the blue-robed Lin Ling was much stronger. Subconsciously, they would believe the blue-robed Lin Ling. The same rice could raise 100 different kinds of people. In the past, when Lin Ling was strong, many people flattered him. However, when he was in decline, as long as there was a chance, people would want to trample on Lin Ling and enjoy the feeling of accomplishment. No matter what the reason was, Lin Ling seemed to have been abandoned by the world. In his hometown, nobody believed him. Lin Ling frowned. Indeed, nobody believed him. In the Gu Yen sect, I decided the future of the Gu Yen sect by myself. Gradually, the weak were taken care of by the strong. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, when the throne changed, I protected the Fire Ancient clan. In that storm, I protected everyone and even decided the throne of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. In the Rainforest Sacred Land, enemies attacked. Celestial Venerable Su Xing wanted to destroy the world, and I protected this land with my life. It was also me who killed my enemy and returned everyone a peaceful home. Now, I have become an abandoned person. A soft voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. His voice had a hint of self-mockery. The crowd instantly quietened down. They seemed to have seen the youth of the past. With his perseverance and fighting spirit, he gradually reached the peak of the world. No matter how big the setbacks and storms were, he used his sword and flame to protect his hometown. This was a record of the growth of an expert. At that moment, many people's hearts were shaken. Lin Ling had sacrificed a lot for this land. Everyone knew how much blood and sweat. Chapter 22-21. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, we believe in you. Do you think anyone will believe in you? The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled faintly. I believe in him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a delicate voice echoed. Under countless gazes, Lu Susu walked towards Lin Ling. As she walked, she said, "This land belongs to him. He is the true realm lord. Because I feel that the land of my hometown is overjoyed because of his return. He is our king. I believe in him too." Those who were kneeling stood up one after another. These warriors were all emotional and had tears in their eyes. From Lin Ling's words, they saw the strong young man of the past. It was this young man who led them and made a name for themselves. Lord Lin Ling, Starry Sky Left Court Palace. Return. Yes. Lord Lin Ling, Blazing Right Court Palace. Return. Yes. These two palaces were Lin Ling's left and right hands. Many of them had followed Lin Ling since he was in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. They walked towards Lin Ling in an orderly manner, shocking the world. Did no one believe in Lin Ling? Did everyone abandon Lin Ling? However, they believed that they would still follow Lin Ling. All of you are crazy. Yes. Sun Yu Wushuang and Yu Wushuang were furious. Before this, no one believed Lin Ling, but now they did, and quite a few of them. His eyes can't fool anyone, Lu Susu said as she walked. Looking at the black-robed Lin Ling, her heart was moved. This was her man. Thank you. I said that I will protect you. I did in the past, now, and in the future. Lin Ling looked at Lu Susu emotionally. In fact, he didn't care if everyone abandoned him. Even if he walked alone in the dark, he wouldn't feel lonely. As long as he had family and friends in his heart, it was enough. Yes, the real Lin Ling would never abandon me. Lu Susu finally smiled. Her smile was extremely beautiful. No matter how Lin Ling treated her, she didn't care. Because she had said that she would protect him. That was enough. Now, you still dare to say that no one believes me? Retracting his smile, Lin Ling coldly looked at the mysterious young man in the sky. The young man's face was a little ugly. He originally wanted to see Lin Ling get abandoned, but the result was beyond his expectations. There are so few of you. You can't compare to me, the blue-robed young man said disdainfully. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and looked at the people in front of him. I've said it before. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. So, you have one more chance. Now, stand in line. A threat. This was a strong threat. One could imagine that if they still did not choose a team, then what awaited them would be a massacre. However, this threat was quickly met with mockery. Still, no one believed Lin Ling's words. I believe you. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Looking carefully, it was actually the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, Lin Ling's former enemy, was also the legend of Yungu Immortal Platform. But from a certain point of view, she was also Lin Ling's grand disciple because her master was Yungu Martial God. But now, she actually believed Lin Ling? Even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, do you want to betray the sect? The blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky suddenly shouted. This Jade Lake Heavenly Mother wanted to humiliate him. I don't dare. It's just that I'm too familiar with the real Lin Ling. Although he kills decisively in his life, he has never killed an innocent person, let alone his family and friends. Only his enemies think of him as a killing god. But you have killed too many innocent people for fun. So, I feel that you are not like Lin Ling. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother walked out step by step, looking at the blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky. Very well, you will be the first to die later. The blue-robed Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. I also believe in him. Another person walked out. It was the former Fire Clan Emperor, Huaao, and beside him was Princess Huxia. Huaao smiled faintly and said, Blue-robed Lin Ling, although your strength seems stronger than the black-robed Lin Ling, the real Lin Ling is not afraid of any strong enemy. His strength is not as good as yours, but he dares to face you. So, I believe that he is Lin Ling. I also believe in the black-robed Lin Ling. Maybe it's because I believe in the death god. More people walked out. They were the stone deities of Shenhuang Deyu. Acquaintances, brothers and friends who had fought side by side in the past, they all walked out. In an instant, the two sides formed two great forces. Of course, the blue-robed Lin Ling side was stronger because there were experts from the Ghost Clan, Deity Clan, and Devil Clan on his side. As for the human experts, they still didn't know who the real Lin Ling was, but it was obvious that the blue-robed Lin Ling was stronger. So, they followed the blue-robed Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the people who walked over, and his heart warmed. These were friends, brothers who had gone through thick and thin together. In the past, we lived and died together, and it's still the same today. Mistress Xue Wu and the others looked at Lin Ling and said, this was also a gamble, and if they lost, then everyone would die. Ha, you are all so foolish. Follow me and you will enjoy a boundless future, but follow the fake. You should know what the consequences are. At this time, the blue-robed Lin Ling laughed wildly. Only death awaits them. Working Sri and Yu Wushuang laughed gloomily as well. When they saw how confident they were, the others behind them roared with laughter as well. It was like they were watching the annihilation of the black-robed Lin Ling and the others. How interesting. Another Lin Ling has actually appeared. Meanwhile, ghastly winds blew, and then an enormous coffin smashed down. A pale-faced man sat on the coffin while a large number of ghosts fluttered around him. The heavenly coffin Grand Emperor. The blue-robed Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was one of the 4 ghost emperors of the Ghost Clan, and he was an ancient titan. Lin Ling, I was just passing by and wanted to watch the show. However, you should be able to deal with your clan's problems, right? The man on the coffin smiled faintly. His words were actually an admission that the blue-robed Lin Ling was the real Lin Ling. Hearing this, the eyes of the crowd flickered. An ancient titan had admitted it, so it was definitely not fake. It's just a small matter. I'm just regretful that many of my former comrades will die today. The blue-robed Lin Ling shrugged. He was obviously referring to Mistress Xue Wu and the others. Today, they would all die. That's good. Let me see how capable this fake fellow is. The man said again. He's just trash. The blue-robed Lin Ling shook his head and finally looked at the Lin Ling. Let's fight. Let's see who is the real Lin Ling and who is the trash. Bang. Along with his voice, a terrifying aura swept out, shaking the entire rainforest sacred land. Everyone saw the gigantic god and demon standing in the sky, as if they were indomitable. Chapter 22-22. Omnidirectional Suppression, Sword, Ka. The blue-robed Lin Ling bellowed again. His ancient sword buzzed, causing a black hole to appear in the sky. It was full of spatial cracks. Moreover, there were white flames burning around his body. It was very cold. This was the underworld flame. At this moment, he had once again proved that he was Lin Ling. All of his techniques were extremely shocking and even terrifying. Even the eyes of the heavenly coffin Great Emperor narrowed. The blue-robed Lin Ling was really strong. He was definitely the real deal. Lin Ling, be careful. This person's strength has reached the rank 9 Martial Emperor realm. He has more than 150 million laws and his space and fire laws are not weak. On the ground, Lord Xue Wu and the others looked solemn as they warned. In fact, although they believed that the person in front of them was Lin Ling, the blue-robed youth in the sky was too terrifying. His techniques were exactly the same as Lin Ling's. The real can't be fake and the fake can't be real. Lin Ling said indifferently as he flew towards the sky. Loser, come and fight me. Looking at Lin Ling rushing towards him, the blue-robed Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The space laws formed a black line that cut through everything. This time, the blue-robed Linling is obviously serious. That imposter will definitely not be able to block it. Many people secretly said. They knew that it was time to end everything. Looking at the identical sword technique, Linling's eyes flickered. However, he was not surprised because he knew that it was the power of the realm origin energy. It used the realm origin energy to form the space laws and even the fire laws. This method could deceive others, but if it wanted to deceive Linling, who came from the martial god realm, it was impossible. Great creation. Linling also slashed out with his sword, forming a collision of spatial laws. It was like a collision of lightning. You're quite capable. You're more powerful than before. Looks like you've been hiding your strength. However, you're still too weak for me. Heavenly law. The blue-robed youth stretched out his left hand. A white flame jumped and formed the scene of the 9 Serenities hell. Enter reincarnation. The heavenly Tao reincarnation had appeared, sealing everything away. This was clearly Linling's signature fire attribute martial arts. Rumble. There were space laws in front of him and fire laws in the sky. Linling had nowhere to run. Rumble. Incomparable fire element laws shrouded Linling, dragging Linling into the 6 Paths reincarnation. Furthermore, the terrifying 6 Paths reincarnation enveloped Lady Shui Wu and the others, dragging them into the 6 Paths reincarnation as well. Obviously, they had made the wrong bet. How pitiful. You can't even differentiate between your own adults. Serves you right for entering the cycle of reincarnation. The crowd shook their heads when they saw this scene. At this point, they could already tell that the battle was over. No matter how they looked at it, the fake Linling was no match for the blue-robed Linling. 150 million Yellow Springs flame laws is indeed powerful. The heavenly coffin emperor narrowed his eyes and said, on the ground, the faces of Lady Shui Wu, Lu Susu, and the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother changed. Then, they exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. It seemed that they had indeed made the wrong bet. Regardless of whether the bet was wrong or not, I believe that he is Linling. All I can say is that the blue-robed youth is stronger. Since we've lost the bet, let's follow Lord Linling. Those people did not resist at all. They just stood there quietly, allowing the 6 Paths reincarnation in the sky to suck them in. They were willing to accept their loss. However, at this moment, the huge 6 Paths reincarnation in the sky suddenly stopped spinning. Moreover, an indifferent voice drifted out. You don't have to follow me. I'm still alive, so you won't die either. Following that cold shout, another flame reincarnation appeared in the flame reincarnation in the sky. Moreover, that flame reincarnation was constantly expanding. With an unstoppable force, it crazily devoured the first 6 Paths reincarnation. This scene caused the rainforest sacred land to fall silent. This was reincarnation against reincarnation. Rumble. In the next moment, a deafening sound was heard. Under countless gazes, the first 6 Paths reincarnation exploded and was absorbed by a new reincarnation. At the same time, a black-robed figure walked out faintly. This is your reincarnation? To it? Yes. That person was none other than the black-robed Linling. Seeing this scene, the blue-robed youth's expression changed drastically. In fact, he came from the martial god realm, so he could easily control the laws of this realm. Moreover, he was above everyone. Who would have thought that a country bumpkin could actually break his law martial technique? This country bumpkin was too strange. Of course, if he knew that Linling had returned from the martial god realm, he would not be so surprised. You're no match for me when it comes to playing with fire. Yes. In the sky, Linling stepped out step by step. Seeing this, Lord Watermist and the others became excited. Linling had won the battle of the Yellow Springs Flame. As for the 2 battle monarchs, Sun and Moon Wushuang, they were a little worried. Could it be that the black-robed Linling was the real one? Ha, you have some skills. It seems that I've underestimated you. Ha. At this moment, the blue-robed youth laughed wildly. Until now, he still did not take Linling seriously. In fact, the reason he had pretended to be Linling was for fun. Moreover, after meeting the real Lin Ling, he had even thought of making fun of him. The reason he had come here was because he had been invited by the Sun Divine Nation. That was because the Sun Divine Nation was originally a citizen of the martial god realm. They had just been demoted. To him, the Sun Divine Nation was just a branch of his race. Moreover, he had an even more important reason for coming here. He had come for Grandma Wen. However, so what if you're good at playing with fire? The real Lin Ling is not only good at the Tao of fire. Ha! The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled faintly. Is that so? Lin Ling also smiled and retracted the 6 paths of reincarnation. This action shocked countless people. Because Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation was very strong, Lin Ling should have used his strongest move to defeat his opponent. However, Lin Ling had actually retracted his flames? What are you doing? The blue-robed Lin Ling also furrowed his brows. Lin Ling did not speak. He looked at Lu Su and the others on the ground and sighed softly. To prove it and also to repay their trust. So, the blue-robed Lin Ling asked suspiciously. I'm going to crush you in every field and tell them that I'm the real Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold, but it also carried a strong sense of pride. His body swept towards the blue-robed Lin Ling. At this moment, he finally revealed his abilities. No matter what the other party's goal was, it was all over. This was his world. No one was allowed to behave atrociously here. Godfiend. A roar came out of Lin Ling's mouth. The real Godfiend body finally appeared behind him. It was as if it could swallow mountains and rivers, and the Godfiend roared. So you're playing close combat. However, you're too confident in yourself. Chapter 22-23. Get what you want, do whatever you want, boom. He also unleashed his godly demon body. 2 gods and 2 demons collided in an earth-shattering collision. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. The things I've seen are beyond your imagination. The blue-robed Lin Ling shouted coldly. He didn't believe that a martial artist from a small world could shake him. This was a joke. Boom. However, he knew that this wasn't a joke in the next moment. His fist had just collided with Lin Ling's fist, but his fist was instantly shattered. His bones also made cracking sounds. His entire arm was crippled. What a powerful force. The blue-robed Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. God's palm. However, before he could react, a palm that seemed to cover the sky overbearingly and landed on his face. It directly knocked out his teeth and bent his chin. As for the palm that collided with Lin Ling's, it was directly destroyed. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a violent god of war, destroying everything in his path. Boom. When Lin Ling kicked out fiercely, the blue-robed Lin Ling smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Seeing this, everyone in the rainforest's holy land felt their hearts explode. Berserk, truly berserk. That was the true godly demon body. Countless eyes stared at the black-robed Lin Ling in the sky. At this moment, their hearts trembled as if they were looking at the king of godly demons. Boom. However, at this moment, the ground rumbled and a figure quickly shot into the sky. It was the blue-robed Lin Ling. However, his expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Although he had suffered a heavy blow earlier, with his strength, he could obviously recover from that kind of injury quickly. However, the injury in his heart from the humiliation could never be healed. He was a genius of the martial god realm, but he was humiliated by a country bumpkin? Lin Ling, does it hurt? While he was furious, Lin Ling suddenly sneered. He had personally called the blue-robed youth Lin Ling. Of course, this was obviously a form of sarcasm. I will kill you. The blue-robed Lin Ling's face was extremely ferocious. He was actually injured by an ant from the lower realm. This was a huge humiliation. If you want to kill me, then come at me, trash. Lin Ling laughed again and returned the word, trash, to him. After he finished speaking, he didn't waste any more time and shot towards his opponent. His god-demon body once again erupted with a terrifying power. After cultivating in the martial god world, Lin Ling's celestial devil physique had reached the 8th grade divine rank, and his strength had reached 1,000 universes of force. As for the blue-robed Lin Ling, Although he had imitated Lin Ling's fiend god physique, he had only imitated Lin Ling to the level before he went to the martial god world. Therefore, in terms of physical strength, he was no match for Lin Ling. Rumble! All of a sudden, the blue-robed Lin Ling was like a sandbag, being ruthlessly beaten by Lin Ling. From the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. That earth-shattering collision caused everyone to widen their eyes, especially the two battle monarchs, unparalleled sun and unparalleled moon. Their mouths were agape. This was because the blue-robed Lin Ling that they looked up to was being completely abused. At this moment, they were suddenly afraid. If the blue-robed Lin Ling died, then their fates would be extremely miserable. Flames and physical strength, he was completely defeated. Could it be that the black-robed Lin Ling is the real deal? In the distance, the heavenly coffin great emperor frowned and said, "Enough!" At this moment, the blue-robed Lin Ling shouted angrily and frantically retreated. He had never thought that he would lose to Lin Ling in both domains. "I will kill you with this sword." An ancient sword appeared in his hand, and he gathered all the spatial laws, turning it into the most dazzling sword, and slashed towards Lin Ling. Just as the sword slashed out, the sky was instantly split into two. It was so terrifying. Seeing this, the two battle monarchs were filled with anticipation. This sword should be able to turn defeat into victory. "Kill me? You are too confident." At this moment, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Around the sword, spatial laws roared. His realm essence had been converted by 20%, causing his laws to be much stronger than before. This is not confidence, but your fire martial way and godly demon body are very powerful, but they can't kill me. I only need one sword to kill you. The blue-robed Lin Ling let out a low shout. At this moment his aura quietly changed. It was as if he was no longer pretending to be Lin Ling, but returning to his original self. Perhaps to him, this game of impersonation should end. "You only need one sword to kill me? You're too optimistic." Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. His long hair fluttered, and the space around him exploded, as if he had walked out from the void. And those spatial laws actually hid a trace of realm essence. This reminded him of the guidance of the two seniors before he entered the martial god realm. Ask for wind, ask for wind, ask for rain. When he became a true realm lord, this realm would be under his control. Wind, rain, come, I will do whatever I want. Shwa! A dazzling sword light, like a line of death, ruthlessly slashed out. At this moment, Lin Ling's spatial laws had reached 150 million, and that terrifying sword directly broke the blue-robed youth's sword. Moreover, it revealed its sharpness and slashed towards the blue-robed youth. At this moment, the blue-robed young man's pupils constricted, and his heart fiercely skipped a beat. He could faintly see the birth of a world overlord. That kind of domineering aura only appeared in the martial god realm, and it even appeared in his senior. How could this be? How could a mere junior from a rural area know about realm essence? This must be a fluke, or even an illusion. While he was still in shock, the sword light slashed over, enlarging in his eyes. It seemed to be telling him that this fake Lin Ling had reached the end of his arrogance. 3 great domains, physical body, fire, and sword, I will crush you in all aspects. Shwa! The sword light was like the moon, causing a smear of scarlet blood to sprinkle down from the sky. The blue-robed Lin Ling was slashed alive, split in two. Seeing this, the earth became deathly silent. Could it be that the black-robed Lin Ling was the real Lin Ling? However, all of this was possible, because in the 3 great domains, the blue-robed Lin Ling had been completely defeated. Moreover, the blue-robed Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all, but he still died. This meant that he was not the real Lin Ling. At this moment, many people directly knelt down in fright. They seemed to be on the wrong side, especially the unparalleled sun and moon battle monarch. Their faces were pale, and they directly shouted, "So you are the real Lin Ling? Sorry, we were wrong before." Along with their voices, many people also shouted and begged for mercy. They did not expect the blue-robed youth to be so weak. He was actually completely defeated. As for the sky coffin great emperor in the distance, his expression was extremely serious. He also did not expect the black-robed Lin Ling to be the real lord. Looking at Lin Ling in the sky, Lady Watermist and the others were extremely excited. This was because this was the real Lin Ling, their king. They had made the right bet. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling had not changed. Even if the world changed, Lin Ling was still Lin Ling. Chapter 22-24. Thousand-faced young master. Before this, we were deceived. We are innocent. The two battle kings hurriedly said. I don't think you're innocent. To put it bluntly, strength decides everything. You think that blue-robed Lin Ling is stronger, so you're standing on his side. Isn't that right? Lu Susu said. She didn't believe their words at all. We're innocent. We're innocent. Hearing those words, everyone kowtowed and quietly stared at Lin Ling. However, they realized that Lin Ling was indifferent. He didn't say that he wanted to kill them. This made them feel relieved. It seemed that Lin Ling still cared about old friendships. However, not long after they kowtowed, a demonic aura rippled out from the ground. A figure that seemed to be condensed from metal slowly floated up. The entire process was silent, causing the scene to be extremely strange. Most importantly, this person's face didn't have any facial features, causing people to feel a chill run down their spines. It seems that I've underestimated you. However, it's time for the game to end. Boom! After the golden figure floated up, he coldly said. Moreover, a force that had never appeared in this world crazily erupted. It was like a domain force field. The sky instantly shattered like glass, and a void appeared. Moreover, it was a void that one couldn't see the end of. In the surroundings, wind, snow, sun, moon, and stars appeared as well. It was as if the laws of this world were completely under his control. This was the power of world essence. In a weak world, the power of world essence was clearly able to summon the wind and summon the rain. However, in the martial god world essence didn't have such powerful might. The reason was that a weak world couldn't withstand world essence. Therefore, a powerful world essence expert could directly control the entire world. How terrifying! Is this the blue-robed youth from before? Boom! This is the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Countless people stared at the terrifying scene in the sky. Their hearts trembled. This kind of power was too strong. Even the expressions of Lady Shui Wu and the others changed violently. Never had they imagined that this fellow who was impersonating Lin Ling would actually possess such formidable strength. You're Lin Ling, right? I'm sorry for impersonating you before, but don't think that I'm interested in your glory. I'm just treating it as a game. Of course, you're still worthy of praise for being able to defeat me. The golden figure said faintly. There was a metallic liquid flowing on the surface of his body. It was extremely mysterious. Why praise me? Lin Ling said with a calm expression. He was not surprised at all. In fact, he already knew that this mysterious person was not dead. That was why he didn't care about the two battle kings begging for mercy. Because he knew that the battle wasn't over. I praised you because you saw through my game and defeated me. The golden figure spread out his hands and said, But now, do you still think you can defeat me? I still think so. Lin Ling said indifferently. Ha, ignorant ant. You don't know that there's always someone better than you. The golden figure snorted coldly. Let me tell you. Your world is only one of the myriad worlds, and it's extremely weak. If it weren't for our branch family in this world, with my status, I wouldn't have come here. This is one of the reasons why I'm here. Secondly, I don't know what kind of attraction your weak world has, but it actually attracted an expert to live in seclusion here. This is the second reason why I'm here. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The expert that the other party was talking about should be Grandma Wendao. He didn't know how Grandma Wendao was doing, but it seemed that the mysterious person hadn't found her. However, Grandma Wendao must be hiding some secrets since she had invited an expert from the martial god world to come here. Have you heard of the Grand Court County? The golden figure said again, but seeing Lin Ling's silence, he smiled disdainfully. I guess you don't know. With your knowledge, I'm afraid you don't even know about the martial god world. But before I die, I'll tell you. I'm from the Grand Court County, and I'm young Master Thousand Faces. I have 8 clones that have entered the myriad worlds to train. This is just one of my clones. The power that we control is something that you ants can only dream of in your lifetime. That's boundary essence. As soon as he finished speaking, the rainforest became even more silent. More and more people gathered. They looked at the golden figure that was like an emperor, and their faces became extremely frightened. Could it be that this person was from the martial god world? For many people, the martial god world was like the distant sky, a place that all warriors dreamed of. Boundary essence can be easily converted into law, but law cannot be converted into boundary essence. Only those who have boundary essence can enter the martial god world. That is a symbol of status, and is not something that trash like you can understand. Strong boundary essence can summon the wind and rain. Look, the golden figure said proudly. His appearance seemed mysterious, but in fact, his age was about the same as Lin Ling's. As he pointed, a snowstorm began to fall from the distant sky, freezing the heaven and earth, forming the scenery of the snow country. The sun is out. The golden figure shouted again. The snowstorm disappeared, and the sun appeared, scorching the earth. At this moment, he was like a god. He could have anything he wanted. In this weak world, although I only have 10% of boundary essence, it is enough to dominate everything. The golden figure's voice was like the majestic heavens. Staring at the shocking scene in the distance, the crowd trembled. This was too terrifying. It was actually the power of boundary essence that surpassed the law. One must know that powerful warriors comprehended the law and used the law of heaven and earth to defeat their opponents. But this mysterious person actually changed the law and even created his own law. In that case, who could be his opponent? No one at all. 10% of boundary essence? Lin Ling looked at the other party indifferently. The reason why he was listening to the other party's nonsense was because he wanted to get more information. And now he knew a little. First, the other party did not come for him, but for Grandma Wendao. Second, the sun god race was an abandoned citizen of the martial god world, but their background was not simple. You said so much because you were defeated by me before, so you want to tell me how lowly I am to wash away the humiliation from before? Finally, Lin Ling said indifferently. As soon as he said this, the golden figure nodded. Indeed. He could easily kill Lin Ling, but before doing so, he wanted Lin Ling to know how weak he was. The previous battle was just his warm-up. Okay, I understand. You don't need to talk nonsense. However, after knowing his strength, Lin Ling was still extremely calm. This undoubtedly infuriated the golden figure. He looked at the ground and said, "Now, I want to ask all of you. Is Lin Ling the master of this world? Or is it me?" When he was defeated before, many people begged Lin Ling for mercy. Now, he wanted to see who would dare to beg Lin Ling for mercy. "It's you, sir. We only recognize you as our master." Chapter 22-25. Do you understand? Lin Ling, kneel down. The heavenly coffin great emperor flew out and shouted angrily. He was more excited than anyone else, because this mysterious person was actually from the martial god realm. If he could curry favor with him, this mysterious person might be able to give him a few pointers, because according to what he knew, among the ancient giants, there were a few who had already comprehended the world essence. That's right. This senior is from the martial god realm. You, Lin Ling, are just a country bumpkin. Kneel down. If you offend that senior and implicate us, you won't be able to atone for your sins even if you die. Kneel down now. Many people also shouted, and some even pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. In their opinion, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was no match for the martial god world's experts. As for Lin Ling's contribution to this world in the past, it was just a joke. Of course, they would still thank Lin Ling in their hearts, but only in their hearts. Compared to their lives, Lin Ling's life was even more worthless. You're all shameless. Who was it that knelt down and begged for mercy earlier? Now you're turning around and targeting Lin Ling. You're all utterly devoid of conscience. Lady Watermist and the others immediately roared furiously at the cursing of the entire world. This group of people was simply too shameless. Cut the crap. You're going to die too. Senior from the martial god realm, allow me to kill them. Numerous voices of rebuttal resounded once more, and many people even took the initiative to stand out for the sake of claiming credit. The powerhouse called Young Master Thousand-Faced smiled satisfactorily as he stared at Lin Ling. Do you have anything you want to say? Previously, when Lin Ling defeated him, he thought that Lin Ling would be very happy because he had once again taken back his glory. Unfortunately, when Lin Ling was at his happiest, he threw a bucket of cold water at the wrong time and interrupted Lin Ling's pride. He felt that Lin Ling must be feeling very sad right now. However, under his gaze, Lin Ling didn't say anything. Instead, he walked forward step by step. Seeing this, Young Master Thousand-Face did not do anything. He slowly said, if you want to give birth to a boundary origin seed, there are only two ways. 1. Kill 3,000 peak martial emperors. 2. Self-comprehension. Of these two methods, the first one is the fastest. Moreover, I've also helped a few ancient giants successfully comprehend world origin. Many people's expressions changed greatly when they heard this. This young Master Thousand Faces was indeed formidable. This also meant that as long as young Master Thousand Face was happy, they would also have a chance to comprehend boundary essence. However, the first method is ultimately an unorthodox method. The boundary essence seed that is born is not as good as the second method. The second method is self-comprehending. Only the geniuses of the various worlds can successfully be born. Once the boundary essence is converted to 100%, the boundary essence can be fused with one's talent. This also means that no matter how talented a martial artist is, they can only use the power of laws. Without boundary essence, they are all ants. His voice, which was as majestic as the heavens, continued to drift out. The crowd was enlightened, so that was how it was. They immediately benefited greatly. Do you understand now? Young Master Thousand Faces' gaze finally looked at Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he had already arrived in front of him. However, people didn't care at all because they also knew that no matter how strong Lin Ling's talent was, without boundary essence, everything was an ant. Then they saw Lin Ling move. He didn't even care as he threw out a punch. Overestimating himself. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. Even young Master Thousand Face was the same. He shook his head and said, looks like you still don't understand what boundary essence is. My boundary essence can change the world and even... Exclamation point. However, before he finished speaking, the punch landed on his stomach, causing his face to distort. Boom. In the next moment, under countless gazes, young Master Thousand Faces' body exploded. Golden liquid splattered everywhere. Suddenly, the space became deathly silent. There was no sound at all. On the ground, the martial artists all opened their mouths wide. Previously, when they listened to young Master Thousand Faces' guidance, they felt that they had benefited greatly. They also knew that boundary essence was the only way to become stronger. They also yearned for boundary essence and even hoped that young Master Thousand Face would give them some guidance. At that time, Lin Ling made his move. In their eyes, Lin Ling was simply a mantis blocking a car. He didn't understand what boundary essence was. However, in the next moment, the martial god world genius who possessed boundary essence was directly blown apart. Isn't boundary essence able to ignore all laws? The two great battle monarchs, Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor and Unparalleled Sun and Moon, felt their hearts tremble madly. Nonsense. You should stop before you go too far. In the sky, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as an ancient well as he indifferently spat out a sentence. Nonsense? Previously, young Master Thousand Face had been giving guidance to everyone, including Lin Ling. However, in Lin Ling's eyes, it was all nonsense. At this time, the golden water droplets on the ground once again shot into the sky, forming a metallic figure in the sky. However, at this moment, his aura was somewhat weak. Most importantly, he stared at Lin Ling with extreme horror. Because to be able to injure him, laws were obviously ineffective. Only boundary essence. However, how could a country bumpkin comprehend boundary essence? Without his reminder and help, the people of this world wouldn't be able to comprehend boundary essence. You injured me? Young Master Thousand Face coldly said. He opened his hands and the world behind him began to collapse. Like broken glass, it swept towards Lin Ling. He wanted Lin Ling to die along with the collapse of the world. Let me show you what the power of boundary essence is. Boom. Rumble. The sky continued to collapse. The void also shattered. It was a shocking sight. On the ground, Lu Susu and the others immediately shouted out in worry. That power was too terrifying. Boundary essence can indeed summon wind and rain in a small world. However, compared to destroying a world, the truly terrifying thing is creating a world. However, Lin Ling indifferently spat out a sentence in the face of the calamity and gently waved his sleeve. Rumble. Something terrifying happened. The shattered world actually began to slowly recover. Even the sky began to clear up and the sun shone. Even the ground that was affected by the battle was restored to its original state. That terrifying calamity disappeared without a trace under Lin Ling's sleeve. Do you understand? Lin Ling stepped forward and said indifferently. This sentence undoubtedly shocked the crowd to the extreme. They even rubbed their eyes, feeling that this was a dream. However, the reality was that the sky had indeed recovered. Young Master Thousand Face was guiding everyone before, including Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was also guiding him now. One destroyed a world, the other created a world. Between the two, it was clear that creating a world was more powerful than destroying it. Do you understand? Chapter 22-26. Friend and Foe, how is this possible? Young Master Thousand Face's heart was also pounding. In fact, he already had some guesses when Lin Ling heavily injured him. He was just unwilling to admit it. Because how could a youth from the countryside be able to comprehend boundary essence and injure him who was high above? Unfortunately, this kind of self-deceiving could not be concealed any longer. You have a boundary essence seed. Young Master Thousand Face finally let out a low shout. His voice caused the hearts of the crowd to explode. Boundary essence seed? Lin Ling's eyes revealed a mocking smile. You only have 10% of your boundary essence. In the martial god world, you are indeed at the level of geniuses from various worlds. However, I have seen many geniuses like you. You want to rely on 10% of your boundary essence to guide others? Don't you think your face is very thick? He stepped forward. In his right fist, a mysterious power bloomed. It was boundary essence. Moreover, it was boundary essence that was even more terrifying than young Master Thousand Face. It was definitely more than 10%. That punch shot over like a meteor. Accompanying it were the laws of the falling and blooming of flowers and the rising and setting of the sun. 10% of boundary essence? Young Master Thousand Face's throat wriggled. It was as if a mouthful of saliva was stuck in his throat. He did not know what to say. Now, of course he understood. He understood it better than anyone. Because the youth opposite him was not a boundary essence seed, but a real boundary essence. Moreover, it seemed to be even stronger than his. This caused his heart to feel as though it was being sliced by a million blades. Before this, how tyrannical was he? He was like a world overlord, giving pointers to the common people, letting these ants know how powerful he was. He thought that Lin Ling was feeling sorrow and was feeling inferior. He even thought that Lin Ling would kneel down and beg him for pointers. However, all of this was just him comforting himself. The youth opposite him was in fact stronger than him. His arrogant boasting was undoubtedly a resounding slap to his own face. Seeing the terrifying punch coming, young Master Thousand Face panicked. He kept retreating. Wait, how about we let this matter rest? His voice was extremely fast, mixed with fear. The crowd was silent. The genius of the martial god world that they looked up to was actually afraid now? Do you think you can escape? However, how could Lin Ling let young Master Thousand Face escape? At this moment, his black robe was wildly dancing in the wind. It was tyrannical and domineering, telling everyone that he was the true king of this place. "How dare you?" Young Master Thousand Faces' expression turned increasingly ugly. This was one of his clones, and it took him so much effort to comprehend realm essence. Could it be that it was going to be destroyed here? Now that the county competition was approaching, if he spent 10% of his boundary essence here, then the competition would probably have nothing to do with him. Never had he imagined that one of his clones would actually be annihilated by an ant while tempering himself here. To put it bluntly, one of his 8 lives had perished. If that's the case, it's very useless. Lin Ling's boundary essence was like his sword, sweeping towards young Master Thousand Faces, forming a scene of heaven and earth collapsing, locking down all the directions young Master Thousand Faces could escape in. "I'm from the Grand Court Commandery of the Martial God Realm. Do you really dare to kill me?" Young Master Thousand Faces shouted angrily. "Sorry, I'm from the Martial God Camp of the Martial God Realm." However, what answered him was a cold voice, causing young Master Thousand Faces' eyes to widen. This young man was also a genius from the Martial God Realm? What was laughable was that he had actually thought that this young man was just a martial artist from the countryside. Boom! When the roar resounded, the sky regained its tranquility. Young Master Thousand Faces was dead. This genius from the Martial God Realm, who everyone thought was an extremely mysterious expert, had been killed by the #1 genius of the mortal world today. On the ground, everyone's faces turned pale as they watched young Master Thousand Face die. This matter was too shocking for them. They stared at the black-robed young man in the sky, and only then did they remember that in the past, the young man had taken one step at a time and finally stood at the peak of the mortal world. Today, even though the experts from the Martial God Realm had arrived, his position as the #1 sovereign was still unshakable. Undefeated. It was as if he would never be defeated. Are you all proud of him? At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice woke everyone up from their shock. The crowd fell silent and their faces turned even paler. "In fact, I can understand your hearts." However, Lin Ling's next words eased the pressure in everyone's hearts. Lin Ling could understand them? In this world where the strong are respected, it is human nature to side with an expert. Lin Ling said again, "Thank you for your understanding, sir. In fact, we were also forced to do this." Young Master Thousand Faces is a genius from the Martial God Realm. To us, the Martial God Realm is a place we can only look up to. We can't not submit. We were wrong. Many people shouted anxiously. Among them, the 2 great battle kings were the main ones. "I indeed understand your choice. If I were defeated today, my people and I would all die. Therefore, you didn't believe me and chose to stand on his side. Such a choice is human nature. However, since you have made your choice, you are my enemy. You should know how I, Lin Ling, treat my enemies." Lin Ling finally looked at the ground. Boom! Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Who in the mortal realm didn't know Lin Ling's character? He was very good to his friends and was loyal to his friends. However, to his enemies, he was a nightmare. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. Lin Ling would protect his friends forever. If they were enemies, then he could only kill them. "Sir Lin Ling, we were wrong." Everyone was afraid and regretful. Many people even slapped their own faces and questioned themselves why they didn't believe Lin Ling before. Lin Ling had created so many miracles, and today, he could also create a miracle. Why did they believe in the genius of the Martial God Realm? Some things are wrong. Just like a broken mirror, there will never be a time for it to recover. Kill yourselves? Lin Ling's voice was very calm. There was no fluctuation in it. Kill yourselves? Were they all going to kill themselves here? No, absolutely not. You can't kill us. At this moment, the 2 battle kings furiously roared. Although we were on the wrong side, we didn't attack you. You still have the right to kill us. Our lives are ours to choose, not yours. However, we can promise you that we will never step into the mortal realm again. Is that enough? Under the 2's voices, many people looked up at Lin Ling with eyes full of determination. At this moment of life and death, they no longer cared about Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lu Su Su and the others laughed. The great calamity of the mortal realm, the invasion of the devil race and the god race, it was Lin Ling who protected them and won the creation war. At that time, they didn't necessarily come out to support Lin Ling and help Lin Ling. Under the opportunity that Lin Ling fought for, they enjoyed the feeling of being above others and lived for many years. Although they seemed to submit to Lin Ling on the surface, in reality, they were only using Lin Ling. In fact, they were also using Lin Ling to win the favor of the young Master Thousand Faces through Lin Ling. Chapter 22-27. You guys are really thick-skinned. Who was the one shouting that they should kill Lin Ling? Lady Shui Wu said sarcastically. Her words silenced the two battle kings. As for those who were clamoring, they were also speechless. They obviously couldn't refute her. We were forced by the situation at that time, but we didn't attack you. That's right. That's right. Moreover, we used to treat you as an adult, and you promised to protect us. You can't be so cruel. That's right. However, the two battle kings quickly opened their mouths and spoke as if it was only natural that Lin Ling would protect them. Ha. That's right. Lin Ling also laughed and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. If I want to kill you, do I need to care about your feelings? You guys think too highly of yourselves. If I want to kill you, I'll kill you. What can you do to me? That's right. With that, he ruthlessly swung his sword. The two battle kings' pupils constricted, and a sword mark appeared on their necks. Lin Ling had killed them with a single slash. They suddenly realized how stupid they were. They thought that Lin Ling would still protect them, so they resorted to sophistry. Perhaps they were used to being protected by Lin Ling, and thought that Lin Ling protecting them was a matter of course. But now Lin Ling used his sword to tell them that their lives were actually the lives of ants. Since you guys won't kill yourselves, then I'll do it. That's right. Lin Ling's voice became colder and colder, and he swung his sword again. That slash reaped a large number of lives again. No, Lord Lin Ling, I was wrong. That's right. Those people all shouted. At this moment, they were finally panicking and regretting their actions. Unfortunately, what greeted them was a slash. Instantly, blood flowed like a river, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Brothers, attack to your heart's content. Kill them all. That's right. Lin Ling swung his sword continuously, causing the ground to be filled with miserable screams. At the same time, Lin Ling spoke to Lady Shui Wu and the others. He knew that Lady Shui Wu and the others had suppressed a lot of anger, so it was time for them to release it. Kill to your heart's content, kill to your heart's content, clean up the foul atmosphere. Lin Ling shot towards the earth like a god of death. Blood dyed his clothes red, but he didn't care. Instead, he felt carefree. As for Lord Shui Wu and the others, their faces were filled with killing intent as well. They wanted to kill to their heart's content and turn the world upside down. They disdained to be associated with such people. Since he had chosen the wrong side, he had to pay the corresponding price, and the price was death. Far away, the heavenly coffin Great Emperor trembled as he watched this scene. How terrifying! This was going to kill millions of people. He was scared. He quietly retreated. However, just as he moved, a figure appeared in front of him. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Plop. The heavenly coffin Great Emperor was so scared that he fell to the ground. Lin Ling's strength and Lin Ling's desire to kill everyone under the heavens was something he didn't dare to face. Great Emperor Heavenly Coffin is an ancient magnate. There's no need for you to be so courteous. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, but his voice was like that of an emperor who ruled over the life and death of others. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with me. Please spare my life. Put down the butcher's knife and don't kill more people. The heavenly coffin Great Emperor said nervously. Oh, you seem to be begging for mercy, but in fact, you want to affect my state of mind. However, you seem to have forgotten that I, Lin Ling, have killed many people in order to grow to where I am now. 1,000,000 people are just a piece of cake to me. Lin Ling said casually. Since he started learning martial arts, what kind of storm had he not encountered? Right or wrong, good or evil, he didn't care at all. He only wanted to have a clear conscience. I don't dare at all. Lord Lin Ling, please spare my life. The heavenly coffin great emperor kowtowed. As one of the 4 great ghost emperors, he didn't even dare to fight and directly kowtowed. This was undoubtedly a great irony. Did you get the treasure from the 3rd stone statue in the past? Yes. Lin Ling said indifferently. Yes, Lord Lin Ling, I'll return it to you now. Yes. The heavenly coffin great emperor hurriedly took out an ancient stone and handed it over with both hands. Then he looked at Lin Ling in fear. Lin Ling should let him go now. Lin Ling took the stone and his eyes were filled with excitement. He had obtained another stone statue fragment. Then, without looking at the heavenly coffin great emperor, he slashed out with his sword. His boundary essence was released, cutting off all of the heavenly coffin great emperor's laws. His body and the coffin behind him were directly cut in half. You promised not to kill me? The heavenly coffin great emperor shouted. He never thought that Lin Ling would kill him. I've said it before. You stole my stone statue in the past, so you must die today. Lin Ling looked at him disdainfully and turned to leave. The heavenly coffin great emperor looked at the back of the black-robed figure and was shocked. He knew that Lin Ling had returned to collect his debt. Because of him, this world would definitely be overturned by a storm of blood once again. Unfortunately, he could no longer see all of this. Today, he was just passing by. He never thought that this would be the place where he would die. At this moment, Lin Ling held up the stone statue and wrapped it with the power of law. In a short period of time, the seemingly ordinary stone statue shattered and turned into specks of crystal light. This stone statue contained the treasure that Li Xiaoyao left for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not know what it was for the time being. But soon, Lin Ling's face was filled with joy. It was actually 10% of his boundary essence. It seemed that Li Xiaoyao was well prepared. He knew that he would need boundary essence for his reincarnation, so he prepared it in advance. And this 10% of boundary essence was smoothly integrated into Lin Ling's boundary essence, allowing his boundary essence to transform by 30%. If he used the mysterious sword record, he could erupt with 40% of his boundary essence. It seemed that he had to retrieve the remaining stone statues as soon as possible. Go to hell, trash. After putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. It was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. On the ground, those ugly cultivators could not escape even if they wanted to. They could only be killed mercilessly. Other than the cultivators from the mortal world, there were also cultivators from the demon race, ghost race, and deity race. However, they were all killed. They were filled with regret. This rainforest sacred land was not a place that they could enter. As time passed, the ground was filled with blood. The rainforest sacred land was dyed red. Lin Ling wore a black robe and held a large sword in his hand. His eyes looked at the red ground, but his expression did not change at all. Lin Ling, they are all dead. Lu Susu, Lord Shui Wu, and the others ran over and said. They were excited. If Lin Ling did not return at the crucial moment, they would be the ones dead. Behind them, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was secretly relieved. Fortunately, she had made the best choice. Otherwise, she would have been killed right now. However, she did not think that Lin Ling was heartless. Because all these shameless people deserved it. Lin Ling was already very kind to them. It's good that everyone is fine. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at everyone. At this moment, his coldness disappeared and was replaced with a clean smile. Yes. Everyone nodded. Oh right, where are my grandpa and the others? Chapter 22-28. True Spirit Island's calamity. Currently, they are on the True Spirit Island where Kame Daoist is. However, Martial God Tian Yu and the Mortal World Guardian have been captured by the Sun God Emperor. As for Martial God Yun Gu and Sword Immortal Song Tian, they are protecting the True Spirit Island. Lady Shui Wu said. Lin Ling was shocked. His 3 disciples were extremely powerful. How could they not be able to withstand the attack? It is said that some of the Sun God King's people have comprehended the boundary seed. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother also said what she knew. Lin Ling finally nodded in understanding. No wonder his disciples were unable to resist. However, the boundary seed was not easy to comprehend. Presumably, the Sun God King and the other experts had killed more than 3,000 peak martial emperors to comprehend the boundary seed. As for where the 3,000 peak martial emperors came from, with young Master Thousand Face around, it was not difficult. After all, this world did not have so many experts, but other worlds definitely had them. Let's go to True Spirit Island, Lin Ling said in a low voice. He was back. Then it was time to end everything. By the way, tell the world that I, Lin Ling, have come to collect the debt. Moreover, the creation battle has begun. Lin Ling said again. Yes, my lord. Hearing this, everyone became excited. No matter how many storms and waves they encountered, no matter what kind of powerful enemies they encountered, this man in front of them would lead them to sweep away 1,000 enemies. This was their lord, Lin Ling. Let's go. Without further ado, Lin Ling led everyone to True Spirit Island. At this moment, in Chaos Demon Sea, a large number of experts were flying across the sky. An old man wearing a fiery red robe was heading towards True Spirit Island. Lord Fire Cloud Divine King, the survivors are hiding in True Spirit Island. There are Taoist Kame, the 7 emperors, and Lin Ling's 3 disciples. Someone said respectfully to the old man. The old man was the Fire Cloud Divine King. At this moment, his face was cold. In the past, I saw Lin Ling kill the Yellow Spring Great Emperor with my own eyes. At that time, he used the Boundary Origin Seed, which surprised me. Now, I also have the Boundary Origin Seed. I alone can sweep away Taoist Kame and the others. My lord is mighty. The others nodded respectfully. These people were not weak. They had reached the Martial Emperor realm and had nearly 100 million laws. Of course, the most powerful one was still Fire Cloud Divine King, because he possessed a realm origin seed. He could sweep through any law power, declaring himself a king. That young Master Thousand Faces is truly amazing. He actually increased my strength greatly. In the future, I can also go to the Martial God world. Fire Cloud Divine King's eyes flickered. Currently, the entire world did not know that Lin Ling was young Master Thousand Faces in disguise. Only a few of them knew, and those who knew all possessed world origin seeds and were nurtured as trusted aides by young Master Thousand Faces. However, I don't know where the real Lin Ling has gone. Perhaps he knows of your current strength and doesn't dare to appear. Ha! Ha! How can that trash be a match for you now? Ha! The others suddenly laughed. Their words made Fire Cloud Divine King nod in satisfaction. He liked to hear such flattery. In the past, Lin Ling alone had scared him into fleeing. If there was a chance in the future, he wanted Lin Ling to know how powerful he was. Let's go. Kill everyone on True Spirit Island. Ha! The mighty experts, led by Fire Cloud Divine King, charged towards True Spirit Island. At this moment, True Spirit Island was facing a great enemy. Not only were there Lin Ling's friends, there were also all the warriors from Saint's big domain. At this moment, they were the only line of defense. If True Spirit Island was breached, then everyone would die. Especially some of Lin Ling's relatives and friends. They looked at a one-armed old man on the island, and the determination in their eyes intensified. That one-armed old man was Lin Ling's grandfather, Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. This was Lin Ling's relative. No matter what, they had to protect him, even if they had to be wiped out. Otherwise, when Lin Ling returned, how could they report to him? Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, please leave True Spirit Island immediately. There are powerful enemies chasing after you. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Someone said to Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. It was the 7th Emperor. They had been chased all the way here. It was obviously not easy for them to escape here. Little Saint, go outside the island and keep an eye out. If there are any changes, inform us immediately. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Martial God Yanggu said to the Shenlin Celestial Snake. Little Saint turned into a black torrent and flew out of the island. At this moment, they were not facing local warriors. It was said that the mastermind was an expert from Martial God World. Therefore, they only felt powerless. You don't have to protect me. I'll fight alongside everyone. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted suddenly. Many people became worried and wanted to persuade him again. However, Old Ancestor Extreme Flame waved his hand and said, "If I die in battle, then I can only say that this is all I can do. I can't let my grandson protect me every time. Although I'm weak, I still have a backbone. How can the Lin family's sons be protected by others?" Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Great-grandfather, I'll also fight alongside you. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Lin, he shouted coldly. He was no longer a child. Although he was only 12 or 13 years old, he was already like a teenager. Moreover, he shouldered his father's glory and pride. Therefore, he would not run away. Sigh. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, spiritual master came and the others sighed. This was the only way. Sun God King and the others were no match for us in the past. However, today they have comprehended the boundary seed. It's impossible for us to resist them with our power of law. Dark Dragon Emperor said with a frown. Sun God King and the others had obtained Lin Ling stone sculpture and their strength had increased greatly. In addition, they had comprehended the boundary seed. Naturally, they could defeat them. We have to stop them even if we can't. The path of martial arts has never been smooth sailing. Ancient martial god Yun looked at the sky. Rumble. At this moment, a roar sounded. In the sky, a huge black shadow fell down. After falling to the ground, it let out a painful cry. Little saint. Little saint. Ancient martial god Yun and the others immediately shouted anxiously. It was the black scale divine snake. In the past, it was Lin Ling's mount. Its strength had reached the level of an ancient giant. However, this terrifying existence was suppressed by someone today. Are you all hiding here? Little saint. Almost at the same time, a cold voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up and found that it was the Fire Cloud Divine King of the Fire Cloud Empire. Finally, he's here. Everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they did not panic. They all held the weapons in their hands and prepared to fight to the death. What a pity! The 3 disciples of Li Xiaoyao were the strongest existences among the ancient giants. Now they are like stray dogs. Fire Cloud Divine King looked down at everyone and said indifferently. These words made Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others' faces turn cold. Compared to experts with boundary seeds, they were indeed much weaker. Since you're all here, then kill yourselves. You should know the grudge between me and Lin Ling. It will not end until one of us is dead. Sigh. Chapter 22-29. Are you tired of living? Unless you kill all of us, you can see if anyone will commit suicide. On the island, Ancestor Tai Yen raised his aged face and looked at the sky fearlessly. He was satisfied with his life. Even if he were to die now, he would have no regrets. If you don't commit suicide, then you will know what a nightmare is. Fire Cloud Divine King nodded and waved his right hand. The experts behind him rushed towards the island. Taoist came, Sword Immortal Firmament, Martial God Yanggu, you were all ancient giants. Today, I will let you see how powerful my subordinates are. What was terrifying was that Fire Cloud Divine King's subordinates were all extremely powerful. It was as if Fire Cloud Divine King didn't even need to take action to massacre the entire island. Fight! Within the island, surging battle intent erupted. However, just as everyone was prepared to fight to the death, a cold and resounding voice exploded in the sky above the island like a thunderclap. Want to kill my people? Let's see if you have the ability. This sudden voice undoubtedly shocked the entire island. Countless people looked around and saw a large number of experts flying over from afar like a tornado. The man in the lead was holding a large sword. His long hair danced in the wind, and his cold eyes seemed to be telling everyone that the god of death had arrived. Father! Master! When everyone saw the familiar figure, they immediately shouted excitedly. As for Fire Cloud Divine King, he was slightly surprised as he stared at the newcomer. However, soon he sneered, finally willing to come out? I knew it. You must be hiding somewhere. Unless your son, wife, and grandfather are in danger, you definitely won't dare to show your face. He didn't know that Lin Ling had gone to the martial god realm. He only thought that Lin Ling was afraid of them, so he hid. Of course, this was normal because they had young Master Thousand Face on their side. Unless Lin Ling was stupid, he wouldn't dare to fight force with force. The former #1 genius of the mortal realm can only hide like a stray dog today? Fire Cloud Divine King laughed again, causing the people behind him to laugh as well. And on the island, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were nervously staring at Lin Ling. Although they knew that Lin Ling wasn't weak, this pursuit had made them realize that Fire Cloud Godly Monarch's strength had greatly increased. And the most terrifying thing was that there were many powerhouses like Fire Cloud Godly Monarch. Lin Ling, your end has come. I can tell you that this world has changed. With a genius from the martial god realm, you can only decline forever. The Fire Cloud God King spoke out once more. At this moment, he didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. Perhaps he wanted to see Lin Ling feel a sense of helplessness. The former #1 genius of the mortal world. The reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Today, he had also become trash and an ant-like existence. This kind of thing made people feel extremely happy. Behind Fire Cloud Divine King, the experts laughed even louder. Lin Ling's name shook the world, so to see the latter being trampled on was an extremely rare sight. However, their laughter didn't last long. In the distance, Lin Ling finally appeared on the island. His expression didn't change. In his left hand, the 6 paths of reincarnation surged out violently, turning into white flames that enveloped everyone and crazily burned them. This fire seemed to be Lin Ling's fury. Entering reincarnation is too easy for you. Today, I'll scatter your souls. Everyone heard that vicious sentence. Of course, such words couldn't move Fire Cloud Godly Monarch and the others. They didn't believe that Lin Ling had such strength. However, the cold flames that followed let them know that they were about to be burned to death. Not good. What kind of law is this? It can't be broken. This fire can't be extinguished. Moreover, it's burning my soul. Lord Fire Cloud Godly Monarch, save me. The sky was suddenly in chaos. The fire burned everything, as if it wanted to burn the heavens. On the island, everyone's pupils trembled. When did Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation become so strong? It was a law that burned everything. Moreover, they were worried about Lin Ling, thinking that a bloody battle would break out. However, in the next moment, the scene that gave them was that the enemies were all screaming in pain and begging for mercy. All of you, die for me. Click. Lin Ling floated in the sky with a fierce look on his face. His left hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Voila! The dazzling white flames began to shrink. The experts in the fire reincarnation circle were all burned to death. Moreover, the burning was very painful because it reached the soul. Just as an incense stick's time was up, there were only flames floating in the sky. Hundreds of thousands of experts were all burned to death. Most importantly, those experts were at the martial emperor realm. They were existences that could dominate any place. However, here, they could only be slaughtered like weeds. This is too fast. Ancestor Extreme Flame opened his mouth wide and looked at the sky in shock. Even Sword Immortal Tsong Tian and the others were the same. However, they all laughed. Those flames were Lin Ling's anger. Those who touched them would die. Good, you actually killed all my subordinates. Do you know how many treasures I spent to nurture them? At this time, an angry voice rang out. Fire Cloud Divine King did not die. Clearly, he had boundary essence, so he was able to resist the burning of the Yellow Springs flame. Kneel for me. Fire Cloud Divine King roared again. With the boundary essence seed, why would he be afraid of Lin Ling? It's you. Lin Ling's gaze finally looked at him. Without any nonsense, he flew over. Courting death. Fire Cloud Divine King was extremely angry at this moment. When he saw Lin Ling flying over, he immediately attacked. Let me tell you, boundary essence is not something that only you, Lin Ling, have. He pointed out a finger, forming a power that surpassed the laws. He knew that Lin Ling had boundary essence, but he was confident that his boundary essence was stronger. However, Lin Ling did not retreat or dodge. His palm fiercely grabbed out. As Fire Cloud Divine King sneered, his finger actually exploded. Fire Cloud Divine King's boundary essence seed was like tofu in front of Lin Ling. The smile on Fire Cloud Divine King's face froze. What replaced it was pain and horror. Last time, you escaped. This time, you still dare to appear in front of me. Are you tired of living? Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. His palm once again grabbed out. It was like a hand covering the sky. No one could stop it. At this moment, Fire Cloud Divine King finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. This was because he realized that Lin Ling did not have the boundary essence seed. Instead, the seed had already grown. It had probably reached 10% boundary essence. At this moment, he finally knew that no matter how strong he became, he would always be an ant when facing a monster like Lin Ling. Chapter 2230. The Battle of Creation begins. Fire Cloud Divine King shouted anxiously. He knew that Lin Ling was not hiding but was not in this world. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not be afraid of him. Unfortunately, before he could utter any nonsense, Lin Ling reached out with his large hand and directly tore this ancient great head into two in front of countless people. This cruel and merciless action caused some of the enemies in the distance to tremble. They thought that Fire Cloud Divine King and Lin Ling would have a fierce battle and that Fire Cloud Divine King would emerge victorious. However, the result was that Lin Ling tore Fire Cloud Divine King, an ancient giant, apart with just a few punches and kicks. This simple and brutal situation made them feel like they were dreaming. Kill them all. Kill. After throwing Fire Cloud Divine King, Lin Ling looked coldly at the enemies in the distant sea. Yes, my lord. Kill. Everyone rushed over, letting the remaining enemies feel the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Lin Ling returned with a torrential downpour. As for Lord Water Mist and the rest, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Sword Immortal Song Tian and the rest also flew out from the island and charged forward. All enemies must die. They knew that even if they killed everyone in the world, Lin Ling would not be merciful because they had touched his reverse scale. Ling the Master. 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 Father. Master. On the island, everyone rushed towards Lin Ling. Their hearts were filled with excitement. This was their pillar of support. No matter what kind of powerful enemy came, there was only one outcome for that powerful enemy, and that was death. Grandfather. Lin Ling flew down from the sky and looked at the old man in the lead. His heart immediately ached. The old man looked at Lin Ling with gratification. However, Lin Ling saw that the sleeve of his right arm was fluttering in the wind. Clearly, the old man's right arm had been cut off. It's fine. I'm already so old. Losing an arm is no big deal. Elder Taiyan smiled and walked forward. He reached out his left arm and stroked the face of the grandson he was most proud of. In the past, when the fake Lin Ling appeared, he issued a large number of orders that violated the rules, such as killing his own people. In the end, Ancestor Extreme Flame couldn't stand it anymore and tried to persuade him, but the result was that one of his arms was cut off. But at that time, he guessed that it wasn't his grandson, because his grandson was not that cruel and heartless. In truth, they weren't very sure when Lin Ling would return from the martial god world. Therefore, when young Master Thousand Faces pretended to be Lin Ling, they didn't suspect anything. This is my real father. Lin looked at Lin Ling excitedly. In his eyes, his father was still an indomitable warrior who always had his own principles in his heart. You have grown up. Lin Ling also looked at his family with some excitement. Then, he looked at Ancestor Extreme Flame and immediately knelt down. Grandfather, I have implicated you. Silly child, the enemy is against you. That means you are capable. Mediocre people won't be jealous. Ancestor Extreme Flame said with a smile. Lin Ling felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Moreover, the suppressed killing intent in his heart became even stronger. It's time to clear the place. All the enemies must be killed. Lin Ling, it's good that you're back. The second dream. Yuman Yun and the others also walked towards Lin Ling and held Lin Ling's hand. At this moment, they finally felt at peace in their hearts. As for Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others, they were still excited at this moment. Their master had returned, so the foul atmosphere in this world would definitely be cleaned up. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling quickly went into the depths of the island and took out the Warm Sun spiritual jade. This time, because of an accident, Lin Ling's return was delayed for a while. Fortunately, when he saw the two women lying on the bed, Lin Ling finally felt relieved. Although Xian Yuange and the others were almost illusory and would disappear like smoke at any time, as long as they were still there, then they could be saved. Lin Ling placed the Warm Sun spiritual jade beside the two women. Suddenly, a Warm Sun spiritual chi floated out like a bright lamp, protecting them and allowing their illusory bodies to slowly condense. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally felt relieved. However, he knew that it would take some time, so he turned around and left. Outside the house, everyone looked at Lin Ling nervously. However, when they saw Lin Ling nodding with a smile, their brows also relaxed. You and the others haven't returned yet? Lin Ling asked. However, in response, Elder Taiyin and the others shook their heads. This made Lin Ling slightly worried. However, when he thought about it, only the individual could comprehend the boundary element. No one else could help, so he could only suppress his worries. Master, what should we do now? I heard from Lady Shui Wu that young Master Thousand Faces, who impersonated you, is from the martial god world. He came from the Grand Court Commandery. It seems that such a person is not to be trifled with. Lin Ling, an expert from the martial god world, is not to be underestimated. Why don't we meet him and discuss it and see if we can shake hands and make peace? Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others all spoke up. In the end, Taoist Came felt that it was better to shake hands and make peace. After all, one young Master Thousand Faces had already stirred up a storm of blood in their world. What if more experts from the martial god world came? No matter where he comes from, he has touched my reverse scale. There is only one outcome for him, death. While everyone was still discussing, Lin Ling had already spoken coldly. His words made everyone gasp. However, very quickly, Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others felt their blood boiling. With their pride, they did not want to shake hands and make peace. Revenge begins. Lin Ling's eyes looked into the distance. He clenched his right fist and the white command flag that was hidden on his body shone brightly at this moment. Lin Ling did not know the background of the Grand Court Commandery. However, in terms of numbers and boundary element, Lin Ling, as the martial god great commander, was not afraid of anyone. Let's rest for a day. Tomorrow we will kill our way to the Sun Divine Nation. If we see any enemies along the way, kill them without mercy. Lin Ling left these words behind and immediately left. Hearing that, everyone was even more excited. In the house, Lin Ling sensed the boundary element in his dantian and the confidence in his heart grew stronger. Then he recalled everything that had happened. He could not help but worry about the disappearance of Grandma Wendao. However, Grandma Wendao was someone that he could not see through. Therefore, if there was something that Grandma Wendao could not solve, Lin Ling's worries would be useless. It's time to take back all the stone sculptures. Sitting there quietly, Lin Ling's eyes grew colder and colder. At the same time, the news of Lin Ling's return spread across the various regions. What? The real and fake Lin Ling? And the real Lin Ling came back and slaughtered the fake one? That's too amazing. This is nothing. Lin Ling has issued an order. The battle of creation has begun and he wants to clear the place. That's crazy enough. Could it be that the Sun God King and the other ancient giants are going to die? I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 2231. Coming to collect a debt, Fire Cloud Divine King was killed? And one of young Master Thousand Faces' doppelgangers was also destroyed? This Lin Ling is too arrogant. He's just courting death. Young Master Thousand Face is also rushing over from 10,000 realms. This Lin Ling can defeat young Master Thousand Face. I'm afraid he has converted 10% of his boundary essence. However, young Master Thousand Face's boundary essence is not just 10%. He still has 7 doppelgangers. Young Master Thousand Face comes from Grand Court Commandery of the Martial God Realms Qin Province. His talent is the mysterious Shen body, myriad metal king physique. If not for the fact that his boundary essence was not successfully converted, his talent would have been able to fuse with it long ago. However, the Sun God King and the others were not too worried. With young Master Thousand Face around, they were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. They even believed that Lin Ling was just trying to show off. He did not dare to come to them. At this moment, in the demon domain, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation and the 400 million Great Demon King had also received the news. However, they had comprehended the boundary essence seed. They thought that even if they could not kill Lin Ling, if the two of them joined forces, Lin Ling would not be able to kill them. Moreover, they believed that Lin Ling would die in the hands of young Master Thousand Face. Therefore, they were now thinking of unifying the demon domain and preparing to kill the Great Demon King of the East and Great Demon King Guhai. However, on the day their army was mobilized, Lin Ling also arrived. To Lin Ling, he would not let any of the ancient giants go. This debt collection would start from today until he killed his way into the godly nation. At this moment, the true martial realm was like a dream mountain. This place had already become the symbol of the true martial realm. At the foot of the snowy mountain, a large number of demon armies were gathered there. If one looked carefully, the army was led by a giant that was as tall as a mountain. The giant was sitting on a golden blade, as if he was indomitable. This person was the Great Demon King of the East. On the other side was a bewitching woman. She was the Great Demon King Guhai. Now that the demon race was about to unify, the two Great Demon Kings joined forces to resist the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation. My lord, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation and the 400 million Great Demon King Guhai. At this time, the beast drum sounded, shaking the heaven and earth. You're here? The Great Demon King of the East stood up. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Great Demon King Guhai narrowed his pretty eyes as well. The war of the demon race was about to begin. In the distance, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. All the great devils were rushing over in a grandiose manner. At a glance, the army was actually endless, as if there was no end to it. This was a bloody battle, and it could be said to be the most intense bloody battle in the history of the demon race. All the demons were ready for a bloody battle. However, the army in the distance suddenly stopped, and two figures floated out. A war between armies won't change the unification of the infernal domain. Why don't we have a war between infernal kings? The two massive figures strolled towards Dreamlike Mountain. They were the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and Demon King. How dare you! On the side of the Great Demon King of the East, the army roared angrily, forming a huge aura, rushing towards the sky. Shut up! However, the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master let out a cold roar. His aura suppressed the army like a giant hand, making it difficult for the army to breathe. This action undoubtedly caused his soldiers to cheer and raise their morale. Alright, then let's have a war between infernal kings. The Great Demon King of the East pondered for a while and immediately said in a low voice. There were also benefits to having a war between infernal kings, and that was that his people would not suffer too many casualties. My lord, you can't. At this moment, a large number of voices came from the army. One of them even flew up. It was Lin Ling's elder brother, Gu Zhantan. Right now, the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and 400 million Great Devil Kings have boundary origin seeds. A war between infernal kings is disadvantageous to us. Why don't we have a war between the two armies? Gu Zhantian knelt down in the sky and said. In fact, the Great Demon King of the East and Demon King Guhai also knew this point. However, a war between armies would only increase the casualties. A war between infernal kings is unavoidable. You all can just watch from the side. If we lose, you all can disperse. The Great Demon King of the East sighed softly and stepped forward, walking towards the sky. My lord! The army below him all knelt down, as if they had seen the departure of the Demon King and the unification of the infernal domain. As for Demon King Guhai, he frowned and also walked towards the sky. She knew that this war was unavoidable. Unify the infernal domain. Unify the infernal domain. Compared to the solemn aura of the great demon king of the east, the crystal master of the devil nation's army let out a deafening roar, and their morale was even more majestic. This made the 400 million great demon kings and the crystal master of the devil nation laugh coldly. Their brows twitched, and a formless aura spread out, causing the infernal domain to shake. It felt as if the heavens were angry, and the entire domain was shaking. It was the power of realm essence. The great demon king of the east and demon king Gu Hai immediately let out a groan, and their footsteps paused. They could feel that the world in front of them had changed, forming a powerful domain that made it difficult for them to take another step forward. This made their hearts tremble. Was the power of realm essence really that strong? The war between infernal kings hasn't even started yet, and you all don't dare to fight? Seeing the solemn expression of the great demon king of the east and the others, the crystal master of the devil nation mocked. The great demon king of the east is afraid of my lord. He doesn't even have the courage to approach my lord. He can only submit to my lord. My lord's power of realm essence, who else but him can compare to my lord's power of realm essence in this world? At the same time, more voices rang out. Countless gazes were fixed on the crystal master of the devil nation. There was only worship in their eyes. In the past, the 5 great demon kings of the infernal domain were evenly matched, and no one could shake the other. However, the great demon king of the east had already declined, and could only be compared to the lowly demon race. He couldn't even stand shoulder to shoulder with the crystal master of the devil nation. One side was full of vigor, and the other side was naturally weak. The soldiers of the great demon king of the east all looked gloomy at this moment. Their great demon king of the east had already fallen into a disadvantageous position from the start of the war between the demon kings. In a war between the kings, if their aura was weak, how could they fight? Moreover, the crystal master of the devil nation and the others were clearly humiliating the great demon king of the east on purpose. This seed of realm essence is really powerful. The ancient giants of the past are like ants in front of us now. At this moment, the crystal master of the devil nation and the others were enjoying the carefree feeling. Moreover, they kept increasing the aura of the realm essence, wanting to make the great demon king of the east and the others kneel down. However, at this moment, a mysterious aura drifted over like smoke, and it actually blew away the oppressive domain in the sky. The great demon king of the east's expression changed. The pressure had disappeared? Even the crystal master of the devil nation and the others frowned. A mysterious power had appeared in front of them, causing the aura of their realm essence to disappear without a trace. At the same time, a black-robed figure quietly appeared in the sky. His appearance came without any warning, as if he had always existed in the sky. And his appearance and the ancient sword on his back, all of this caused the infernal domain to fall silent. Chapter 2232. Fear. Lin Ling. At this moment, the entire true martial realm was filled with shocked voices. Second brother. Gu Zhantian looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Of course, the Eastern Demon King and the rest were the same. In fact, they had also received news that Lin Ling seemed to have surfaced. However, they never expected that in such a short period of time, Lin Ling would appear in the devil domain. Lin Ling. Compared to the surprise of the Eastern Demon King and the rest, the Crystal Master and the 400 million Demon Kings were unhappy. Why would Lin Ling appear here? I'm here. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the Eastern Demon King and the other two with a faint smile, causing them to smile as well. Lin Ling then looked at his elder brother, Gu Zhantian, which made Gu Zhantian extremely excited. In his heart, his second brother Lin Ling was already an indomitable expert. However, when he saw that the true spirit realm was almost massacred by a strong enemy, Lin Ling appeared again, that feeling was still very shocking. Lord Lin Ling. Lin Ling's appearance was like an invisible flame burning, causing the morale of the Eastern Demon King's side to rise even higher. In their hearts, Lord Lin Ling was already at the level of a demon god. Now that he was here, he could definitely change everything. Lin Ling. This is a battle of our devil domain. Why are you, a human, interfering? Get lost. At this moment, an angry voice rang out from the Crystal Master's army. It was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe with fox ears. This person seemed to be the strategist of the army. Shouldn't you be in the godly nation right now? You, a human interfering in the matters of the devil domain, don't you feel embarrassed? Moreover, Eastern Demon King, Gu Hai, do you still have any shame? Letting a human interfere, this is simply throwing away the pride of the devil race. The middle-aged man waved his hand, causing the army to let out a cry of shock. Lin Ling, get lost. Great Demon King of the East, if you're still a demon fighter, tell Lin Ling to fuck off. Dong dong dong. In front of them, war drums were beating and flags were waving in the wind. Tens of millions of soldiers were reprimanding Lin Ling, trying to make Lin Ling retreat. Seeing this, the Devil Nation's Crystal Master and Crystal Master laughed. They were surprised by Lin Ling's arrival, but when they thought about how Lin Ling shouldn't be able to kill them, they weren't in a hurry. Although Lin Ling is a human, he is also a hero of our demon race. How could he be an outsider? Hearing the other party telling Lin Ling to scram, many warriors on the Great Eastern Demon King's side also roared in anger. For a moment, the auras of the two armies collided, forming a terrifying aura tornado in the sky. The Great Eastern Demon King looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to tell Lin Ling not to care about what those people said. However, before he could say anything, he saw Lin Ling waving his sleeve. A powerful aura rolled out like an avalanche. The light of treasures shone brightly, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. In the distance, the soldiers who were clamoring were directly destroyed by the astral wind as if they had seen a siege cannon. In the blink of an eye, millions of soldiers fell. This was the means of an expert. At Lin Ling's level, no matter how many people there were, the effect was not big. He was like a realm lord. When he was angry, he could make tens of millions of people pay with their lives. You motherfucker, shut up. Along with that terrifying means, Lin Ling's angry roar could be heard. What a joke. He, Lin Ling, was here to collect debts today. Did he need to follow the rules? Did he even need to look at the faces of those ants? At that moment, the sound of the drums stopped, and the flag fell to the ground. The army stared at Lin Ling in silence. No one expected Lin Ling to be so domineering. He killed the army without saying a word. Speak, continue speaking. I want to see who still dares to clamor. Lin Ling stared coldly at the front and roared. That domineering voice made the army even more silent. Lin Ling, what is your purpose in coming here? Why do you want to ruin our good things? The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the 400 million Great Demon Kings shouted coldly. They were furious because Lin Ling seemed to have come to suppress their aura. How hateful! However, their words made Lin Ling laugh. Why did he come? The two Great Demon Kings seemed to have forgotten that they had joined hands to harm Lin Ling in the past. Lin Ling was too lazy to answer such nonsense. Therefore, his gaze was indifferent as he stared at the two Great Demon Kings. When the two Great Demon Kings saw that Lin Ling did not speak, they frowned. Immediately, the boundary seeds on their bodies bloomed. They wanted to let Lin Ling know how powerful they were. Unfortunately, their power was like a stone sinking into the sea in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still looking at them, smiling without saying a word. Gradually, the two Great Demon Kings felt their hearts being suppressed. They even felt a chill. They wanted to attack, but they did not dare. The army in the distance looked at them, waiting for the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the others to attack. However, they were disappointed, because the three of them did not attack. Instead, they watched quietly. But this silence did not last long. Finally, Lin Ling stepped forward and slowly walked towards the two Great Demon Kings. Thump. This action shattered the hearts of the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the others. They quietly took a step back. Today, the battle of the Demon City will be postponed. Cold. The 400 million Great Demon Kings coldly spat out these words, turned around, and left. The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom was the same. He swung his cape and stepped forward, proudly walking towards his army. However, behind them, Lin Ling followed silently. It was as if he was a realm lord looking at them. This figure, these footsteps, the crystal master of the Devil Kingdom and the others also felt a chill in their hearts. However, Lin Ling did not attack. Therefore, they maintained their calm and walked forward slowly. However, they felt that the pressure was getting stronger. This was the fear of the strong, the fear of the unknown. They even wanted to fight with Lin Ling. However, their instincts told them that if they were to fight, it would be disadvantageous for them. From their side to the Devil Kingdom's army, there was a distance of 1,000 miles. However, this short distance seemed to be as far as the ends of the earth. Enough, what do you want to do? Stop! Finally, the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom roared. The feeling of the Grim Reaper following behind him was too much for him to bear. When the two armies saw this scene, they were shocked. The dignified Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom seemed to be afraid. Most importantly, Lin Ling did not attack. He just followed slowly. Following this created such a huge pressure? Lin Ling, how terrifying! However, Lin Ling still smiled and did not say a word. This silent action undoubtedly increased the pressure on the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the others. Even when a gust of wind blew past them, they were like birds startled by the twang of a bough. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would suddenly attack. However, that was just their illusion. Lin Ling did not attack. Finally, they could no longer bear this feeling. They could only speed up and escape from Lin Ling. No way, they are actually so afraid? One of the 5 great demon kings of the Demon City brought an army here today. However, Lin Ling alone made them retreat. They did not even dare to look at him.